happiness without self, sadness without self, because there is a
but sadness is there. Sadness is there.
Yes, but without self.
You are happy, but you are inside. You can't tell happy. Yeah, you have tranquility, but not have happy is a mind. Tranquility is not a mind. Happy is a mind.
Yeah.
Sadness also mind. But tranquility is not a mind. That is why. Sad is there, but tranquility is there.
Yeah.
That's the Nibbana. That's the Nibbana, guys. That's the spiritual guys. Yeah, the coming censoring is okay. It's a body sensor. Coming this almost is coming. That's a happy also coming. Oh, this is. I'm telling this thing. Kichi kya hua? Hum satra ena mane. Eka mind ka sambandh nahi ne. Ne. Okay, English में क्या बोला ना मैं एक आप सतुरे ने एक ना तो एक माइंडेड संबंध है किसी का हुआ बने नहीं it's a sense of creation no
Tickling.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it, Darren Mansa? Because it's just a bodily reaction. When you tickle, automatically that person starts giggling and laughing, but nothing to do with the mind.
It's not nothing anything they are mind. That is it's
Dr.
Kokila?
Yeah.
Dr. Kokila.
Yes.
All these things I'm listening and I'm fallen in love with a person. And that is Aryan and Mansa.
You will get a good answer from Aryan Mansa, Joel, in a minute.
It's a few minutes now. So no time. Sorry for this. It's okay. What time is now?
Aryan Mansa, Joel has fallen in love with you.
Yeah, I know. Because he feel me, I think. No, yeah, feel. Yeah, it's okay. It's not a person, but it's I think it's a nature like that, no?
100%.
It's a feeling. Yeah, it's a feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Dharma Aryan Mansa.
It's
so beautiful.
Yes.
Day by day, we are feeling it, Aryan Mansa, so much.
Yeah, Sudharma, this time, no any guy. Our many nuns with me. Many problems last few months happening. But today, everybody like me, no?
Yes, Aryan Mansa.
Question given. Yeah.
Aryan Mansa, I want to share this with you that Angie, Chinese lady, and Theo, both of them were so impressed when I said that next time Aryan Mansa would be meeting you. They were very happy and they were like telling, we are blessed, we are coming back. To hear that you are going to meet them was a great thing for them. And they were so grateful to you and asking us to tell that they are so grateful and they want to explore more about the truth, as you said, Aryan Mansa. They will be coming back. Yes.
Yeah, but I like alone. It's my field. It's my field. It's good.
Yes.
So be careful, yeah.
Yes.
It's not too good close, I think. It's my side.
I think Aryan Mansa, initially the reason you set up the International Meditation Center is to spread this Dhamma to the Western world, Western society, and through the English language. And that Dobagoda place is so valuable in that sense. So your dreams are, the vision is coming true. But in order to provide that, to give that lasting message, Aryan Mansa, maybe at least once in a way, if you actually come and speak to those international visitors, I think they will carry the message for us, Aryan Mansa, to their places, to their countries. That is going to have a lasting effect.
Oh yeah. You see, I've not heard what you say. Yeah, Suranka.
Yeah, what I said was Aryan Mansa, the Dobagoda Center was made purely to take the Dhamma through the English language to foreign visitors, to other countries, which you have always said that we want to spread the word, isn't it, to the Western countries?
Yeah, Suranka, you know, today, especially, you know what happened today? Especially, there's a BTV, Zoom, and BTV YouTube, and the BTV Facebook. You see that, Suranka?
Yes,
You
yes,
don't know?
yes, we
Yeah,
saw
it is
our
very
advance.
important.
It was
That's
really good.
Wagala today is the first.
The opening ceremony.
Yeah. Today is
Yes,
the first day.
advance. Yes.
Today is the first day. Wagala is a practical. That's a
Program, yeah.
program. Yeah, it's the first day. As you see, there's a footpath. There's a walking meditation. Many few kilometers. It's a long. There's a queue is there. Long footpath is there because village is there, mountain area, and the down area, the other temple, they are coming down 3 kilometers, I think, 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers. So that's the walking meditation. You know, many guys there. You can show tomorrow. So live is going. Otherwise, you know, BTV Zoom 24 hours open. Mudita is Sri Lanka here everywhere. Not only the Sri Lanka, we are expand this other countries. We won't do this. It's okay. Another step. Sri Lanka everywhere. Mudita is guys there. They can anytime join the Zoom discussion and join the Zoom. And they open the video and they can show everybody. So it's very important. This BTV Zoom. BTV Zoom is creating other group. It's a Nikini and Timira and the youngest there. But IT engineers there. Nikini also IT engineer. So very nice. They are coming, I think. Join with us, no?
Yes, Aranvansa, I think one day somebody, maybe in Australia or some person asked you.
31 is the day. It's the Melbourne is the place. Is the our guy is who's that guy name?
Sunitha.
Sunitha's home. Yeah, Sunitha's home. The Melbourne. There's a practical program is there. It's the Melbourne is the first one. It's otherwise our Diluksha also there. Metmal our NGO, Metmal Samasevak Padanam NGO.
Foundation,
yes. Foundation president is there. Melbourne. This is nice, I think, because Andhra also there. Andhra and the Diluksha and the Sunitha, and also okay, everybody can join with them because Rajit also there, Melbourne. There I think is going to be good. I think Kokila can join the Zoom. We can join the group. BTV is Zoom is ready for that. Yeah, it's okay. Kokila and the Suranka and everybody can join there.
Even Sunet said from Sydney are advanced. Sunet also will.
Okay.
Join online.
Yeah. You want to talk, no? Sunet? It's okay. Nice to say.
But also, Aranvan said the Buddothpada, the BTV, if some mother asked you, Aranvan, one day, like, you know, the Kurunagala Metmalarana program.
Yeah.
If they can link the video program to BTV, that will be very nice for mothers all over the world. Also following Buddothpada. Yes, Aranvan.
Now is Kurunagala is steady. Now Kurunagala is strong.
Yes,
I know that. Kurunagala becoming day by day strong. Kurunagala is the head place one day. Because there's Manel, there's many guys I know. Just last week I'm in Kunagala, last week Sunday. So I have that experience. That is why I'm telling Kunagala is coming ahead. You know, Tomogoda and the Kunagala and the Vagala and the Kalutara is next week. Kalutara coming join the program. I think it's a Mathara and Dagabada is now is a nice place. Is arranging nice cottages. We can see future. It's okay. Balungala also come. I think good. No, good is
Yeah,
happening.
it's very good,
Future.
Aryan.
Yeah, future is good. Yeah.
Dr. Gokila,
Yes.
ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ නూర පැත්තට එන්නේ නැද්ද?
I think he's in Kurunegala. I don't know where he is at this moment, but
Wow. What's that?
he's asking whether you would come to Kandy.
Aryan was last week in Kandy, no? They are Vagala. Vagala, there's Samadana. What's the story about?
I think he wants to meet you, Arun Mahansa. So you said you're going to plan another.
Oh, no.
So I think
I'm not talking about the Zoom. It's okay. It's okay. One day I'm telling you how you can meet me. I think sometimes your side, your Dhamma is coming strong. That is the time is suitable time is meet me, because Dhamma is doing this, not me, not person. Dhamma is strong. It's okay. That's qualified. That's qualified. It's okay because the Buddha's word is. You know the Dhamma. You know the Buddha. It's okay. That's the time is. I think it's good meet that person. No person is here. Dhamma is here. That is why I'm telling this. I think you understand this. It's okay. No longer. Sometimes I don't know. This month is sometimes next month. It's something sometimes happening because I'm always coming Kandy because Sita Kotu also stay here. Our place is there making. Otherwise, Vagal also now is okay coming. And the Balungal also there. So everything is handy. Otherwise, another place these days talking about given us somebody, I don't know the person. He tried to given us that has a place. So many guys are ready to.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 3, page number 16, last paragraph. Ye Dhamma Hetu Bhagava, Tesam Hetun Tathagato Aha, Tesam Cha Yo Nirodho, Evam Dhat Maha Samana. The Blessed One preaches the Dhamma of cause and effect. Accordingly, it is clear that the Buddha taught about the doctrine of cause and effect, not the karma phala. Therefore, if somebody thinks that if he does this, this will happen, who is not a Buddhist, he does not know the Buddha's teaching. So, even you are also thinking that you may go to an undecided place, but nobody thinks to make you a great human being. Upasika, no, I don't think now that I may go to an undecided place. Karen Mohan say, do you know how a Buddhist thinks? There is no self, Sattva here. What is wrong is not thinking about this for such a long time until now. In the history, the kings used to build the Hindu kohil inside the temples as they married South Indian Hindu women. Then half of the Hinduism and half of the Buddhism got blended together and preached to the kings in this manner. At last, it became a kotturoti. It is all mixed up now. If somebody preaches this pure Dhamma, how good it is. How unfortunate today the Buddhists are getting away from the Dhamma and they got stranded. That is why we say the Buddhists are helpless without knowing the pure Dhamma. We ask you to listen to this Dhamma peacefully. Don't get rushed. It is enough for you to even a day if you are mindful of this Dhamma. If you correctly investigate the Dhamma when you listen, you may sit as a worldly person, and at the time you get up, you will be a noble one. Adrian. There is a person sitting down who is of the view that everything is real outside. We say that there is nothing as such outside. Everything is the mind. If he realizes that nothing is outside, his attachments to outside disappear, and he got relieved from the outside. Now he is heading towards the stream entrance, Sotapan. He realizes that there is no truth outside. There is no heaven or hell either. Then there is no place to go. Here only this mind appears and disappears. Only that. There is no existing mind or a person. Can you understand that this is a nonsense, anatma dhamma, no person? Chakun nichanto, anichanto, anicham bante. The Buddha asked, is this I permanent or impermanent? The bhikkhus replied, impermanent bante. If the I is impermanent, it is suffering. Therefore, can it be taken as sin? No reason. This is an anatma dhamma. Only this moment, nothing else. We preach this dhamma while associating with the Tripitaka. This Tripitaka evidence that we are telling the truth. The reason that all sutras in the Tripitaka say about the anatta nonsense, we need to bear in mind only the pure Dhamma. There was everybody.
Pedwan Sarnashani, thank you for starting the session. And we worship R.N. Mahansi, our spiritual teacher and our guide on this pathway, who has been clearing up the true Dhamma path for us, which was disclosed 2,600 years ago. But as Shani mentioned, it was kind of mixed with other beliefs and other teachings from different religions, particularly from the Hinduism. So therefore, there were lots of misunderstandings, misconceptions in relation to the Buddhist teaching. So now we are very fortunate that we are able to hear this true Dhamma, and particularly it's disclosed in a very simple manner, using the present kind of metaphors, examples, and in simple words without using much Pali terms. So it's very easy to follow for most of us. And we are very fortunate. And our noble friend R.N. Mahase is always behind us like a pillar of strength. And then we are being guided always. So this forum from 3 to 4 is for us to discuss the questions. Now we know that we have this 24-hour PeoTV channel, YouTube channel in English medium, and different Dhamma friends are doing sermons every hour or two. It's changing. So actually, we are very lucky. All the listeners are very lucky because different people discuss these matters in different angles and maybe using different words or sentences, different examples, but the same point is being touched. So it's a very beautiful opportunity, I would say, for all of us. And as people who are joining as the team who are doing these discussions or these sermons, we also learn many things from these, and things become more and more polished and sharpened for us also. So we are very grateful for our noble friend for making this opportunity for us as well as for our Dhamma friends who are listening to this. So this is actually just a discussion session where we expect our Dhamma friends who are listening to join this session from 3 to 4 and bring up the questions that they wanted to clarify, because there is no chance of asking questions during the sermons. So discussing about the points that it wasn't clear when they were listening to these sermons can be done at this time. So even our friends who are listening to this session now via YouTube, I'm inviting you to join this forum and bring up your points. So it will be a beautiful forum with lots of facts coming out. And when one question is asked, sometimes with that answer, so many other people also will be benefited. So we welcome all our friends, Dhamma friends who have joined right now. And Dr. Kokila, Terwan Saranai, you may start the discussion. Terwan Saranai.
Yeah, as we said, we have from 24 hours. Yeah, we have 1 hour to discuss whatever the questions from the Dhamma. It's mainly the how to apply or how we have applied or whether we have applied it properly. So yeah, it was nice. I mean, we can continue to discuss as well if there's no new question, or otherwise I'll see whether someone can bring up a question.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kopila. First of all, I pay my homage at Aryan Wahanse's feet. Doctor, today I happened to listen to a video clip in which Aryan Wahanse explains the 8 chittas or 4 path chittas and 4 fruition chittas to you. It's a very short audio clip, and there Aryan Wahanse says that when one steps into this pre-mental phase, the 7 chittas are left. That's why conventionally, they say that when one becomes a stream mentor, there will be 7 birds left. So, will you be able to elaborate on that for us, Doctor? Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. Actually, there's not much. It's just understanding this Dhamma again. It's all about internal transformation. So, I think we have talked about this before. There's 8, 4 path and the 4 of fruition chittas. If we know that it's all in one stimulus, this is very, very easy to understand if you understand that. But because we feel alive, like a block, you feel alive from what? You have so the first 1 or 2 years of your life, you may not know what happened, but then since then there's a dream that I'm talking about, usually the film, whatever, that block, whatever that block, we feel like we have been living. So that's the problem. But underneath that, there's another problem, because in the field also there's that same thing. So when we talk about cessation and is it the udaya, the rising and the cessation, it's in one chitta anyway. So there are differences in chittas anyway. I think Aranansi touched it maybe last night. Maybe Surangika can correct me. I'm not sure now, because my whole thing, not sure whether it's today morning, I don't know, today morning or yesterday, he was talking about these chittas again, or the night before. Because it's different, when one is in the stream enterer path, how the mind works, or how the chittas work, is different to after fruition chitta. So then comes second line. Then it is again path chitta, or the marga thoughts. Oh, sorry, the path thought. I don't know how to say that, but anyway, the marga chitta. So again, until the fruition chitta, we can't talk about a time in between because actually the time is a mirage. So it's all about these chittas which are different from each other, and also even the path chitta, or the thoughts, or what is it? Is there a word for that?
Prussian chitta, no, doctor, very difficult to translate. It's better
Prussian
to
is
say Marga
Pala
chitta
chitta
and
or
Phala
the
chitta. Yeah, doctor, Phala
no.
chitta.
Marga chitta, what is the word you
That
use?
is path, isn't it? Path. There is
Yeah,
no
okay.
other way to say that. Path.
Path thought or path, yeah, whatever that is. That one also changes. So this is very different. The Sotapanna Marga chitta would be different to Sakudam Marga chitta, but they are all different in different ways because it's how you feel. It's how you feel. So it's a complete something that we can't even discuss that much because it's something you feel. But when we try to talk about it, we can say it in such a way that every Marga chitta, there is application of Dhamma, but in the Palachitta, it's actually the moment of cessation of suffering. So that is that is how I can say. But anyway, you understand the logic behind this. Is the logic is actually because these are all chittas. So we talk about one chitta anyway, one thought anyway. We talk about one stimuli anyway. Why people are talking about a prolonged thing is because of ignorance. Because we feel like that, we talk like that.
Yeah, doctor, because conventionally we believe that when one becomes a stream enterer, he would have another 7 lives, no? So when he said that it's just 7 chittas, it's again not controversial.
He
It's
has
again
told
very,
that
yeah,
multiple times before.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah, he has told that
Mm.
like even maybe 5 years before. He has told that multiple times. It's just that these things haven't crossed your chitta, by the way. Maybe. Yeah, it is because I can remember exactly the point where he told that not long ago was to a mother in 5 a.m. because she asked about the same thing, and he told her like a long explanation to that mother how what she is thinking is completely bhavagami. Bhavagami is completely irrational way of thinking that there is a future. So that is what it is. You feel like there is a future. That is ignorance. You project it as like there is a future. There will be a tomorrow. There is a day after tomorrow. We talk about that. It's okay. Even Aryan Manse might say, day after tomorrow, start this English Zoom discussion. That's not the point. Actually, that's not the point. That talking doesn't matter. What matters is you completely feeling this truth is the most important aspect, because if you really feel that the projection is real, that's a danger that you are there tomorrow. It's a complete disaster if that is the case. If you are actually believing that you are there tomorrow. So each and every moment, each fraction of second is different. Its cessation, rising and cessation never happened properly because it was never understood. Cessation never happened anyway. because actually cessation didn't happen. So when the cessation happens, you will exactly know what it is, because you will feel this lack of internal burning. It's not actually outside burning. You have to get this correct. This is the alive feel that we are talking about. So the projection that there would be 7 lives even is a joke, I would say. I mean, it is a joke if you look at it in that way. But we can talk. I mean, we can talk. Yeah, we can talk. We are going to do this tomorrow. I'm going to work tomorrow. I have this, meeting tomorrow. Yeah, but if you're actually thinking, if you feel that it's true, then there is a problem, isn't it? Yeah. Anyone, anything to add to that? Yeah. Yes, Sudha.
Yeah, doctor, it's interesting when you remind that it is only that thought, 7 lives or 10 lives or whatever, only that thought is there, but it is also not existing, isn't it? That's beautiful, doctor. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that
it.
is something to be felt. Yeah. Surangika, do you have anything to add to that point?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, friends. I think it was last night, wasn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Your reference was to the action mind?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right. I have heard him saying that several times over the past so many years. It's just, some of those talks have been very lengthy explanations and some have been shorter. But I think, Sudharma, if you just search under the words Kriyasit, you will come across a fairly lengthy explanation, not even one, I think several from Aryan Mahansa, which will illuminate those points further. But what he reminded us yesterday was, as a stream enterer, we know that the first 3 fetters are eradicated, isn't it? So with those first 3 fetters is the crucial Sakkaya Ditthi.
It's not even stream mentor also. You can't, you have to be careful when you say it has to pass the fruition level to actually completely get rid of them. Because in path or the Marga Chitta, it is not confirmed yet. That's the thing.
No,
so
that's true. Sorry.
So there's 2 old ways, which we don't talk much, but there is always 2 kind of Marga and Phala. Yeah.
Yes, I think that was a point I grappled with those days, Dr. Kokila, and I think through the realization one understands that in the Margasita, that cannot happen. So when I said stream enterer, I meant the Palasita, what do you call it, the fruition point. Because if you think about the fruition point and then the 7 lives of Dharma, it makes sense, because if you calculate it, it's correct, isn't it? Because from the point of fruition, and then you go on to the next Sakadagami path mind, or whatever you call it, and then the fruition mind, and then you keep on counting up to the Arahat point, you'll find the 7 chitta, or the 7 lives, as people called it in the mundane world. But 2 things. One is when Aryan Mahansa said, what he explained was, so at that stage of the fruition mind, the self-view, the skeptical doubt, Vichikiccha, and the Silapada Paramasa, the rituals and various things.
Belief in rites and rituals.
Beliefs in rites and rituals, which are all aligned or attributed to the I, right? All those things kind of get dissipated. So that self-view, which is the part that he said was crucial, when that self-view gets eradicated, anything that is being kind of arising in the thought process or perceptions is not attributed to the I, because that is why it is so crucial. the fact that the self-view gets eradicated means that no longer will any stimuli, any mind object arising be taken as being attributed to the I. And when that happens, that is where he said that the defilements that were existent up to that moment, even up to the path of that path mind of that three-mentorer, there is an accumulation up to that point. But from that point, because the self-view has been eradicated, there is no longer an accumulation. What is accumulated will then only start fading. So it is a point from which it is starting to reduce and it doesn't continue to accumulate. That is why I think he said that anybody who says that the Buddha had the headache, the Buddha had the spine problem, all that due to karmic effect, doesn't really understand the pure Dhamma, because they don't understand the doctrine of cause and effect. They don't understand how this mind and the mechanism and the self-view and all these things, what the underlying truth is behind this entire doctrine of cause and effect. So that was that part of it. But then when you think about the word bhava and the mundane view of 7 lives, so they put it to how the Pubbē Nivāsānussati ஞāna, the wisdom of seeing past lives, was always attributed in the mundane teachings, Buddhist teachings, as being past lives, isn't it? But with
Yes.
this pure truth, we understood with Aryan Mahansa's guidance that it is the I is born in this moment, isn't it? In the thought. If something becomes real, the stimuli and the mind object becomes real, and then the I is born along with it. And that is where the birth occurs. So the bhava is the becoming, isn't it? If the bhava is the becoming, and that is where the birth happens. So in that sense, can you see that really translates well to the notion that the 7 lives, which was the wrong interpretation due to ignorance, was actually just 7 minds or 7 thoughts, isn't it?
7 minds. Yes,
Yeah.
7
So
thoughts,
if
7 chapters.
the thought, it's in the thought the I is born, and if the I dissipates, the fruition occurs towards the non-vibration also has to occur only in a thought arising in this moment, not in another life and another life and another life, isn't it? So it was very nice actually, but there will be definitely lengthy explanations if you go on to the main Buddothpada site.
So it was shortened to 12 minutes audio, and I came across that only, Surangika. And finally, Aryan
I
Maharaj
think
says,
the one you're
yeah,
talking about was the recent one. When he joined the early morning Sinhala Zoom, I did maybe that one. Because recently he came to the just before closure of that Zoom, he joined that Zoom and was talking about those
and Dr. Kokila,
chittas.
the last part was very interesting, and I actually wanted to ask from you about that. He talks about it becoming a single vibration after formless thought. It was said there up to the first.
That should be experience actually.
Yeah.
So even these 4 steps goes to that. So if we try to say that, so it's something you have to feel, but then when we try to talk about it, we can talk in different ways. But the 4 steps also goes in that direction. So when the outside is the perception, the outside would not actually give you any burning, but still the dream is true to you. So dream is the form world. So you feel you're active in the form world. So still it is mainly about the perceptions, whether, you know, whether it's organ based, I would say, not organ, sensual faculty based still. Because it's the form world has all the perception still. It's a sensual faculty based because the perceptions are faculty based. But when it comes to complete feel, you can feel this in one chitta, don't misunderstand. You can feel this in one chitta. So when it comes to the feel, it's just a vibration. Just a vibration. It's just the self vibration. That's from them only. You will never know otherwise. It's a self vibration, but Dhamma comes there properly. If Dhamma comes there properly, with all effort Aran Mahanse has taken all these years to give us guidance, that it is the vibratory effect of the sensory function, this complete form world attachment deattaches, or kind of the liberation will happen. It's just a fraction of a second. You might feel it, but the overall also, if you take it, prolong it, because we like to prolong all these things. It is the same effect. If you talk about this as like a long thing, in one chitta also it is the same, but in the long run also it is the same if you talk about in that way. Because someone who has actually know that what your taints are, or what your vibration is, and what is the non-vibration, definitely falls back to the water again. If you take the fish jumping up, falls back to the water again. So the fish is in the water again. So that means normal. There is a normality that was the normal water again. But fish is different now. What is the difference? Fish is fully aware that it's a perception. But the alive field also is a perception. It's a false perception. So the non-self perception is strong, getting stronger and stronger, and the self-perception is getting weaker and weaker. So the self-perception getting weaker means the keles, or the defilements, are getting weaker. So the self-vibration is getting weaker. So there are no way that the new defilements are going to happen, or new vibrations, a worsening of your vibration, or how can I say? Yeah. Worsening? No. It's all coming from medical jargon. That vibration, whatever the vibration level this at this moment, will not get worse. Is that correct? I don't know. Proper words doesn't come. So and then onwards, because there is a very distinct feel about the no self-perception, because until such time there is no self-perception, because there should be a no self-perception and self-perception. So the self-perception is whatever you felt for samsaric journey, whole samsaric journey. You felt alive, you felt the vibration, you felt as being there. And when it comes to the feel level, when we know that the perceptions are actually just perceptions, and still there is a fight between the perception and the self-perception and the no self-perception. So the self-perception, even though we talk about it, we understand that it's just the chair. How? Because that's the Dhamma that we kind of understood. Why? Because at that particular point of fruition, you have felt that it's just the vibratory nature of the sensual organ. So if that is the case, what was only there is the chair. So the perception of chair is what you felt all this time. And when you understand that the perception is just a vibratory nature of the sense of function, the sensory organ functions, the feel is going to get better than the mind perception. So the mind is going to get weaker. There's no power in the mind. Mind works. Don't misunderstand. Mind works, but the mind power is not there. So the main distinct between the feel, when the feel is there, definitely it is the chair, the whatever the sensory organ function that work to get that stimuli. Because you can see this chair, you can hear the chair, you can touch the chair, you know. I don't think we lick the chair, but we might smell the chair. Yeah, whatever the way. It's only through 5 sensory organs we can start this journey, isn't it? So the chitta arises from any of these things. So when you understand that that was the only thing, that's a single vibration it comes to. But what happens to that vibration? That's what is going to go to zero. This happens in one chitta also. That's what I'm trying to say. This happens in one chitta as well. But we can talk about it in longer aspect as well. You have to remember it happens. The whole thing can happen in the one chitta as well. Because in one chitta also to liberate, all these levels should pass. So the sensual thing, the form thing, and the non-form thing. Don't know whether it made everything.
Yeah, Doctor,
made
it's
it
very
so
clear.
complicated.
No. Thank you so much. And actually, when you were explaining also, I was like, it came to me that although we say 7 chittas or 8 chittas, ultimately it is to do with the power that automatically generated in thought creation. So
Yeah, it's a chair basically.
Yeah. And
It's a slipper. It's a slipper. It's a cobra. It's a daughter. Whatever.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, and Doctor, as Miss Surangika also explained, when a person gets rid of or comes to realization that there is no self, that one liberates from all these false views like self view, then a belief in rites and rituals, and also skeptical doubt. It itself is a paradigm shift, isn't it? Because they are the person step into the, now you wouldn't agree with me because you discuss things in a different level, but if I explain it from, this, my understanding, it is like one stepping into the right view, from wrong view to right view, because self view will be eradicated at that point, isn't it?
Yeah. We can take it very simple. It doesn't need to be very complicated. If you just if you say that person who gave the the Salua to Lord Buddha. Who was that? I forgot the name. There were a couple that had only one Salua, I think, and they the Ekasataka Brahmana or Ekasataka. That person had the one cloth only for them to go to the. It was like a thing that I think it was a tradition to put that on top, I think, and to go outside. I think they had to wear that. Otherwise, they can't go outside. I think that's what I felt, but I don't know. So you know that you know, it is such a heavy thing. It becomes such a heavy thing, and the decision comes with so much effort that you know, these are simple things. These are such simple things. You don't think a lot about it, but these are very simple things that that gives you so much free status. You know, it is like so that gives the path to understand Dhamma. So that's why talking with Aranwansi sometimes, you know, the mothers, we invite mothers to come and talk because there's so much underlying anxieties, underlying views, underlying heaviness we have that we can't even sometimes get into this chittas, you know, like how do I say that? There's no enough relaxation to kind of there's no way that it because it has to happen naturally. You can't actually forcefully do anything here. It just has to happen naturally. That's why even when Joel was asking to do something, what I said was just get the idea and let it go, because otherwise you're going to do something, and that impedes the whole flow. That let this power to become more, and power is trying to understand, like power is getting accentuated by the whole process of Dhamma. So you have to be very careful. I mean, this happens to everyone. So how do we know? It happens to everyone. So we know. So the even when we grab something like Dhamma as a knowledge, it is grabbed in such a way that you grab the news about the war or news about human problems, you know, like whatever the news. So this nirvana comes as a news to you. Nirvana comes as a topic to you. It comes as a, you know, something to achieve. And here you go. So we are trying to actually, not physically, but the free mentality of at least a baby, like at least a child, you know. But what happens is here, when you try to achieve something, it is like trying to achieve some money, trying to achieve a status, trying to achieve a good house, trying to achieve motherhood, trying to achieve good motherhood. You know, you want to be a good mother as well, not a bad mother. So you want to achieve something. So in that process, nirvana also falls into that category. And there is such an urge to grab that. And it never works like that. That's the main point that we have to understand. It never works like that. if it works, Lord Buddha's Dhamma should be wrong. It never works like that. So that is why Aranhansa is telling all the time, you have to actually understand and feel that nothing is actually real. There's no self, yes, but the stimuli is also not real. So there's nothing, whatever you feel is the speed of these sensory functions. It's very important because we never know when this chitta is going to come. So, but there are a lot of factors that Lord Buddha explained and Aranhansa is explaining. Aranhansa is telling all the time, don't worry. He tells in different words. I'm telling in different words because we are talking different aspect. Because don't worry means that to a normal person, there's so many meanings in don't worry. But here, this is mainly about achieving. The high achievers, Aranhansa always says high achievers will try this in the same way. That's why Aranhansa is always telling that it is closer to the mother who is picking gotukola in the village thing, or planting chili plants. It's closer to them. But the problem is the truth has to go there. So that's where this whole delivery thing comes. It should be delivered there. Someone has to hear this. So there should be some telepathization to happen there. Not all the mothers will hear this. So the high achievers would find it difficult because the high achiever is tempted to achieve. Tempted to achieve. But this is not a Dhamma in that way. Not a Dhamma at all in that way. So the trend, if it's a trend, you have to detect that. If it's a trend. It's only detection. There's nothing to do. It's only detection. What your habits are. That's what I was telling Surangika that day. We don't like failures. We have to identify the very fine stuff that is there, inherent in us. That's all. Just detection. If you detect that, you might fail throughout. You might fail the exam. You might fail the household things. You might, you might die. That's the most failure I would say to humans. They never want to die, even though they say, "Oh, I want to suicide." No, still they don't want to die at that particular moment. They don't want to die. So, actually, that we have to detect our patterns. So when we detect them, it becomes actually a joke. Yeah. Anyone can add something? Any sense?
Yeah, I think it was interesting. Yeah, sorry.
No, please go ahead, Dr.
No, nothing specific. If you have a question, you can ask Sudharma. If you have anything to ask,
Doctor,
yeah,
no,
please go ahead.
while listening to Dr. Kokila, it occurred to me that when people deviate from the field, it makes it difficult for them to grab, because those who are so educated are high achievers. What she meant was they naturally have a big mind. They have accumulated a lot of knowledge, so in the mundane world. But village mothers, of course, they haven't deviated that much from the field. Isn't it what you
Yeah,
meant of the
yeah,
question?
yeah,
Yes, yes.
yeah. There are several aspects in that. There are several aspects because there can be high achievers with the field too, but there are so many aspects in that. Just detection of these minor habits, even though they are minor, they are like inherent habits. When there is self-perception, we feel as we are there. It's very important to understand this. We feel we are there. That's why we don't want to die. So they are very subtle things. They are very, I mean, even the habits you might pick up, but these things that are, the self-perception is a very subtle thing. Self-vibration is even worse. It is more subtler than that. So the the duality we talk about in the all everything. It's kind of everything is in that mind bubble, that duality, and all the time, all the projections, the past, the future. But actual vibration has nothing like that. It's just a vibratory nature. That's what there's a samsaric effect there. That's what the the chains which actually cause the telepathization to any other vibratory nature area like the zygote. So we need to get that. We need to get that into that non-form level to actually see that it is the speed of sensory function. If not, this is going to be like acting as always true. And this field, the life field, is a normality. It's not a normality. You never know until you feel that there's an unself perception as well. Because self-perception is a normality now. It's a normal now. It's a normal for 50 years, 70 years, 80 years. If the mother is 90 years, yes. It's the normal thing. Self-perception is a normal thing. So this is like, that's why this is like flowing against the Shreyani's mic is on, Shreyani. Can Srangika mute? Yeah, thank you. So, not sure whether RNRC has joined, but I don't know whether we are running into the other Zoom as well. We have 4 minutes left. So
what happened?
Nothing, RNRC. It was about.
No, I want help.
What is it?
Help.
What?
Why sure, finding others? Are you struck?
No, RNRC.
What happened?
Nothing.
What
I
you want
just
to
saw.
know?
I just saw your name.
No, you asking about others is join is others room. I don't know why.
No, I was.
Zoom discussion is going no. Sometimes you have a question or something, you can ask. It's okay.
No, I didn't have a question.
No, I think you have big questions.
No.
That one is the question. Yeah, you haven't a question. That's the question.
Oh, maybe I don't know.
Yeah. Because someone is telling, that's it's okay. Uh, it's a family guy. Someone died. No problem. I call. I'm telling. I tell no. Why are you talking about? No problem. It's a problem. No. Why? He is die, no?
Yes.
No, but his Dhamma is nobody is here. No, you are thinking, no.
Yeah, it
What is this?
misinterpreted in different ways.
Yeah. No. You know, Buddha's time. So, how is the Buddha's feel? Buddha have sadness feel, no? Buddha have suffering feel, no? But Buddha not in the pain. Buddha not in the pain. Buddha not that type of, but signal like that, sad. Signal like that. That one, no? Is we can't tell the suffer. We can tell the sad. Why? Why is Buddha sometimes Buddha telling this? Uh, Buddha telling Buddha told this forest is very beautiful. No, it's a nice feeling. So Buddha's word. No, is the feel. No, it's the feel. It's the happy. There's the happy. So happy feel is there. So
Yeah, and
sometimes
when the other monks are shouting,
yeah
he didn't want to stay there. He
yeah
just left. Yeah.
yeah. Why? The feel is there. Buddha have that feel. No, that's a sense of feel. No.
Mm.
There's the sense of feel. It's okay, no? No problem for that.
Yes.
Because normally these senses are working. Taste, smell, and the sounds, and the pictures also, and the hot school, every like that same, no? Six senses are working, no?
Mm.
So normally, no?
Yes,
Six
sir.
senses working, no? It's normal, no? So the mind sensor is special because it's a beautiful, it's everything is there. Mm. Sometimes you sometimes Buddha like the uh, silence. It's okay. It's a Buddha's feel, no. The noise is somewhere. The Buddha not interest that. No, noise is headache. That's why. Other guys talking about Buddha like the silence. So other guys, other religions, um, they know this. They are telling the sutras there. They are telling they they know that the Buddha like the silence. So they are talking about this. Uh, Buddha is coming. They are in silence because Buddha like it. So the meaning is normally feel is there. Otherwise, the people inside Buddha have that feel. Buddha talking about it. They we won't help them because they are helpless guys. Though Buddha have that feel, no? Buddha know this, no?
Yes. Mm.
Yeah, that's right. But someone is talking. Buddha haven't that. We are talking normally. Sadness and suffering is ending, but sadness and suffering is ending is okay. But Buddha have that faith. No, it's
Yes.
okay. Buddha have that faith. Feel without the pain. How is telling this, Akokila? Buddha haven't the pain. How is telling this? Not inside pain, but the normally this mindsets are normally normal. Other guys same sensor type, but it's a sensor effect. It's okay. No, it's no. It's not. It's not a personally. It's not. We are talking about. It's not getting the. How is telling this? It's not a soul. There is no soul.
Yeah. So sadness
That's
without
right.
a life
Yeah.
feel.
Yeah. Sadness without a life feel. Huh. It's okay. Yeah. It's very interesting. No, I always talking about after Buddha, the Siddhartha Tapasa became a Buddha. After why going the visit the Yasodhara and the Rahul? Why Buddha visit the father? Because the today someone is talking
Yeah, they could have
no
said
children.
answer,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, Yasodhara, no, Rahul.
No. What? It's mind. It's a mind.
Yeah.
Feel is there. Feel is there. You know. Someone became a spiritual stage final effort is the Adhigata Samadhi we are talking. It's a super awareness. It's okay. Stage is coming. It's a final effort. No, it's a non-soul feel is there. It's okay. Nobody is there. No one is there. It's okay. It's a feel like a nature. It's okay. But that feel haven't. Nobody's. It's an non-soul feel. It's okay. There is no sadness, suffering. It's okay. No sadness. It's okay. But how is telling this? No sadness there, but sad also there. How is telling? It's very important because someone became this stage, spiritual final effort. So we are talking about some people talking about the enlightenment, but we are not talking about the enlightenment. We are talking about super awareness. It's okay. That's the final effort. It's a samadhi stage. It's arahata samadhi. We are talking. It's okay. But fast things remember, no? Remembering. So mind is coming, no? Fast. Someone is meet. It's okay. That's how it's coming. It's a sutras there. Someone someone came to Buddha and talking about the fast things. But it's okay. The happy discussion is going, no? It's a friends. So they are friends. It's okay. But after other side, but after side, sit down and discussion is going on Dhamma. At that time, no friends talk, no friends talk is there, asking what is this, asking the questions and given the answers.
Yeah.
It's a Dhamma is the Dhamma. There is no friends. Mother also. There's the Prajapati Therani. Prajapati Nan, not a Nan at that time. It's a Prajapati. Prajapati is a mom, no? It's a what is this we are talking about? It's a Prajapati Devi is there and given the robe, no? It's a
Gold
gold.
robe, yeah.
But Buddha not getting this. No anger or anything. But it is not good because Buddha is not how's this telling this? Why Buddha not get that? Why? I asking the Kokila. Why Buddha not take it? Golden robe. Why? That's why I asked you, Kokila. Do you hear me?
Yeah, maybe
Why?
like it can be to actually help mom to understand Dhamma.
Now
That
we are
can
talking
be.
about we are talking about the Alpechata. We are talking about the
Oh yeah,
that's
yeah.
word is Buddha's word is that one. Uh, it's, what is this?
Alpechitava.
Frugality. Frugality, I think.
What?
What? No, I didn't get it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Frugality.
I think the easier word would be minimalism.
Minimalism.
Minimalism is good, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Buddha is a simple life. No? Buddha. Buddha is always simple, no? Simple things, simple. No more fire, no more the find in the. It's not luxury life. It's not a luxury life. It's a simple life. It's very nice, no? It's a nothingness stage, no? That's why. It's okay. It's a understanding one, but it's sense. What we are doing. We are how we stay in this. We are enjoying, no? But Buddha is that do you enjoy? How is studying this?
We can't
How
call
is
it
the,
enjoying because
yeah,
enjoying
we
word
can't,
is
we can't,
already
yeah,
taken now, no?
we can't enjoy. But tranquility is there. Is it's not like that feel. But happy is there. But not like that inside pain. Enjoy is a pain, no? Enjoy is like that, no?
Mm-hmm.
That there is no pain, but it's okay. But enjoy is there, but no pain. That's the say. That's I think is good, no? Words. Uh, Enjoy is there, but no pain, no firing, no burning. That's good words, no? So, okay.
Mm.
Yeah. That's why it's like a picture. It's like other side, other type, simple type. This is the simple. Everything is there, but there's a simple. You see,
Yeah.
sometimes we know Jethavanaram is a beautiful is a monastery, but I think it's not rich type of. Sometimes it's a rich type because many sutras there, no, how is making Jethavanaram is
Mm.
Anepidisi too. He's doing it's a rich type, but Buddha don't want it. I think Buddha wants simple life. Always Buddha going the simple life because we know some monks so, they are doing some discussion is wrong. It's they are getting the some type of uh, the no Buddha's time
Arguments.
arguments. Buddha is going alone. No, Buddha is not doing that. Buddha telling this 3 times. This is not good. But they are not hearing that after Buddha going along. No, Buddha.
Mm.
We are talking about the other one. You know, it's a dark forest. What is that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know this alone feel is coming Buddha. That's the Buddha's feel, no, alone feel. Why is this world is not real? No, Buddha know this. Buddha have that feel. No, it's not necessary. That's why Buddha going alone. Buddha, why? What we are doing? No, what's we are. So, what's this world? What's this for colorful world is real? No. The sound world is real? No. This uh, for aggregates, no? We are
Yeah.
talking. Yeah, it's not real, no? Otherwise, okay, that's how our body feel is there. It's okay. Solidity, liquidity, and the this hot, cool, everything is our sensor creations, no? Given us. It's not real, no? That's why. Otherwise, our thinking world also not real, no? We are thinking, no? We are thinking gold is very expensive, no? this, it's okay. We know this our mind, not outside anywhere. That's why, Buddha looking the real one. What is the real one? That's there. There's nothingness, but everything is there. That's the important. Normally, life is going on, but nothingness also there. That's the realist and really experience. No? Very important this experience. That is why we can understand how is our thoughts are coming, how is our mind is creating, how is this senses is creating, how is this sensor power is coming, how is this alive feel is coming. No existent feel also alive feel. No, otherwise how is these are coming? We can understand. We know this. Our teaching is this. Is the Buddha's teaching. This what is this real world? What's happened here? That's why. Uh, why we are talking about nobody is here, no one is here, system is working. We are talking about this. No, it's like a simulation world. It's a sensory world. No, our sense are given this world. It's a simulation world like that. It's not a real. It's okay. Someone understood this process, this system. How is this power is coming? This power, no, this is a power, no. It's our
Mm.
feel also, no. It's a power. So someone know how is coming this li feel, how is this power is generating, how is this this power is more coming, no, more than coming. It's a defilements, no? It's a defilements. So someone know this Dhamma, everything is not real. Why why you want it? You don't want it. After what is this? What is the feel? The crave is fading, no? But the meaning is your defilements is fading, no? That's why tranquility we are talking about. But this tranquility we are talking, but your sense of creation, taste is there, is normally, it's something you are doing. It's taste, yeah, it's taste. It's a feel, it's a good feel. Is there is a good feel otherwise. Something you can smell. It's okay, good feel, yeah, that's nice feel. No problem for that because the sensor. It's okay. There's some features like a feel. No, what's that feel? It's a very beautiful. No, it's very nice. But it's okay. It's a sensor. No, it's a I sensor creation. No, otherwise your sound you sing some songs are very beautiful. No, it's okay. So it's nice. No problem for that. You can and yeah, it's okay. Otherwise, your body feel also, no? It's a comfortable, it's okay. Otherwise, your thoughts also, you're something you're coming your mind, it's like a dream. So it's okay, it's a very nice, it's okay, no problem. You see, inside, nobody is there. But this, everything is normally happening. What is this? What you think about Sudharma? What is this experience? Is very important. This how is this change is coming? How is this internal transformation is happening? What you think about Sudharma? It's very important. No, it's very nice. What is this tranquility? Everything is there. No, you see. Do you hear me?
We hear you, Aranasa.
Yeah. So Suranka, what do you think about? Yeah.
Yes, Aryan Mahansa, it is actually very beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nice feeling.
You don't know
I
when
think,
it happens, but over time, with the understanding, it turns into that experience. You don't know how, when you can't put a date on it or a time on it, but it's yes.
Yeah, it's a nice experience there. Otherwise, how is this changing happening? No, Suranka, it's happening. No, we are not doing anything. We are only the understand. No, Suranka. Understand, everything is happening. That's why Satyajnana is a true Dhamma. Is Satyajnana. What is that? It's understanding one. No. After what happens, inside change is coming. No. It's the Krutajnana. No. Nobody is doing. No one is doing. You also not anything doing. But it's happening. What's this? Internal transformation. No. It's very important. It's very important because your inside changing. How is coming? How is inside change is happening? What is this change? No more ego. No. No more ego there. It's very, very peaceful mind is coming finally, no? It's very nice, no? It's what's this? Loving kindness, no? Interesting, no? It's a good heart is there, no? So nobody's there, it's okay, but it's a feel. It's a feel. A non-existent feel. No, we are talking about non-alive feel, no? The existent feel is the power. Otherwise, alive feel also power. But this feel is, what is this feel? It's nobody is here, but everything can feel. Who is feeling? Who have this feel? Nobody have this feel, but feel is there. What is this? What I am trying to say? Kokila, what do you think about?
Yes, Aranasa.
What? Yes. I won't explain in this very well. I think you can speak English well, more than me.
Yes.
But you are not telling anything, not explaining. Sometimes you are explain, no.
I'm trying
No,
to
no,
explain
Mary.
Aranas.
This time, yes, Saranas only. It's enough. It's okay. There is my side, more buffaloes here. Very interesting. I can show you. Yeah, yeah, like our guys. They are normally
Yeah,
going their way. No, they are not. They don't know anything English or anything. They only the eat that grass. No, it's okay. They are going their way. That's good, guys.
Teruvan
I think.
Saranai Aryan Wahanse. What
Sarah,
about the
Sarah.
goats? What about the goats?
Goats,
Goats.
have you any dreams? Goats? Why are you talking about the goats?
No,
Yeah.
there are also goats also, no, with buffaloes there.
Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, goats. Yeah. Goats and buffaloes. And nice area, no? It's okay. I think not goats. It's other goats. It's a dreams. It's okay. Hmm. Yeah, it's a nature. Everything is nature, no? It's a nature feeling, no?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Aran.
Yes, it's a nature feelings. This is especially is my words is I explain every time. This is only the exhale and inhale here happening. It's a briefing. It's only the uh, it's only the only one action is here. Nobody's doing otherwise. This our body. So, body. I think it's the body reactions. No, exhale and inhale is the happening only one.
Yeah.
Nothing here, anything. But we are thinking. No value is here, but everything is here. It's very important. This last briefing is here. It's okay. Every time is last briefing, no? No?
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. No death or birth because it's only the what's happened here. It's only the Kriyasit. How is studying that English?
Action.
Function,
No.
functional mind.
What?
Functional mind, Dr. Kokila, that's what
It's
you
not a
did.
mind. It's only the actions here without mind. Only the action here. How is studying this? No body is here, but action is here. Like trees, like that, no? It's a moving. Tree
Yeah.
branches are moving, but nobody is doing this. The example is tree. The branch is moving,
It's action without the
but
life in.
nobody is doing. Yeah, that's type of our final. Our everything is happening. We are not. We are think. No, we are think. I I'm here. Me, my mind. It's a thinking. No, it's a thoughts. How is coming me, my mind? Something you are doing is there is you. You are do that. Are you doing that?
No.
It's a sensory, no? It's a sensor creation, no? It's a sensor creation, no?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
action.
Are you doctor? Are you given medicine? Others? Kokila, you are doing this? No.
No.
Where's the kokila? It's a sound only.
Yeah.
But everything is happening here. But no one is here. No one doing this. But everything is happening. It's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling. What is this nice feeling? It's not a thinking. It's a feel. It's a nature feel. It's a nature feel. It's a nice feeling. No? It's a nice feeling is this. But yeah, everything is here. Everything is here. Yeah, everything is yes, happiness, everything is here. But nobody worried anything. No, nobody worried anything. No. Who is worried? Who is worried? Who have worried? Who have suffering? Who have sadness? No. How is
There's
this?
no owner. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no owner. There's no owner, yeah. Um, Sudharma, can you explain this? What is this? It's a samadhi. It's arahata samadhi. You are talking adhigata samadhi. It's super awareness. Now we are talking awaken to the moment. What does this mean? Awaken to the moment. Everything happened this moment. No, someone, someone, something is thinking. This present moment only the thought. No, no, something. Someone remember this present moment only the thought. There is one thought. No, every second have one thought. But that thought is not real. That sound and form together coming, that thought is creating. No, it's not real. Chair, where's the chair? Chair is a sound. Chair have the picture. What is this chair? Is a thought. Is that real? No. Everything like this, no. There's example everywhere. So that's the thoughts. What is this thinking world? What is this? No. That's the mindful world, no? That's the sense of world. Sense of creations, no? Thoughts. Yes. How do you explain this? Awaken to the moment. The meaning is this moment is not real. That is why nobody is feel. What is this? It's okay. It's a knowledge. It's someone here in this Dhamma. It's a knowledge. It's okay. What is this feel? Important thing is the feel, no experience. What is this experience? What do you think? How you explain Sudharma? I asking this Sudharma. Are you free now?
Tell Saranaya Dhamma, yes.
Yeah.
That is, everything remains as the same, but the value is zero. Uh, the sensory organs capture, I mean, as a natural phenomenon, certain formations occur, but we are not, the person is not there, because not deceived by that, because the person very well knows how this magic is created, this illusion is created. So the person is not getting deceived by the formations of the sensory faculties, so the power gets zero. In that particular thought, the power will be zero. That is, the value is zero. So on this side, the self is not there. The self perception, that power is zero. So everything happens as usual. Since that power is zero, no fire within, no burning within. Is it that I don't know? Aryan Master, please explain that much I think.
Yeah. What do you think about? I think it's, we can explain this simply. Kokila, what do you think about? Simply words. This nothingness stage, awaken to the moment. What do you think about? Simple words.
It's just
Everything is there, no? But nothingness is there. This moment is the everything happening. This no.
it's kind of liberation from mind. It is even complicated than that. Simple words. Yeah, just there's no life feel. Because one has to actually this you can't really experience it inside the dream. You have when you know that the whole truth, you can feel that the power of the perception is not there. When the power of the perception is not there, you automatically it comes to the feel, and you know that it is just the vibratory nature of the sensory function, which is the Satyajnana part, but it comes there automatically. It's just the vibratory nature of the sensory function. It's the no self-perception, kind of absence of the burning. It's only one thought we can actually say this. It can be a bird's noise, it can be a horn of a car, it can be a tree leaf falling onto the floor, it can be walking, it can be any sensory function. It doesn't need to be anything specific. It's just any sensory function at one moment. This whole Satyajnana will come into effect. It just happens. All you have listened will come into action. That perception, when there's no power in that perception, automatically you feel that power of that sensory. It's just a sensory function. It's a sensory function of the vibratory nature, and that's the liberation. But this is all the Satyajnana part in action, I would say. It's all Satyajnana in one fraction of a second, I would say. But this can actually change the whole aspect, the way you looked at everything. Because it's like a break into the system. Whole samsaric journey, you felt alive, you felt as existing, you felt everything as you are experiencing. But there's a break now, just one break maybe, if it is just one break. There's a moment without that alive feel. So you know the difference now. Sensory function with burning and sensory function without burning. You just have to feel the difference. I don't think we can actually instill, or Aranwanse can instill into anyone. Aranwanse can only say that. Aranwanse can only guide us. And the Satyajnana, or the more you feel this truth, more it will come into action. I don't know whether it is simple enough, Aranwanse. Or it's too complicated, possibly. Yeah,
Yes, Kokila, I think it's you explain like that, like a dream like that. No, sometimes sleeping time, no.
Yes.
Sometimes very, very cool, no, these days.
No, it's very hot, Aranhasa. This is summer now.
I don't know. It's okay. Kandi Chandani is here, no? Chandani, what do you think about? Uh, yeah, Kandi Chandani and the many guys here today. Shreyan, Pushpakanti. Who is this? Yeah. Mic can unmute. Yeah. Sarvasarna. Shreyani Pushpakanti.
Peruvan Sarnay, answer. Peruvan
Yes.
Sarnay.
Who is this? Yes. Who is this? Where are
No,
you?
no, in English, no.
It's okay. It's okay. You are hearing. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Who's this Candy Chandani? Is there?
Yes, Aranhasa,
Sarna. What you how is talking about awaken to the moment? Is Adigata Samadhi, you know?
Yes, I don't know whether I'll be able to explain it in the way that Dr. Kokila was doing. Very simply, if I say that without the fire underneath, the stimuli are occurring and then experiencing the stimuli, but without any burn underneath, without the power like feeling underneath, without that heavy feeling underneath, the things are happening. And because of that, because there is no fire underneath, and because that heaviness is not there, you feel relaxed. You can communicate with the outside world, or you can respond to the stimuli or whatever. I mean, the normal life will be continued, but without any burning feeling underneath. Everything will be relaxed. What I said was Saranasa that it's something like functioning in two layers. The the layer underneath is remaining cool all the time, and the layer above could vary. If I tell an example, it's like a parent maybe shouting or punishing a child with a view to correct the child, but underneath that there's no anger or uh, there's no fire underneath. I don't know.
Yes. Chandani. Yeah, Chandani. But simple now, this awaken to the moment. Why we are talking simple, this awaken to the moment? Because, Kokila is a doctor. Kokila, we are talking about Kokila in the hospital. Kokila given the medicine. But awaken to the moment also there. What do you think about? Especially Saroja, are you there?
Saroja hasn't joined yet.
It's okay. Yeah. Oh, that's very important. Awaken to the moment everywhere. It's not a
It is everywhere.
concentration
Aranhasa.
meditation. Yeah. It's not a concentration meditation. You are businessman, or you are sometimes you are driving vehicle. Uh, is is your job is there? Your doctor, anybody is okay, no problem. Sometimes you are a student, you are studying something. Okay, sometimes you are looking the TV. Sometimes You are farmer. Sometimes what you are doing is okay, no, but everywhere. Awaken to the moment. It's everywhere. Sometimes you are talking with somebody, but we are talking about awaken to the moment. It's everywhere. No, that's awaken to the moment. It's everywhere. No?
Yes, sir.
It's okay. That's
Yes,
Adhigata
sir.
Samadhi otherwise. Otherwise, it's the Adhigata Samadhi we are talking.
ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ නිසද්ද.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, Adhigata Samadhi we are talking about everywhere. No, it's every time, daytime or night time or it's okay. No, everywhere. The Buddha's word is Yatha Diva Tata Ratre. What you are doing daytime? It's okay. Day or night, every time, 24 hours there. That's a awakened moment also there. Why? Every second, every moment, nothing is there. That's why we are talking about the Arahata stage, the final stage. We are talking about the super awareness. Awaken to the moment. This moment is nothingness. But nothingness have everything. There is everything. No? Everything is happening. Otherwise, what Tokila, that's why I told you, you are given the medicine, you are doctor, but inside transformation is happening. Nobody is there is no one is there, but medicine also given.
Yes.
You answering the questions otherwise, but nobody is doing what something wrong. No one happened that. That's the meaning is. It's not. Is there is no. That's why nobody is there inside. But like a robot, everything is happening. That's why Buddha's word is kriyasita. What's this kriyasita? No, there is no action and effect. Anything. There is not. No, there. we can't tell about action and effect Dhamma because nobody is there. That's why. What is this feel? What is this explaining? It's unbelievable. It's inside meditation. It's inside. It's internal transformation. It's happening. Nobody is doing this. It's happening. How is this happening? Someone understood this truth. It's happening. The inside change is very important. What do you think about Saroja? Do you understand? Do you hear me? Saroja is not there, no?
No, not yet, Aran's.
Okay, it's okay.
There is one Miss Chandrika.
Saroja has joined now, just now.
Saroja, do you hear me?
Yes, Aryanas, I can hear you.
I'm calling about the awaken to the moment. It's
Yes,
everywhere. What you are doing, your business or your job or what daytime or nighttime, every 24 hours inside, nothingness stage is there. Internal transformation is there. Is nothing happen anybody, but system is working.
yes, yes, Aryanas.
What do you think about Saroja?
Yeah. Once we understand or realize this Dhamma, what is this Dhamma means, that is not a knowledge, it is realizing its internal knowledge, not a knowledge actually. So once you awaken to this moment, nothing changes in your surrounding, your business, so what you are doing, your studies, or if you have any responsibilities, nothing be changed, but you have awakened to this moment because you never met that external world is existing or it is true. You are not in the ignorance ground. You are awakened to that moment. That how I can tell, because it's a internal formation, because internal transformation. Nobody can see you. You are inside, but everyone can see your, your dress, how you are dressing. You are normally dressing, and then you are going to normally to your work, and then or your office or your school or anywhere. Just you are working as normal day activities, and then nothing be changed. It is only changing your internal world. Means you don't meet any means world means yes, you have everything. You might drive, you can have a car, but you will use all of these things, but you never realize those things as a real means it exists there, but from your inside, because you are awakened to this moment. In this moment, if there are more past thoughts appear in your mind, it doesn't matter for you, because you know how this thought or one object has formed, because you have understand what is nama, name of rupa. Then once you understand this illusory world, everything happens normally, but you are out of that ignorance ground. It's if there is past thoughts can appear and it might be disturb you, but you won't care about that. You don't care about your thoughts, because you know that about the thoughts that is not real. Then you have no any stress condition or state inside you. You can work as normal. You might face you have to submit As example, you have to go to the hospital very quickly to see your children or your husband or your wife. You are doing that works normally, but there is no firing or within you, you are inside, no fire, no stress, nothing inside, but you are working as normal person. But it doesn't affect for anything of your responsibility or workplace or anything. That's why we don't want to be scared to understand this Dhamma. You don't want to go to a temple or meditation center to stay there. No, not happening like that way. Actually, we are speaking about what is this wisdom. It is arising within you. Nobody can understand that from outside. Only you can understand once after you realize this Dhamma. That is the main thing, because we can't give you this experience of this realization. You need to experience that to understand this. That's why we are talking, and then this Aryan Vahanse also asking all the time, come and see, practice this vidarshana, meditation, or this vipassana. Then you can realize what's happened within you, what's the internal transformation mean. That then you can understand. Most of them have a misunderstanding about this Buddhist practice. That is why Lord Buddha preached this is Sandittikai. That means its experience comes from your inside. That's why nobody can take this from someone, or nobody can give you this is the Nibbana. Then we can't offer you as a like a certificate or like that way. We can't offer like that way. It's happening within you. That's what I can feel. So the awaken to this moment is that is the vipassana meditation. It's occurring within you. We didn't meet a way of practice that leads to direct insight, a path where wisdom arises from our own experience. That kind of clear and a personal understanding, realization is the true vipassana path. It's it simply wasn't available to us before. Now everyone can hear this Dhamma regularly, because Aryan Vahanse keeps offering these Dhamma sermons every day. That's why, because if you could reflect deeply, you will begin to understand this for yourself. But it is very difficult, I think, to understand what we are talking. And then Aryan Vahanse is talking that there is no outside external world we can experience. We are experience only our 5 senses. Like that way, if we talk like that way, but nobody can understand if they are not very close to this path. I think that is the problem. Most of them unable to understand this Dhamma, what we are talking. Even we were talking about what is this Sammaditthi. This Sammaditthi means right view. Most of the monks and who are offering Dhamma sermons, they give some explanation for that, for right view. Sometimes there are misunderstanding. They give wrong explanation for the right view. That's what we need to understand first. What is this Sammaditthi? How it's happened? Once you realize what is this Sammaditthi, or what is this realization, then you can enter this path. I think first we need to explore whether you have a soul within your body or in your mind. We have to find out where I am living in this body, who I am. I living in this, or my soul living in this mind or body. You should find out who I am, why you born, why you die, and unfortunately, we don't want to find ourselves. We always tend to look for things outside. That is the thing. Things. Our mind keeps running outwards, searching for what seems pleasant or attractive. That's how our mind is working. That's how our mind is behave. So then we don't want to find out who I am, what is the soul, where is it, my soul is exist. Then once you start to find out those circumstance, means if you try to find out about yourself, then you will realize, and once you start to find out yourself, then step by step the wisdom arising within you, that's how you wisdom, I think it's start to open. I think today most of them talking about in science and psychology subject, they clearly understand this, how this visual perception or hearing arises. They know that there are electrical impulses are working, but they think those our eyes are also working, because they think that there are the lights are existing in outside. Then these fields explain how the mind constructs experience through this process. We need to understand it is the process by which the eyes detect light, and they say the brain use that information to create an image of our surrounding, and they don't know. They think that the all images producing through our brain. Our eyes detect light, then they think that there is a light and the images are existing surrounding us. They are very, very deep, hidden aspect of this that most people don't realize. It is a very, very, very deep hidden aspect that we have to see through our inner world. That means we have to look always inside of our senses, how it's working, because they think the lights comes from outside and enters the eye, and then that's how we think. But it is not like that way. Once you realize this Dhamma, you will understand everything occurring and happening in this moment. And it is also, we won't meet. That is, we realize this moment also we are in an illusory world. And they also believe sometimes that object truly exist out there exactly as they appear, but they don't see the illusion behind this process. That is the hidden thing we need to see. through Vipassana meditation. Vipassana meditation means not like concentration meditation. It's we have to do. There is a practical pathway. I think this is where the Lord Buddha's wisdom become extraordinary. Lord Buddha revealed the unseen nature of perception and how the mind creates a world based on that condition. How what we see is not as a solid or independent as we think of, as we assume. That scene arises when we see something. It arises due to that condition, not because of the external world poses anything upon us. That's why Lord Buddha, he pointed out about the dependent nature of the I and the object, light, attention, and consciousness. Yeah, only we can understand how the mind constructs the world. We honestly and carefully, we need to observe how this I, ear, nose, and mouth, how we experience the feeling. We need to explore very, very carefully, without taking the knowledge what you are learning from teachers or scientists or anyone. That is only knowledge. We have we have habits to collect all the knowledge, and we are trying to say we are very intelligent by collecting those knowledge. Only those are words, but we are not going through a practical. Practically, we are not experienced through Vidarshana meditation. That is why it's very difficult to understand about this Dhamma. Someone might smile or laugh at us when we are saying that there is no external world. Then they might say, oh no, there is a computer, there is a table. So can't you see? No, we can see. Everything is there. But all will dissolve from your inside, internal world. And then finally, you will not meet internal or external world within you. Within you, if I say within you, but there is no person. You might feel that at the when you go through this pathway, but without practicing and without realizing this Dhamma, it's very difficult to explain, actually. That's what I can tell you, Ariana Hansa. The awakening to the moment is happening, I think, after realizing this Dhamma. It's start, because without a samadhi, your right view, it doesn't happen, I believe.
We are thinking about small words, but it's a long time. Long experience, long explaining, no? It's okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Sranka. I think our time is now discussion time is now over. Tomorrow we can join again. So Saroja, this is discussion Zoom is going this. What is this? Is a PeoTV? No, it's the same link, no, Saroja. This
Yeah,
link is Are
I
you
was
joining
misunderstood.
tomorrow? Are you join morning time? This link? Is this link?
It's around 10:30 to 11:30 or answer.
No. Sri Lankan time is what's the time is this Zoom is non-discussion time? What's the time? 2:30 to no. What time?
3 to 4.
3 to 4.
3 to 4 or 3 to 4 Sri Lankan time, no? Sri Lankan time 3 to 4.
3 to 4 p.m.
No,
I
it's
think.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. 3 to 4. I think 45, 3 to 4, 45 is Sri Lanka's discussion is going, no? Sri Lanka explaining is going on. It's okay. I think it's 2 hours we can discuss. What do you think about Kokila? Now time is 5 o'clock, Sri Lanka here. 2 hours is going on. I think we can join others this time, discussion time. I think 2 hours is good discussion.
Yeah,
Not
actually.
enough 1 hour.
Yeah.
3 to 5, I think is good. 5 to 6 is Sri Lanka one. Is okay, Sri Lanka? It's okay. It's okay, Sri Lanka? Sad to say.
I'm sorry, Aryan Mansa. I didn't know that
No,
how long
Saroja.
this
It's okay,
discussion
no problem.
going on.
No. It's okay, Saroja. Saroja, are you in free? Are you in free this time?
Now I am okay, Aryan Mansa.
Daily, how is going on? Daily, how is going on?
Every day, I think it might be difficult because I have to go.
No, it's okay, sir. Sorry, we can discuss
When I'm
discuss
available
and just
when I have available time, I can join Arena. So yes.
Oh, it's okay, sorry. I think Pramita also here. I think we want to invite Pramita to here and others. I think we want to invite because 2 hours is here. It's nice, I think. Yeah, I'm very happy. What you think about others? This discussion now is going very well. No English, our Zoom. I think it's good. Many guys can explain otherwise, have the time otherwise. No, it's okay. 24 hours is going because daytime some it's globally and the time is daytime and the nighttime is changing. No, that's why 24 hours we won't arrange this. I think it's good. What do you think about Sri Lanka? It's good, no, Sri Lanka? It's good.
Yes, Aryan.
Yeah, it's good. Sad to say tonight.
That's okay.
how we are asleep, Aryan.
I think it's a very good discussion, Aryan, because you started off with the Kriyasil, and that was a beautiful explanation, Aryan.
Yeah, it's okay. No, we want everybody's ideas. No, it's okay. Sri Lanka here have the talk. The village guys are talking. No birds. Cow is the bird. No, what is this? Is okay? No birds here. It's okay. Crow also bird. It's very nice, no? It's okay. Many birds here. Now it's okay. No, sorry. And don't hurt anybody. I not think about. It's a simple. It's okay. Okay, everybody. Very happy because not easy to do something we won't do. Not easy, we know, especially the begin time. Yeah, it's okay. I'm getting the challenge every time. I'm getting the challenge. For Zoom is going one time. How is challenge? It's a huge challenge. Yeah.
I can't understand how you are doing
how is doing this? It's not easy. Yeah, that is the real challenge.
Yeah, Renas, really. Yeah.
Yeah, really, yeah. Kokila's thinking, I know Kokila thought, how is this Zoom is going on?
No, I know
day
it.
by
If
day.
it starts, it will work. Renas, 100%. If
No,
it starts, it's going
I'm
to work.
talking about before that.
Yes,
Before
yes.
this, is sumo always going down, 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 down. They are thinking about one day is closed. No, the mind is other one. It's the participant, not the anusot. It's
Yes.
coming. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah,
huge
it
idea.
is very beautiful.
Yeah.
The
We won't thank about our Nikini also. Otherwise, Nikini getting the challenge. Nikini told me RNS is a huge challenge. I'm also like challenge. Someone given us to some headache. Is a one Zoom is there. Now what happened? The three Zoom we are opening. now can the challenge? No, the real fighters are coming. No.
Yeah. And they give trouble again, it might become 10.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay. One Zoom is there. They are given the headache is virus, no? No, but we are open the three Zooms. What to do? It's good, I think. Yeah. Thanks everybody. And now is Suranka's time is coming. It's okay. 1 hour I have Suranka. Terwa Sarna, everybody. Keep going. I like you, everybody. I like you, everybody. Won't say help us because Nikini also here. Otherwise, the Hiranta, Harita. Harita is a newcomer, but he is like they are IT engineers. Nikini also, Harita also IT engineers. They are join with us and fight with us and given the good effort others. So this Dhamma very important. They know this Dhamma message is very important. We won't give this message whole perfectly. We want help Swaroja and Kokila and Suranka and everybody. No, everybody. Yeah, we want together. We want unique. We want do this best.
Yeah.
Happy
We can,
to,
Aranas.
yeah, very happy everybody. I'm very proud. I'm given to hosted in this. Appreciate everybody.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks everybody. Especially it's okay. Terasana. Yeah, Suraka, it's your time. Terasana. Terasana Saraja also. Terasana. Yes, Terasana.
Thiruvon Saranai, Dhamma friends, and Thiruvon Saranai to all our listeners. So let's continue with the true Dhamma explanations for the next 1 hour. And you're listening to the Buddothpada and Mahansa's initiated 24-hour English Zoom discussions that is happening through this channel and through this Zoom link, which is being beamed worldwide and can be listened to through the YouTube channel as well. So what just concluded was a very interesting, very insightful explanation. Of course, all the profound teachings are exposed by our noble spiritual teacher, Buddothpada and Mahansa, from whom we gain the inspiration and the motivation to explain this really profound true Dhamma, pure truth message to the world in as simple language as possible, as we possibly can. It is not as some of my Dhamma colleagues and Dhamma friends explained in the last couple of minutes. It is not an easy message to take. It is not an easy doctrine to understand because in this mundane world, everything that you have experienced, you have considered them to be true. You think you have been born to parents. You think you have had a childhood. You have grown up surrounded by various objects, people, and things. these things over the years have become of value to you. There has been a self-identity that has been created, and that identity has gained significance over the years. So this beautiful world is there around you, isn't it? And you are there experiencing the world, whether it is happiness, whether it is joy, whether it is worry or anxiety or stress, anything, any experience, any emotion. It doesn't matter. For you, as a person, you think that this is part of life. This is the world that you were born into. And this is the world that you are going to leave behind for your children. So this is the understanding that you have as you go around. And this is the mundane world's thinking. But when Prince Siddhartha became the fully awakened one, Lord Buddha, 2,500 years ago, he realized a profound truth. What was that truth? The truth was that the reason for all suffering that living beings encountered, not just human beings, but all living beings encountered, was due to a sense of existence, a sense of an alive feel, and with that alive feel, the existence of a self-vibration, which, unbeknownst to that living being, unbeknownst to that species, or almost involuntarily, these species and human beings do their very best to maintain, to preserve this so-called alive field, this self-vibration, because that is the only way they know that they are living. That is the single core thing that is being held on to, unbeknownst to them. It is a power that they have not understood, which is keeping them bound to this samsaric cycle. But what is this samsaric cycle? It is a never-ending cycle of birth and death, getting old, getting sick, and dying. And there is suffering along with all of that. So the suffering in the mundane world can mean that it's all negative things. But what is positive? What is negative? Everything is a concept, isn't it? As long as there is something taken to be real, the self-perception is there. The self-vibration is also there. And with that self-vibration, the vibratory nature of it, there is an underlying power. And until that vibratory power is diminished, the suffering is inherited. The suffering will not go away. So the exposition of this pure truth to our listeners is our way of trying to show you in different ways, because there are different Dhamma friends who are explaining right through the 24 hours, and through our personal experiences and through the understanding of this true Dhamma, what we are trying to provide in different types of explanations of various facets of this true Dhamma is that there is an end to this suffering. there is an end to this self-vibration, and that what has been perceived by this mundane world, conventional world, as being a never-ending, as being an existence, is only nothing but a mind construct. Again, a few minutes ago, a Dhamma friend said that the tendency for mankind is that the projection is always to the outside. We keep experiencing everything, thinking that there is an outside world, that everything is existing outside, and that there is a person here experiencing it. You are also very much part of that outside. Everything is there. Everything is therefore experienced in that manner. Rarely do we turn inwards to find the truth. Even scientists, even theorists, even philosophers, all these people try to find various theories and various dogmas, and all these are analyzed by using data and every other facet and concept which has been constructed. Will they ever be able to therefore find the truth? Which is why there was a never-ending search of it. And that search is still continuing. But the Buddha found this 2,500 years ago. And that is by understanding that the suffering occurs only through this false sense of delusion, false sense of an illusory world, or the illusory world not being understood as being an illusion, and by the creation of a self where no self existed. So we have talked about, or you may not have heard, but when we considered the concept of the so-called mind, we asked whether you think that there is actually a mind. Is there anything static called mind? Or is it just a series of thoughts that are flitting by? A thought is just a combination due to the sheer power of vibrations occurring at a speed faster than light. And these vibrations manifest in the form of light, in the form of sound, touch, taste, and smell, through the 5 sensory organs that human beings have. And a combination of that turns into another vibration called the mind consciousness, which is the thought. But that is only because there are 5 sensory organs for a human being. With that comes this thought process. Everything is constructed through whatever that gets manifested from these 5 sensory faculties. The chair that we use as a common example, all that is discerned to the eye is light, a shape, an image. And yet, how did we learn? How did we call that a chair? At some point during our childhood days, a sound has been associated with that image, that shape. And there was a learning that that image and that shape coupled with that sound is called a chair. In the same manner, another image, another shape, and another color combined together with another sound associated with it was called a tree, and so on and so forth, even if it was with regard to a smell. A fruit was given to be smelled, and then a tangy kind of smell emanated, and through that vibratory pattern and the sensations that arose out of the smell consciousness, a perception occurred. And through the speedy vibration that smell that occurred, the feeling that the smell occurred is understood, called the smell consciousness. But did it stop there as a smell consciousness? No, it didn't. The sound was associated with it and said, and there was a learning that that smell was the fragrance of a jasmine, or the smell of a garbage truck going by, or the smell or the pleasant odor of baking bread, or the good smells coming from some food that is cooking on the stove. The same with the taste. Some liquid was consumed and a taste arose. That taste was then given a sound as being sweet. And then it didn't stop there. That was again labeled orange juice, apple juice, tea, coffee, and so on. Same thing with bodily sensations. Certain sensations are recognized as heat and cold. It doesn't mean that the body doesn't feel it. Bodily sensation feels innately three perceptions or three sensations, which is solidity, heat, and cold. But together, all these combine to form what one can call a chair. So now when you think of a chair, you not only get the image of a chair that conjures up in your mind, you can feel the solidity of the chair because you have touched a chair earlier at some point. You know that it is generally made out of wood or some kind of fiberglass or that type of material. So there is solidity to it. If you remember the dining chairs around your dining table, you can probably even picture the fabric. You can almost feel the bodily sensation when you sit down on one of those dining table chairs. So how did all that come about? What was discerned through the sense faculties was just single separate vibration manifestations. From the eye, it was just an image, a light. From the ear consciousness, it was just a mere sound. And the bodily sensations was just solidity, hardness, and so on. But when these things were put together, a name was given, a label was coined as the chair. The same with the other objects. But weren't those all just perceptions? Nevertheless, when the thought arises about a chair now, one feels the solidity of the chair. One feels the hardness of the chair. One can see the color of the chair, whether it is brown or red or whatever it is. But you may not even have a chair even in close vicinity to where you are. You can even be, taking a walk along a park. But suddenly you remember, a thought arises. And this entire picture of a chair flashes across the mind. So did a chair get created in the mind? Did the color get created in the mind? So despite us thinking that there was light that got combined with sound, that got combined with solidity to form a chair, yet when the chair is nowhere to be seen, still the perception of light, the perception of sound, all these have got combined into a chair which has now formed in the mind and is taken to be true, isn't it? This is what we call a perception. But it is still only a perception, only a thought. There is no difference. Perception is actually just a thought. What arises out of the vibrations occurring in the senses is that it gives rise to a feeling. And the representation of that feeling is a a perception. And the feeling that is there, the feeling that the chair is there is what we call a thought, the existent feel. So you get the feeling, you get the notion that a chair is there and that it exists. And when you wrongly believe that it exists because you don't understand, or if you don't understand how this mind gets constructed, this thought gets constructed, you believe that a chair actually exists outside. And the more you believe that objects, persons exist, then there are values attached to it. There is craving, there is aversion, all through ignorance. And the moment an object becomes true, the outside world becomes true, a person experiencing it here is also born at that very moment. Not later, not earlier, at that very moment. So finally, all that is experienced are just perceptions. You have no idea. If there is no access to the truth, this whole world, society, operates under the notion that everything around them is true. Everything around them exists. There are living beings, there are inanimate things. All these things are true, and so they go on. But the world that is manifesting is only whatever that gets manifested to the five senses. And then, with the combination of those, mind consciousness separately operates as what we call a mind sensor. But ultimately, the construct happens. The eye can't see a chair. The sound or the ear cannot hear a train. The nose cannot smell a jasmine flower. And the tongue cannot taste a pineapple. The body cannot feel a chair. Who coined the word chair? Who coined the word tree? Wasn't that just a construct? Wasn't that something that was learned? So isn't everything that is experienced something that was learned through a thought? So how did it come about? The mind consciousness. It is the mind consciousness that strings everything together. The interpretation, the construction, the manufacturing, the production, whatever you can call it, happens only in the mind. The eye doesn't know it's a tree. The ear doesn't know it's a train. All that is discerned is the vibration that occurs in the eardrum, giving rise to a sound. All that too is a manifestation due to the sheer speed of vibration. So do we see a train, or do we think we see a train? Did the baby in the cot know that when the light was shone, when the light was put in the room where the cot is, did the baby know that it was called a light? No. There is a reaction to the sensation arising from the vibrations occurring in the eye, but the eye doesn't recognize that it is light. There is a manifestation, there is a feeling, but no recognition occurs. There can be some hearing for the baby, but the baby won't recognize it as a nursery rhyme, some children's song. No recognition occurs. The recognition, the identification, the labeling happens only through the thought. So is there anything in this world that is now experienced? Consider for a moment. Is there anything that is experienced which is not a thought? But the Buddha said that what we have thought as what we call a mind is nothing other than just a flow of thoughts due to the vibration occurring in the sense faculties, and through that the arising of the mind consciousness, there is a natural flow of thoughts that is occurring. That is just the phenomena of the mind. But with this constructing, these thoughts are not just taken as thoughts, they are believed to be the things that are constructed, coined together, are then projected to an outside world, which is then considered to be true. They are not considered as something that is getting constructed internally, which is why everybody runs to the outside. Everybody turns to the outside. When you say, oh, there is a rainbow in the sky, naturally you go outside and look up. And they say, oh, it's raining, and then you look out of the window and say, ah, yeah, there's rain outside. But when did that rain word occur? Wasn't that also taught? If you put your hand out, if you go outside and put your hand out, all that the fingers encounter are drops of water, isn't it? When did the drops of water become rain? When did the sound heard in a distance become the sound of a train? When did the smell become the smell of the fragrance, smell of jasmine? So these are all thoughts. But it doesn't end there. Because these are projected to the outside and one then considers this external world to be true, the notion that all this exists comes about. So the thoughts gives rise, the thoughts become objects, the thoughts become persons, people who are dear to you, your parents, your loved ones, your children. It can be objects. It can be your family, your house, your job, your colleagues, other things that are dear to you, things that you're passionate about, sports, hobbies, various things. All of these things become of value to you because you think that these have been acquired, you have learned these things, you have trained for these things, and so on. But isn't everything learned either in the classroom during your nursery days or being taught by your parents, even before you go to nursery, gradually, word by word, action by action? Even to say the word mommy, wasn't that said over and over again? Wasn't that sound associated with the shape and repeated over and over again? And that reinforcement, wasn't that the thing that then reverberated through the ear sensor and the image through the eye sensor to form a pattern, a vibration, which then telepathize to make the baby then think that, this is mommy, this is mom. So then what happens? When that perception occurs again, the perceptions telepathize, vibrations telepathize, and that entire experience that occurred earlier arises in this moment. And when the sound, when the image is discerned, immediately the thought occurs, the thought arises that this is mommy. And so in that manner, every object, every action, even the act of brushing teeth, learning how to brush teeth, learning even how to go to the toilet, you know how children are toilet trained, putting your shoes on, how to tie your shoelaces, what is walking as opposed to running, how do you bend down, what is it when you say sit down, shouting, raising your voice means shouting, speaking softly means whispering. Isn't every one of these things learned? Even the word softly, loudly, all of these are learned concepts. Everything is a thought, isn't it? Mental pictures are formed as the learning occurs gradually with every object, every concept that is learned, whether it is activities, whether it is a thing, whether it is a person that is named. Every aspect of it has been gradually learned. It's learned behavior, learned actions, and it is almost programmed. This is like data signals that are being taken in, millions and billions of it. And then with those perceptions telepathizing each and every moment, that is what is called living. But we don't recognize all of this like that. We don't dissect the whole thing and think this is how learning it is. This is what life is, or this is what living is. What we think is, oh, we've been born to a world. Here are our parents, we have gone to school, we have been taught these things, and now we can learn things through ourselves, through books, education, TV, radio, whatever that you learn, social media. And then this world is there, I am here, and we are. This is this existent power that has been given through these objects, through the stimuli. But as we said at the beginning, unbeknownst to mankind, unbeknownst to living beings and species, this mistaken belief arising out of the vibratory patterns in the sense faculties gives rise to a mistaken belief that these things exist. And that existent field then gives rise to a sense of being alive. And it is that sense of being alive that makes one again mistakenly believe out of ignorance that there is a self here, an I here, experiencing it, craving for something, wanting something, feeling an aversion towards something, worrying about something, stressing about something, and so on. But what is this something, something, something? That is because there is a belief that something, everything exists outside in a world, and I'm living in this world. I am experiencing it. But if one understands that this construct of this so-called world occurs only in the mind consciousness, occurs only internally through this phenomena of the mind, that it is a construct, a mental picture that gets formed due to the vibration and the vibration only. And that what was thought to be a reality of an external world was only a construct of the mind, and that therefore the so-called self that one thought existed was also just a natural evolution through ignorance, but that there was no such thing to begin with. From there comes the unraveling of this whole complex process. If one understands that these objects are just mind made up, mental pictures, perceptions only, and that there is an inability to actually experience anything in an outside world other than what gets manifested in the sense faculties, that is a profound, profound realization and can be obtained only by understanding this true Dhamma, because it is not something that is commonly known in society. The conventional world operates, this materialistic, capitalistic world operates on the basis, on the premise that everything exists. There is materialist, this is a material science. Even scientists look for the truth, look for galaxies, go and search and make journeys in space looking for unknown galaxies, all through the understanding, the belief that there is something that exists outside. But the greatest truth revealed by Lord Buddha so many years ago was that the world, as you call it, is only something that arises through one's own sense faculties. One knows no other world. one cannot experience any other world. The world is just what these sensor faculties construct. Even one sensor can give rise to the sense of existence, to the sense of a live feel. If you take the example of a worm, the worm only has the bodily sensor, the body sensor, which is why it senses the coldness, the dampness of the earth, and wriggles in to find the coldness, because that is the only bodily sensor that the worm has. But why does it do that? Why does it wriggle looking for dampness, looking for the cold? Because that is the thing that makes the worm feel alive. So the fight for survival, the survival instinct, comes from that feeling of being alive. So whether it is one sensor or two sensors or five sensors, every living species will have that wanting to keep that sense of alive feel going on, maintaining. Where in the case of animals, there is not much of a mind consciousness. It is very small, it is very basic. So they are unable to get out of this whole cyclical nature of samsara, or birth and death. Because of that, they are unable to find their way out of it. But for human beings, this is such a rare moment in this samsaric cycle. For human beings, there is a mind consciousness which is capable of being able to discern the truth, fight its way out of ignorance, out of the delusion. And so with the understanding of this Dhamma philosophy, we can first acquire as knowledge, or even as theory, you can call it, by trying to understand what is the mechanics of this mind. What is this so-called mind construct? How does suffering occur? Does the suffering occur because there are objects outside, or does the suffering occur? How does the suffering occur? The suffering occurs because with that belief that there are things outside and the external world is taken to be true, there is a power that gets built up through that belief, because the belief is in a thought. And how did the thought get constructed? The thought got constructed through the sheer power of vibration. And that vibratory nature gives rise to a current. There is a current that is underlying each and every thought. But in true Dhamma, a thought arises and ceases in every moment. There is no continuous thought and there is no continuous mind. There is nothing called a static mind. The mind is a series of fleeting images and thoughts. But what is a thought? A thought is a combination of form, color, touch, taste, and smell. It's the sensory perceptions occurring together. There can be one or two perceptions that are dominant, or there could be all of them in one. It depends on the stimuli. But whatever it is just those arising in the thought, nothing else. If you take, for example, a chair, as we gave that example a few minutes ago, say you're walking in the park and you suddenly remember a chair, the chair at home, some chair, like an armchair or something. So the color of the chair comes to the mind, the solidity of the chair, the feeling if you had run your hand over the arm of the chair, the feeling under the fingers, the mahogany texture of the chair, the arm of the chair, the smoothness of the varnish, Then if you think about the cushioning of the chair, the texture of the cushioning, all this will be felt. How can you feel it? It is only a thought. But you feel the texture. You feel the solidity. You can see the picture of the chair in the mind. Isn't this the great illusion? Is there a chair in the mind? Is there the hardness of those arms of the chair in the mind? No. But it is, you feel as if it is there. Isn't it? It is that feeling that is arising out of ignorance. So you feel that what you thought of was the chair in your house. And then not only do you feel that the chair was existing, you get a feeling as if it's there and that there is some value that you have attached to it. So it is that the defilements that arise out of her value being attached to something that was not even there in the first place. Because why? We've already explained that it is a mind construct. And yet they arise because these are thoughts. Thoughts are constantly arising. Past perceptions strung together through combinations of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell are always arising as new perceptions. This is what we call the thought process. In other words, the mind. Again, no static mind, but thoughts arising and ceasing in every given moment. But when a thought arises, it is something that was non-existent before. The Buddha said this very clearly in the sutras. A thought means something that did not exist earlier and ceases to be in the next moment. Auta sambhuta uttanam bhavisati was the Pali wording, I believe. It wasn't existing in the moment before. And without leaving any trace, it ceases to be. There is a becoming, and in that becoming itself, there is a ceasing. Without any trace. And yet, so every thought is like that. And these are just thoughts occurring in this moment. There is no past moment, no future moment. In this moment, what is experienced is only this moment. If you think about something in the past, if you think, say you accidentally spilled some tea on the chair in the morning when you were having your cup of tea. And then you think, oh yeah, I need to clean it up, otherwise there'll be a stain on it. But what happened? You took your cup and washed it, put it on in the sink, and then you put on your pair of shoes and put your jogging pants or whatever, and then you went for the walk. Halfway through the walk in the park, you realize, oh shoot, I forgot to clean that stain on the chair fabric. So now that thought arose. So for you now, is it just a thought arising in the mind? No. You're thinking there was a house, and in the house there is a chair. This is my chair, one of my dining table chairs. I spilled tea on it accidentally, and the fabric has got stained. And if I don't go and clean that, and it might be already too late, the fabric will be permanently stained. And then what are the other emotions that will arise? Oh, shoot, how can I be so forgetful? silly me. So there was a stimuli that became real, and there was an I attributed to that stimuli as well. And the moment the chair becomes real, the moment the stain, the fabric, everything becomes real, because you're not thinking about this as being a projection as being a perception in the mind or a thought. What is going on is that you think that you left a house to go for a walk, you left your house and you left the chair that you should have cleaned. So all that has become real, whereas all this was what? Just thoughts. If you take another example, so every aspect of this, every aspect of every type of this experience are all, if one is in ignorance, considered in the same manner. Even if you go to work, if you are going to take the train to go to work, consider for a moment if you are rushing to the train but you miss the train. And that's the last train for the next 1 hour and you have an 8:30 meeting. Consider what happens. Now you're immediately upset. You direct your anger towards the train, or you say it left the station 1 minute before the departure time. So the train becomes real. You're angry with the guard, that the guard saw you but didn't keep the train or whatever it is. And then all these things become real. But if one has access to the true Dhamma, one will then gradually understand that if this external world is only a construct in the mind, instead of projecting oneself outside and instead of blaming things around you, there is a turning towards the mind, isn't it? There is a consciousness and awareness that arises through penetrative insight or through the insight meditation. There is an awareness that of the emotions, the feelings, the thoughts that arise in that very moment. One would observe the heightened anxiety, isn't it? One would observe a building up of stress, a burning sensation, a heaviness that is arising from within. And one would also be aware that this is arising in a thought. It is a thought that says the guard should have kept the train, or it is a thought that says, oh my God, I'm going to miss the meeting. Isn't that arising in a thought? Isn't the word train a thought? Isn't the fact that there is this getting late a thought? Isn't late, train, guard all learned concepts? So are those really a thing? Or were those just mind constructs? But that is the way the mind works. That won't stop. But what happens with the true Dhamma is that despite the thought occurring, the thought can occur, the burning sensation of considering that these things are actually there outside will gradually dissipate. there will come a time that this external world and these thoughts that there are objects and persons in the external world will diminish completely. And then there'll be a realization that it is not the external world, but it is the thought. And that the frustration, the anger is arising from a thought. Then the attention turns to the thought itself as to what it is made up of. But if you have done through the true Dhamma that examination already, that analysis already, then one can see through that ignorance as well. One can see through the fact that the thought arising itself is there was nothing in the thought. And through this type of meditative contemplation, what happens is that the suffering, the anger that arises out of these various incidents, various occurrences and happenings in this day-to-day world no longer becomes a source of suffering, no longer becomes a source of worry and anxiety, because as much as the world and the objects are not taken to be true, the moment the objects are not taken to be true, the self and the person experiencing here is also understood to be only an evolution of a stimuli that was non-existent, and therefore if that was non-existent, the the self view also starts dissipating. And that is how the consciousness and the mind construct is understood, unraveled, and the power that lies beneath it, the self-vibration, the self-perception, starts diminishing, and with that the defilement starts diminishing gradually. There's a whole lot more of an explanation behind all of these aspects, but we invite you to try to understand some of the explanations that were given. Put yourself into these shoes and think about your own daily occurrences, your own daily activity, and the instances where, for example, something became a problem to you. And then try to see, how did that become a problem? What was the object of the problem? And was that because that object was considered then to be real as something outside, something taken to be true? Was that not something that was actually learned? Wasn't that just emanating from a thought and a thought only? And if it was only a thought, isn't a thought just a formation of a combination of just color, light and sound and touch and so on? And wasn't the light, touch and so on just arising out of vibrations occurring in our senses, but nothing actually that was there outside, but something conjured up here in the mind? And if so, is there anything that needs to be, is there anything here of substance to be worried about? And is there any person here to do the worrying, to experience anything, because there wasn't anything to experience in the first place? It is an incredible process. And through the understanding of this true Dhamma, one would understand that there was actually nothing here to experience, no object, no outside world. And this mind construct is just a mind construct. The phenomena of the mind will continue, just like gravitational power, electric power. There is something called the mind power. It's just a phenomena. But the true Dhamma will expose the truth behind this whole mind mechanism. And with that comes true liberation, internal transformation, and the path to non-vibration opens up gradually. So we've come to the end of the 1 hour. Actually, we've exceeded it by a couple of minutes. So thank you, Dharma friends. I invite you to listen. Hope you listen to the talk with an open mind and curiosity. And we urge you and invite you to continue listening to this true Dhamma on this channel as much as you can. Take it with a relaxed outlook and ponder over some of these points and come see for yourself, because this is a self-evident Dhamma, this is a self-evident truth that is being explained here. Therwan Saranai.
Someone asking, you can answer it. But you know, this thinking is knowledge. Thinking is not real. So this knowledge, you want knowledge, yes. You want first you want to know what happened here. You want to know the truth. So that is why it's a Buddha's time also, 2500 years ago also. They find the truth. What happened here? What is the death? What is the birth? What is the living? Living. Well, I feel. How is coming this? How is the senses of creations? So senses of creations is sense of creation is the effort is this your world. What's your world? Your world have everything, no? Chair, table, mother, father, everything, sun, moon, mango tree, and the variety of trees. But this this Dhamma, someone don't know this Dhamma. So people, you also, everybody have this experience. So Raga, this is the always continuing. Moha is avidya. You don't know the truth, you are in moha. What is this? This very word. This the Four Noble Truths we discussed before. So, right vision, right thoughts, right speech, right action, right livelihood. So, right effort. This what is this effort? Is samavaya. Right mind, mindfulness. What is this? Samavayama, samma sati, samma samadhi. That's awareness is here. So right consciousness is the final effect. It's a nothingness. It's not no anything is there. It's your mind ending. What's the no? Mind is normally working, but not powers. That is time. So Varna Samvedi, Varna Patti Samvedi. Yeah, that's a. So what is Varna? Varna is colors. How is colors is coming? Eye creations. Color is a sound only. Yeah, that is why it's the baby's kindergarten time. Given the sound, everything. But teacher showing the picture, and this is very interesting. How is this thoughts value is coming? We explained this 2 days ago. How is this alive feel is coming? How is this value is coming? Without value, without this feel, normally, what's your life? What's your life is time? You don't know the truth. You don't know what happened here. So normally, people thinking they have everything is happened to him, but someone understood this Dhamma. Everything is happening. Only incident. Nothing happened to anybody. That is the very worth, I think. So this right vision is the main part of this Noble Eightfold Path is dependent origination. But the special part is the first one is a cause and effect. What is the cause is you won't do something. That's what is the effect is, yeah. That is the effect, yeah. Cause and effect is the very worth, I think. So it's not easy because you don't understand. First is everything is coming knowledge. Otherwise knowledge is not a truth. Knowledge can be changed, but you know this truth, not any change happening anywhere. It's one way. Buddha telling this ekaino maggo bhikkhave. What the meaning is? Bhikkhave is a bhikshu. Is a ekaino maggo bhikkhave is one way to the nibbana, no any other ways. That is why ekaino maggo. So it feel that wisdom guys. What is the wisdom guys? Is someone know this our thoughts are not real. It's an illusion. We are living in our mind. We are thinking everything. So this want to be verified, very clear. But it's not clear. Somebody is going speedily, other points studying. But it's not bad. We are not talking about anything. But it's not real. It's not original. So what is the real? What is the original? You see, you. Who are you? You sometimes how you understood. So most of people have ego. That's ego is given pictures. There's a given there's ideas, pictures. So someone is believe in these thoughts, mind. That is the sadness thing, because something can be happen. But someone understood this first. So example, someone is understand they know, he know how dangerous for this. So understanding is good, no bad. But what is they are doing? They are doing wrong thing, no? Because everybody won't understand first is mind. So Sri Lanka here, our monks today have this problem. Somebody, so we can hear this YouTube. So others Dhamma discourses. So no more guys telling the non-soul Dhamma. Otherwise, no alive feel is here. So normally feeling is censoring feeling. It's not anybody. It's not. Yeah. It's a very worth, I think. So you know that normally that's how is your lifestyle is going. How is your what do you think about that's your this Nibbana way, Nibbana path. So first is the knowledge is a Satya Jnana. Everybody know now this. This is Kruta Jnana is the second one. This is Kruta Jnana is the third one. So Satya Jnana is there's a Buddhist philosophy. What is Buddha explain this word? What is the truth is here? That one is a Satya Jnana. What is a Kruta Jnana? It's a Kruta Jnana is a practically experience. You can get it. It's no doubt about it after that. That is why it is a Kruta Jnana. So many people are a Kruta Jnana try to doing. Yeah, it's okay. That's you can try it because you stimulus are coming, thoughts are coming. You can realize this one real or no. So someone understood it's not real. It's illusion. It's our mind. So it's a sound and forms and other five senses of feeling is there. No any other. These are together coming. That's the thought. So we explain this. Every thoughts have value inside, like a magnetic power, like electric power. So this type of this rhythm of going everybody. That's lifestyle. People talking about the they have birth, they have death, they have that's a death. They are thinking everything. They have birth, they have death, they have alive somebody. That's the existence feel is given this. So existence feel, otherwise existence is chair, table, kindergarten time, that's a little baby. So he know that's now after chair, table, mother, father, everything is like a data. It's okay. But it's interesting is it's interesting one is it's not real. It's illusion. It's someone realizing how it's happening, he can find it. Buddha's word. So normally you are living. So your mind is coming many things. So you would understand what happened here. So it's very worth. So that is why we want clear this Dhamma. No doubt, because you know this doubt is not good. You know there's a Sakkaya Ditthi, Vicikiccha, Silabhata, Paramasa. Tumsang Yojana. It's a Buddhist word. It's three. There's a combining points. Your circle of birth. How is creating this your circle of birth? How is this is continually happening? That one is the Sankara, especially. So you can see, you can realize today how is our school teachers and Sunday school teachers, how is teaching? So everybody is teaching Buddha's subject. How is everybody is teaching this? So they don't know otherwise truth. How they are given perfect real. So how they explain others. How this kindergarten that's the age that as a Sunday school teacher or your school teacher, how is explain this Dhamma? Someone asking how is became a Buddhist, how is happening that? So how many people can given this answer, this question? I know these monks also struggling. They are struggling because that's a karma bhumi. They are teaching others karma bhumi. They are not talking about the mind creation. How is our mind is coming? So it's I think it's a huge misunderstanding. But whole this world, our world, I think most of people like this believing after death, they are thinking they are going heaven or death. That is why they are making everything, their house and everything is doing because they won't know the truth. Otherwise, they want life. They want this life keep because you won't understand this Dhamma. You won't end in this circle of birth. How is you are doing this? You won't know the truth first. That's not only the Dhamma, not only the word, not only the any other type of subject. It's a real. It's your story. Every story is there. You can understand. It's very worth, yeah. So you have encourage. You want to encourage. You want to. That's a Buddha's word is the virya. Saddha virya sati samadhi prajna. Panch indriya dharma. It's a Buddha's word is 5. This Panch indriya dharma is Saddha is satya, is a truth. Saddha is a truth. Someone understood this Dhamma. He know the truth. He have that. That's a peaceful mind. That is the how is this coming? He haven't anything because he understand everything is sound and firm. So it's very worth, I think, understand first what is the happen here. So doctor also tried to explain that. So this is the very worth point is our mind creation. That is our these senses, eye, ear, nose, mouth, skin type, these senses working. The senses what we understand. So how is light is happening? How is sound also happening? How is this skin sensor, the hot and cool? How is happening? How is this? So you see, the unbelievable one is it's not outside anywhere. It's your mind. It's only the thought. Thought is not anywhere. You're thinking. This one is very special, everybody, to understand. So we won't talk about this today. Yes, it's a final day before yesterday. Also, we are talking. We discussed why all people in illusion. Why they not understand the truth? They don't know truth. Yeah, it's okay. It's our society. So our religion, so Buddhism, is it's like a other religious type. So they are talking about going to heaven. They are thinking that they are someone doing the bad things. They are going evil. So this is happening because there's a generating the power. So someone don't know this Dharma. You know any other idea? He thinking is good. Good work is good. Yeah. Bad work is bad. Yeah. Good guys. The good work. The good guy is going heaven. Bad guy going heaven. But it's not really happening. So someone try to end in the suffering. He won't end the is bad experience. So people talking about pim power, it's a peanut and power, but they are trying to go in that way. They are trying to doing good things, and they are thinking about going after the good place. But you cannot realize this. It's not Buddha's way. Buddha left it because how do you know how much you have defilements? You don't know. That is how do you know you are doing not? There's a many dana. There's a so try to try to stop this suffering, sadness. That is the point of Buddha also given this point, ending the suffering. So suffering is there, something is here, something is not in here, nobody is here. So that's the type of ending the suffering. So suffering is happening somewhere. So they want somebody. Suffering is it won't be experienced. So you understand this Dharma. You are not in here. It's a process. It's a system. Every time is creating the one thought is the happening. It's not here. So this is understandable. So someone understood this Dhamma is okay. Karma boom is over. Action and effect Dhamma is on. So real is the coming in front, the cause and effect Dhamma. Because that illusion is over. So that one is the avidya, is a illusion. So it's very worth, I think, understand our sense of creations. Sense of creations is given this defilements in this world and everything. It's your inside is senses are creating, your inside is power is generating, otherwise automatically is happening. So this power is going, this first is your vision, want to be right, bad ideas, guys. So more today also, like a Buddha's time. So not easy to explain the truth because how much you get in this, because you have experienced bad experience, the wrong experience, wrong vision you have. So, but you don't know it is wrong. You're thinking it is good, but it is not. Because that way, someone is doing something to find the Nibbana, but he's going wrong way. How is happening? It's not happening. That is why we want to talk about it. It's a very worth our story. It's not a syllabus. We want to verify. We want to clear this. So you can read that Tripitaka, the Buddha Jain Tripitaka. So there's a sutra, there's a Pali, but in the meaning sometimes you realize be careful because so sometimes you can't see that, but you know this Dhamma, you understand. So someone understood this Dhamma. So that is a special, because without understanding this Dhamma, nothing to do anything. Everything is normally happening. Everything is normally happening. He thinking he is alive. He is doing everything. That is why he has sadness and suffering. So this is the point of understanding. It's want to be very clean. So this point is understand. So everything is sound and firm. So is after that, it's okay. Some period you are realizing practically, you are trying to doing something because you are thinking, and you are thinking, your stimulus, your thoughts are coming, inside awareness is creation happening, inside awareness is creations happening. So that's a jnana, so you can feel it. It's not a thinking, it's a feel. It's a tranquility and peace and calm mind is coming. No inside pain, no inside burning. So this understand one. Yeah, but what you want is experience, because the experience is practically. It's not after. It's not believing. It's not trust. It's an experience you have. It's okay. That is a type of confirm what is that happen here. So we have experience. Many guys asking the knowledge. They are in knowledge. Many of them in knowledge. So inside the awareness, they are not. Their attraction is given inside awareness. You won't think this one. This someone is someone is looking this way, especially this inside awareness. It's not a normal awareness. Normally awareness is somebody is doing. Something is there. That's normally. But super awareness we are talking, Buddha's is a cause and effect dhamma. That's a vidarshana. Vidarshana is not a samatha. Samatha is no more stimulus, no more thoughts. There's no given to value. So samatha, we are talking about concentration meditation. It's not ending the suffering. It's not ending the defilements. So it's not ending the sadness, because there's a doing that leg cross sitting and breathing and exhaling, and the concentrated meditation people, but they don't know how is this soul is happening, how is this life feel is coming, how is this mind is creations. They don't know. That is why they are in illusion. They are thinking they are living outside. So they are thinking they are living outside. How they can find the truth? They can't do that because various of animals have individually themselves have that's the world. This world is individually just everybody. That's there are mind creations given, not anywhere. That is why it's not happening to outside. Someone thinking outside is not this Dhamma. It's your mind creations. So that especially is the your life feeling, your soul. That creation is effort is that one. It's very special, I think. As understand. The true Dhamma. The true Dhamma is talking about the truth. Dhamma is Buddhist philosophy. Most of them talking about Buddhist philosophy. But what's the truth? What's the real truth? What's really is happening? It's very worth everybody. So this I won't tell in this inside awareness. That's a super awareness. It's very worth. Because it's a jnana. Otherwise, Buddha is telling it's the jnana. How is jnana is not a thinking. Jnana is not a thoughts. Jnana is your inside is we are not talking about the normal awareness, because normal awareness is somebody won't thinking. Somebody think something this chair or table, or someone is thinking that chair is a chair. There's inside is awareness is coming. Yeah, there is not chair. It's a sound and films. Normally is people. Normally everything is happening. But inside meditation is normally everything is happening, but your inside is that's no any value is coming. These thoughts, no values. That's understand. Finally, is coming this. What is the truth is somebody won't understood. So it's very worth. This is the point of I won't explain this. That's a super awareness. That's the Adhigata Samadhi, Buddha's word. How is coming? That's a super awareness is normally is everything is here. Nothing happen anything. That is why. So that's a Buddha's word is Nisato Nijo Sunyo. It's a Buddha's word is no being, no living being, nothing existent. These thoughts are normally here. Otherwise, you can see, you can hear. Mind sense are also working. So everything is normal, but there's the inside. Not anybody is here. That's only the actions, creations. No one is doing otherwise. Nobody is here otherwise. It's a system is working. Mind creation is the working. That's the everything is normally you are doing. You are cooking or something. You are at home. Day-to-day activities is going. or someone is doing the job, or something doing. That's everything is you can do. There's no problem anything anywhere. Nothing happen, nothing change anything. But your inside is not value is coming. That's the ending suffering. It's very worth. That one is how is coming. That's understand one. First you want to know the truth. This is special. So I like someone have question or something. So this non-soul Dhamma and the cause and effect Dhamma. So more people in action and effect, but it's not Buddha's word. But they can't understand this because there's a case is the books. There's a Renka Chandramala Theros wrote books, Havanti Nibbana. So they are not that books haven't cause and effect Dhamma. They are talking only the action and effect. So they are given this our society to action and effect Dhamma. They are always talking about action and effect. It's a silly point because nobody is here who is the action and effect. But they are thinking they are in here. And how they can get this done? It's not easy. So more people today, whole world, struggling here. They want truth, they finding, but it's not easy. How they can meet this Dhamma? How they can listen this Dhamma discourses? That is why I try to explain this Dhamma English language. Because Sinhala Dhamma discourses I did more, 4,000 over. So Sri Lankan guys, who is talking Sinhala, know the Sinhala language. Yeah, more Dhamma discourses you can hear. But foreign guys, other guys, how this understand? They want this because this is the real one. How they understand? That is why they want English. I say I want to do this. Actually is my duty. I want to do this English language. Yeah, it's coming day by day. Yeah, so I'm trying to explain is my side. So your side you want to encourage. You want this your side have. So especially is the Sandittika Dhamma. No one can given easy. Because your inside is crowd becoming the truth. It's a experience. You want experience otherwise. So someone can join with me and discussion what is how is the cause and effect and how is the action and effect done. Why people in action and effect yeah, it's okay. Why Sri Lanka here, over there 90% over there in misconception. So they are thinking they are in Buddhist guy. I'm talking about the Buddhist people. Only the Buddhist people. So, Buddhist guys, I think, yeah, it's 90,000, 90 second. So 90 plus, I think. That's in misconception. They are in action and effect. Most of them. So same Buddhist time, Buddha's time. Buddha's time they are in action and effect otherwise. Buddha said Jatila Niganta Brahman. Today not Jatila Niganta Brahman. Today they are thinking they are Buddhist. That is why we are talking about as a Niganta Bhikshu. A Niganta is a Buddhist. Why? They are in action and effect. They don't know cause and effect. They are thinking action and effect, cause and effect. They are thinking everything is same, but it's not same. Action is effect. You are going, you want something outside. Action and effect, someone going outside is permanent because outside is real. That is why they are going that way. But inside meditation is a cause and effect. It's very rare. It's not common. It's not easily coming to you. You won't find it. That is right. It's okay. Somebody can join with me and your words given us. Someone can talk with me because this point is day before yesterday or we a few days ago we are discussed, but it's not enough. Many times I think I won't remember in this action and effect. What is the action and effect? What is the cause and effect? Because this is the point of your side. Is what's happened to you. That's very important, I think. It's a good thing is you don't worry about anything. Everything can be happen to happily. It's a good one. Because I feel my feel is like that. So this era is very valuable in Sri Lankans. So other countries have some problems the same time, especially the next year. So they are thinking their wrong vision. So they are going that way today also. They are making many weapons and they are made in then very so this is destroyable items, weapons also. Very destroyable items. It's if you want again and again think about it. So especially is the action and effect them. So you remember something example is so your baby if you're married is okay. Your baby is coming to you with you sometimes office. So you're thinking this example this example is you so normally that's a silly mind is it's okay they want to end in this suffering, so it's okay. The Buddha's time is also same no, they want to end in suffering, but how is happening end in suffering? So you have really this world is real, you thinking this world is real, it's not happening. Suffering is here, something is there, there's an existential field outside, but color is your eye, is otherwise is the colors red blue is coming to sound, but eye is given the light. These are together coming, that's the thought creations. Today is a move in that thoughts creations, but it's not real. So this is very special, I think. What is the real cause and effect Dhamma? Someone know. It's very nice, I think. It's not easy, but it is okay. It's very worth, I think. Because existence feel how is coming. That's sound and forms together. That's That's actually is you can realize this practically. That's example like this. That different type of tuning pork. One time touching, there's a ting and tongue sound is coming. There's the other side someone is there. There's a tongue is coming. This is a type of, yeah. So
Good evening, everybody. Everyone, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The true Dhamma has awakened. Volume 1, page number 84. Thoughts. We stop believing in the outside world. We see that it is a lie. Ashrutavat Prutalchana means the person to whom the outside world is true. It is real. Sotapanna means the person has realized the illusion to a certain extent, and he does not allow his mind to go in the direction the mind wants. He goes in the direction of the Patisotaya. Patisotaya means you have realized the pure truth, and now you see the pure truth in all stimuli you receive from your senses. You won't get tricked. You know that all what is seen outside is only thoughts. Now, please understand very carefully. When we were on the path to Sotapanna, The first stage in the supramundane plane, we let go of the outside. Saying the outside is all made up from the thoughts inside. The third stage, we did not discuss about the second stage yet, but more or less it is the same principle. On the supramundane plane is called anagami. All these stages are all levels of wisdom. They cannot be developed by force, by learning, or by thought. Wisdom develops automatically according to how much awareness is maintained. In the anagami stage, we also let go of our thoughts. We realize that thoughts are all lies. Then whatever we see outside, we have to maintain our awareness that it is only a seeing, only a hearing, only a taste. Meaning Mahansi, yes, Honorables. Aryan Mahansi, later, at the end, beyond the stage of anagami, you realize that there is nothing as thoughts either. But to arrive at that realization, you have to identify the formation of the illusory self in each thought. At the third stage, you have already realized that the outside does not exist. And we are already aware that any stimulus that you receive is only a thought. On the path to realize the pure truth, at this stage, you have to identify the illusory you in every thought that you receive. Whichever thought you receive, it is you. When you see a book, the book is the mind consciousness, also known as the Vijnana. Therefore, the illusory you is in it. The book is you. You have to be aware of yourself in the thought. If you see a book, the book is you. The mind consciousness gives you an illusory you in every thought. The way to be aware of yourself in a thought is, if you see a book, realize that the book is you. If you give a value to that book, and if you think that you want to have that book, that is you there. This is known as Dushtiya. Dushtiya means a false belief. The feeling of I am experiencing the book and that I exist at this moment and I see the book in front of me, taking me to be true, is called Sakkaya Dittiya. In other words, the feeling of I am alive and I am experiencing this, is called Sakkaya Dittiya. There is a very subtle angle through which this forming of I-ness should be observed. It is not easy. The Buddha said to observe the forming of the illusory self in a thought is more difficult than splitting a single hair of a horse into 100 strands by a clever archer. The Buddha also said that to detect the self in a thought, it is not easy. He said that it is like trying to see a rainbow through a dewdrop that is hanging at the end of a blade glass. What the Buddha says is to recognize how the self is formed in a thought, which comes as a stimulus. We look at everything by attaching ourselves to it. But if you can use the book with an awareness and without the delusion that you are using it, that is wisdom. Also, if you can be aware that the thought of a book arose, and then after that the thought of a brick wall arose, that is wisdom. Try to use things without the concept of me and mine. There is also called Prabhasharasita or purity. Within that awareness, within that purity, there is no self or a person. This awareness together with the Yathabhuta understanding allows you to develop the wisdom. Like how we know that the images in the mirror are not real, we should also realize that what we see is also not real. This is wisdom. When we look at the mirror, we need not even look twice at it to see if the images on it are real or not. We know that there is nothing in it. The same way, when we see things in this world, we should know that there is nothing in them. In the same way, we have to come to a realization that there is a seeing, but there is no body, no person there. It is not me who sees it. It is just a seeing. That should be the angle through which you should maintain your awareness. If you enjoy some good food, be aware that you are formed in that moment of savoring. When you react to the taste in a negative way, again you are formed at that point too. But if you see that there is nobody there, that there is no person there, and if you are aware that what you see is only a sound and a color, there is no thing there, That is wisdom. We do see images outside. We hear the sounds. We see the color. We see them moving and alive. Let us say that we draw a picture of a cat, a tree, and a chair on a paper. Is a chair physically there in a picture? Meaning Mahanse, no, it is only a drawing. Adan Mahanse, do you have live cats in a picture? Do you have trees swaying to the wind in a picture? This world is all in a picture. The world we see is also like a picture. Now, do you realize how deep and complex this realization is? You cannot explain this realization in words. You need to feel it like how you need to taste the salt. You need to taste the salt to know what the salt tastes like. No matter how much explanation one could give us, we need to taste it ourselves. What we are trying to say here is that once we realize the pure truth, we don't give any values to things that we interact with. Seeing the pure truth is awakening. You wake up from a dream. A newborn baby looks at the world without giving any values to things. His mind is pure. Meaning Mahanse, yes, the small child doesn't have any values for things. It is us who assign values to things. Aaron Mahanse, Mehnid Mahanse, I am going to repeat what I said because from what you said just now, I feel that you did not understand what I'm trying to say. Let's just say that we draw a picture of a book on a sheet of paper. Then we also draw pictures of a chair, a cat, and a tree. What we see outside is similar to the drawing we see on this paper. Just as there is no book, no chair, no cat, no a tree in this picture, the same way we see images outside, but they are not real. We see a cat, we see a tree, but we know that there is no cat or a tree outside in the world. There is no chair, nor a book outside in the world. What is this anger? Try to see it by contemplating on it. Meaning Mahanse, we have to stop receiving stimuli from our perceptions, that is sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste. Aaron Mahanse, stimuli from perceptions will not stop. When you look at the drawings on the paper, You receive the stimuli of a cat, a tree, a chair. But there is no cat, no tree, no a chair that truly physically exists on the paper. But there is an image of a cat, like how a stimulus would come to our sight. Do you understand? We should not give any value to them. When we don't give any values to anything, our desire to please our senses disappear. When we look at the drawing of a cat, we don't give any value to that drawing because we know that there is no cat in it. When we see a drawing of a chair in a paper, we don't give it any value compared to the value we would give to a chair that is physically in front of us. This realization, this wisdom of things not being real, helps to eradicate our desire to get attached to our senses and does not allow us assign values to anything that we see or hear. Meaning Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aaron Mahanse, this realization is the awakening. It is when you don't have a desire for anything. At this point, your greed, hatred, and delusion continues to melt away. When you see a brick wall, you are aware that a thought about the brick wall was formed. This awareness is just like that knowing you had when you saw the drawing of a book on the paper. When you see a book, you are aware that a thought about a book was formed. You will look at that book just like you would see the drawing of a book on the paper, and you would not give any value to that book. Just like you did not give any value to that drawing of a book on the paper. At this stage, you need to develop the Asavakya Jnana. Asavakya Jnana is the wisdom that will enable to you first to see when the thought is formed and then it ceases. Second, you have to have an awareness to see if you gave any value to that thought. Third, you have to analyze if you had an attachment or dislike to the thought that came to your mind. Fourth, you have to feel the amount of attachment and dislike you felt towards that thought. This wisdom is called Asavakya Jnana. Supposing you see a drawing of a nice sofa on paper. You like the sofa and you get attracted to what on the drawing. You think that you will Ask a carpenter to make it for you. Then you think of searching for a sofa like that in shops, and you think of buying one. You will somehow buy a sofa similar to the one on the drawing because you were attracted to it. Just like that, when we see a sofa outside in the world, we think that it truly exists. But actually, it is just like the drawing of a sofa you saw on the paper. It is not there. It is very difficult to make you understand this. This is like trying to tell you how salt tastes. Until you taste it yourself, you would not know what it really tastes like. But when you develop the wisdom, the asavakya jnana, you yourself will realize that the attachment, your desire for things, tend to dissolve when you see things outside with yathabhuta jnana. Whenever you see something and every thought get at every moment, the Buddha said, Tatra Tatra Vipassati. This means you have to have the awareness and wisdom at every moment to see that there is no outside. It is only thoughts that create the outside. This is vidarshana. You also have to have the yathabhuta jnana that there is no outside, there is no inside, that they are only thoughts. Also, see that the thoughts don't exist. They are lies too. You also need the wisdom of asavakya jnana to feel if you still have likes and dislikes. This knowing will give you an indication if you still have a self identity. Every time you have a thought, you should know how much of attachment or dislike you have towards that thought. You have to feel the dissolving of those feelings. As you practice awareness, you realize that the reaction towards the stimuli coming from the senses melt away. And at the same time, your self identity dissolves away. When we don't have any reactions to the stimuli, Meghinin Mahanse, yes, Honorables, Aaron Mahanse, supposing we see a book outside, but We do not believe that it exists. We know that it is an illusion. Then we don't give any value to it. Our I-ness reduces as much as the little value we give to the book that we see. It is very important that you know that your I-ness reduces according to the value you give to the stimuli that you receive from your six senses. Without this understanding, you cannot realize the pure truth. Also, if you think that you are different from the book that you see, then too you cannot realize the pure truth. Meherin Mahamse, Honorable Sir, most of the time I listen to the Buddothpada Sutra, the Buddha's teaching. I feel that the more I listen to it, I understand it better. Narayan Mahamse, that is very good. Each person has to identify some teachings of the Buddha that resonates more with them. Then they can repeat listening to it until the teaching becomes very clear to them. Coming back to our discussion, if you clearly understand the path and apply it very well, you will have a feeling of lightness. Meherin Mahamse, yes, Honorable Sir, I Mahamse, then you would feel that you won't find a self identity in that moment. You would be awake to every moment without a self identity. This awakening gives a blissful feeling. Meherin Mahamse, yes, Honorable Sir, Anand Mahamse, you have to have a very good understanding of the path. You have to have an awareness and wisdom to go on the path. Contemplate on all that we discussed today. Every time you taste food, don't own the taste as yours. When you have food, when you look around you, when you feel a nice smell, see if you are there in that thought. Then contemplate on how to experience that feeling without the self identity. You cannot experience anything without the self identity. Then contemplate on how to look at that experience and find you in it. මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ තෙරුවන් සරණයි. May the blessings of the Noble Triple Gem be upon you. Let's continue our book reading with the new book. The Truth Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 1. It is time to awaken to the pure truth. Let us talk a bit about the practical side of going on the path. By now, you would have listened to many sermons. I hope you analyze them all very well. You need to identify the correct path to nirvana, and you need to recognize the correct direction towards nirvana all by yourself. It is of extreme importance that you know the philosophy or the Buddha Darshana that the Buddha preached to the world. Without the knowledge of the basic principle, there is no path to nirvana. Actually, we should all strive to understand the Buddha's philosophy, and we should all practice and follow the correct path to nirvana. Everybody has to understand the Purva Pratipada, which means that we need to understand the philosophy of the Buddha. In order to understand it, we have to listen to many sermons, and we have to associate and discuss it with Kalyana Mitra, one who has already understood the philosophy of the Buddha and who has already realized the pure truth. We have to find out what is the truth in this world. Unless the Buddha teaches us and open our eyes to the truth, we would never know the truth of the world. In order for us to move forward in this teaching, we believe that you have already learned and understood the philosophy of the Buddha. Sometimes many of you must not have heard about the philosophy of the Buddha, and maybe you would not have realized the pure truth either. This sermon will be of most importance to the few of you who have already listened to and understood the philosophy of the Buddha. What we are presenting to you now is more than a sermon. What we are presenting to you now is our practical experiences of following the path to Nirvana. We feel that you listen to our experiences. It will be of great importance to you. We are going to explain about how to practice and how to go on the path. We assume that you already know about how to be on the path. In future, we will be releasing many sermons about how to be on the path, and they will all be useful to clear your doubts and find the correct path to Nirvana. We will also try to reveal the path to you by describing the discourses of the Buddha. When you keep listening to these sermons, you will begin to understand the correct and the practical way to be on the path. Let us focus on the practical side, on how to be on the path. We will be addressing the people who have already started to follow the path. It doesn't matter if you are a lay person or an ordained priest or a woman or an old person or a young person. What is of importance is that we all have a mind consciousness. If you have a mind, then you have happiness and suffering. If you have a mind, there is also a way to let go of your mind consciousness. If you have a way to let go of your mind, that means you have a possibility of attaining nirvana too. That means that there is a way to come out of suffering, and this is all that matters. It does not matter about the social status of the person who will be listening to the practical method of following the path. You can be either a king or a poor man. Both are human beings who have the fear of death. When you look at all people through Dhamma, they are all of the same nature. People really helpless. People are really helpless. They do not know the truth, which means they all have a false view of the world, a mithya drishti. As long as they are ignorant about the pure truth that the Buddha preached, they have a false view on the world of the world, which means avidya or ignorance. You have already understood and you have already know that the outside which we see does not exist. You have heard and you already know that we live only with thoughts. You already know that the four elements that we see outside is also an illusion. You also know that there is no outside. You know that we are under a false impression that what we experience as outside really exists outside. It is only us who name the na tree, the nougat tree, the mango tree, and the breadfruit tree, etc. We name all what we see in different languages, in Sinhala, Tamil, English, Chinese, etc. All the languages are only signals. They are known as sanya. It is only a sound. For each image, we assign a sound. The tying of the sound to an image forms a thought. A thought means it is a knowing. A thought means that you know it is also known as the vijnana or the mind consciousness. Sound plus image equals to a thought. So the tying of the sound to the image is the thing that creates a story for us. If the sound is regarded as only a sound, and if the image that you see is regarded as only a color, then a story cannot be formed. Then a thing or an object will not be formed, and there won't be any more problems for you. Ditta means seeing or chakku vinyana or sight consciousness. Sutta means hearing or sota vinyana, sound consciousness. Apply the same thing to the other senses too. Mutta means all the other three types of senses, feelings. Smell or ghana vinyana, smell consciousness. Taste or jivha vinyana, taste consciousness, body sensation, or kaya vinyana, touch consciousness. Let the smell be only a smell. Let the taste be only a taste. Let the body sensations of heat, cold, and touch feeling be only a body sensation. The story cannot be created for us. All the above explanations are only to the persons who already know the Dharma, the philosophy. We will not try to clarify the details of the philosophy to you at in this moment. We assume you know it already. From this point onwards, we should concentrate only on the practical side of going on the path. Now we already know that we have the knowledge that this world is not true, and we know that we live in a world of thoughts which we ourselves have created by ourselves. This is very clear to us now, but for you, this is only a knowledge, a learning. But you have not experienced the realization of pure truth yet, have you? Even at this moment, you continuously receive a lots of stimuli, aramunu from your six senses. Your thoughts are nothing but a flow of stimuli that you receive from your six senses. There is not a moment when you do not receive stimuli from your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind consciousness. This is like a machine. This continuous flow of stimuli or aramonu is due to the phenomena of impermanence, also known as anitya swabhava. Let us analyze what it means by a flow of thoughts. Can the blowing of the wind be stopped? Can you assign a beginning to the wind? Can you assign an end to the blowing wind? The wind that blows is a flow, a sote. It flows. The river flows. In the same way, the mind consciousness flows. The thoughts, the mind consciousness is a flow. The mind means it is a flow of thought. The mind is similar to the wind that blows. There is no beginning and there is no end to it. It is an unending flow of thoughts or Sitvili Samsara. There is nothing as a river. If you dip your hand into the river, all what you feel is some water or some wetness on your hand. There is also nothing as the wind. It is only a name that we have assigned to the blowing. There is also nothing as rain. If we try to touch the rain, all we feel is some water on our hands. It is us who assign a name as rain to the water that falls from the sky. Similarly, there is nothing as mind. It is only a flow. We assume that by now you have already understood that there is no such thing as a mind, that it is only a flow of thoughts. Also, you already know that this flow of thoughts is only an illusion, a lie. It is a false view, a dushtiya. The Buddha explained a few of the natural phenomena of this world. First one, the four seasons, Irthu. Second one, Bijaniya, the germination of a seed. Third one, Karmaniyama, the law of cause and effect. Fourth one, Chittaniyama, the forming of the mind. These are a few natural phenomena of this world. The phenomenon of the mind consciousness is when a thought is formed and how it ceases immediately. Now you understand that there is no person, no any form of life in this flow of thoughts. You also know that according to the mundane world or Sammutiya, we say that when we are born with a pure and untainted mind. And this pure and untainted mind is called Prabhasvarasiddha. Taints mean to contaminate, to pollute. Taints are raga, dvesha, and moha. If you have already realized the pure truth, you will always see the beyond this illusional mundane world, which is also known as Laukika Bhumi, and you will live without creating taints in your mind. But if you are still on your journey to attain nirvana, you have to realize that what it means by me in this illusional mundane world is actually the birth of your senses. Therwan Sarna, everybody.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Therwan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our noble teacher and our noble friend. With deep gratitude and humility, we reflect on the rare blessing of encountering a true spiritual friend who points not just outward but inward toward the realization of truth within ourselves. In the Buddha's teaching, noble friend is not merely a teacher of words, but one who reveals the path by helping us see directly how suffering arises and how it ceases. Such guidance is exceedingly rare in this world. So we pay homage to Buddothpado and say, Therwan Sarna, everyone. So we've been talking about the nature of the mind, what the mind is. What is this pain that we are feeling? What is the suffering all about? There's no problem if we have, 100% happy life. That is a person who doesn't have a realization, or person who doesn't have a understanding about suffering, or haven't had any experience about suffering. That's fine. That's all well and good. Nobody has to worry about spirituality or liberation of mind. And if we don't have it, we don't even need a religion. We don't need to explore the nature of death, what happens after death, and all that comes with it. All the religions. The problem is we have no idea where we came from, and we have no idea where we are going to afterlife. And also, we did not have any control over when we were born, to whom we were born to. And we have no control over when we are going to die, how we are going to die. And what makes us think in between anything that happens is under our control. Because simply there isn't any control. It's not a self-doing. It is not doing of a person. We mistakenly think that I am doing this. It's a system happening through us. The so-called self that we are so dearly believing in, have so much confidence in, is not an actual self. And this is why there's so much confusion. There's so many arguments about what's going to happen after life. Why we, even with the most advanced sciences that we have in place, we still can't explain our human experience fully. And these sermons, in the form of these sermons, we offer that, just that. And when you understand, first in the form of knowledge, and when kind of sinks into you, when it becomes, what we talk about here becomes self-evident to you, you will know what exactly is happening. You will know for sure, because nobody can be so sure about how their own human experience, how their individual human experience is created than you yourself. We do not need a population of human minds. We do not need to come up with variables to measure. We do not need to recognize patterns. That is not relevant when it comes to observing your own mind. The Buddha revealed a path leading to realizing how this mind, how your own mind works in real time, moment to moment, and how to end suffering. We call it the cessation of dukkha. Dukkha is suffering. When we examine suffering closely, we notice something profound. Suffering always involves an I. We always say, I'm suffering. I feel pain. Or I suffer because of this situation. This reveals a simple yet profound truth. If there is no self, there can be no suffering. Because to whom does the suffering happen? Although this insight might initially seem shallow, of course it does. As someone, you haven't heard this before probably, or you have heard something similar, but this is not it. Because as you continue to listen to these sermons, the depth of this becomes apparent, because you continue to realize this as a direct observation. What is dukkha? Dukkha, suffering. If we examine it closely, we will understand that suffering arises due to the existence of a self. Think about all the situations, all the emotionally painful situations you've been in. It could be a physical injury you're going through. It could be some sort of an illness that you're going through. It could be one of your loved one left you. You're probably going through a divorce. Probably your child is sick. Probably you lost one of your children. Whatever it is, if you were to ever think about it, if you were to ever talk about it, what would you say? I lost my child. I am sick. I've been suffering from this disease for such a long time. I lost a loved one. I. Without feeling, this I is there. So if we go back to what we were talking the other day, the newborn child, did not have a self, did not even know to call his or herself a self. Even when the mother and the father introduced the child to his or her name, as he was born, there was no name even. And then the father and mother has to come up with a name. After going through so many choices, they come up with a name. And then from that day onwards, that child becomes that name. David, Harry, or Paul, or whatever it is. It takes a long time for the child to learn his or her own name, because it has to become a thought first for the child. I am so and so. I am David. I am Paul. I am Elizabeth, whatever it is. And with the introduction, not actually the introduction of the labels take place before even the child calls himself, I am Harry or I'm David or whatever it is. Even before that, we talked about yesterday. He's introduced to the mother, the father, colors, yellow, blue, black, orange, dog, ball. So an image is given to the child, the familiar image of the so-called mother who keeps returning to feed the baby, to take care of the baby. So that image is given a label, a sound. The mother, mom. So eventually these two labels, predominantly the image and the sound, get entangled. And now there's a mother in the awareness of the baby. There's a father. Then this is how the thoughts are created, by entanglement of the inputs of the five senses. Sounds, images, smells, tastes, touch, predominantly sound and image. So that entanglement, if you kind of even now pay attention to whatever is in front of you, let's say there's a wall in front of you, that wall, the experience of really looking at the wall, moving your eyes around, just pay attention to that experience. And then move your attention to the thought wall, and there won't be any sound, but it will be a silent thought. But the thought is thought about using sounds. So a thought is in a way a variation of the sound. A sound, a vibration, a frequency. So that experience of thinking, the thought, and the experience of observing something with your eyes, or looking at something, looking at the wall, if you really pay attention, you will see they are two different experiences. In other words, the thought wall, the thought of the wall has nothing to do with the so-called world or the image that's related to that wall. Similarly, if you see your mother right now, if you look at your mother right now, the image that appears, that we call the mother, is different to the thought. The thought doesn't have a mother. The thought doesn't have a wall. The thought doesn't have a self. When the thought says, I am David, that thought doesn't have a David. Neither does it have a self. Thought is just a thought, just a vibration. It doesn't carry. It's just a signpost, like we've been discussing throughout. It doesn't carry. If you think about an elephant is a big animal, the biggest on the land. A thought about an elephant doesn't carry an elephant. Do you see? Do you see this? Neither does an image of an elephant carry an elephant. Without the label, without the sound elephant, an image of an elephant, even if it appears right in front of you right now, cannot become a complete elephant without that sound. It just becomes just an image. The elephant, the image of the so-called elephant is just an image. This big black image, and the black ends where the background colors start. So it's basically images, colors and shapes. Is the label or is the sound elephant an elephant, or is the image of the elephant an elephant? One is not complete without the other. So this entanglement creates an elephant out of nowhere. Like we've said, the image of an elephant. There could be a Chinese person standing next to you, and in his mind, when that image is seen, the name is not elephant. It's a Chinese name. For an Indian, it'll be a Hindi name or a Urdu name or a Tamil name or whatever he speaks. So that image doesn't carry any of the names that we carry in the mind. The image is just an image. There's no elephant in an image. There's no wall in the image. When you look in, when the newborn baby sees the mother, there's no mother in the image, but that entanglement with enough introductions of the sound, the mother, the baby babbles and eventually says ma, mama, and amma or mother or whatever it is. That mother, the sense that there is a mother out there is created due to this entanglement. So with time, this system of how thoughts are created, the mechanism in which thoughts are created, takes on its own turn. We know those non-self-starting engines in boats and generators. There's a string to pull, you pull it a couple of times and then the engine starts and it starts turning on its own. So this mechanism in which how thoughts work, this system, that is the same way it works too. Initially you give kind of a push and it starts turning on its own. There's no self doing it, it's a system. And with time, the system takes a thought, if that is my mother, if that is my father, there should be a self to whom this mother, father, bad, ball, all that belongs to. And that has to be that name they asked me to repeat so many times. I am Devi. And the baby, even yourself, you haven't seen your own self, because with your eyes, you can't even see your own face. Of course, you can see your hands, you can see your legs, you can see the front part of the body, and the back part of the body, you still can't see. So what do? You go in front of a mirror, you check yourself, and you see your face. Now, when you say your name, close your eyes, say your name, say that I am whatever your name is. The mental image that appears in your awareness, that's like a collage between the time you saw your left hand, the last time, the most recent time, the time you saw your right hand, the time you saw the front of your body, the time you saw your face in the mirror. All that came together to create the mental image that is relevant to the so-called self. So in other words, you haven't even seen your own self. This is just an experience of seeing. Wherever the attention of the eyes land, it sees only that portion of it. Even the so-called world that we think we live in is a collage of all these images that we've seen about the world. You know, that we've seen the images we've seen of New York. And again, the image of New York doesn't carry the label New York. So there's the mental aspect, therefore, not the mental aspect. The fact that you have New York itself is the mental aspect, is the mind, because the image of New York doesn't carry the sound New York that has been introduced through entanglement. And now, when I say New York, an image of New York appears in your awareness. Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building, the ferries, whatever you experienced. But a moment before I said New York, you did not have any idea about New York for the entire day, probably. So your world did not contain a New York or wherever you're coming from. Let's talk about where you were born, the city or place in which you were born. What's the name of it? What's the mental image that arises in your mind, arises in your awareness? Mind is that arising itself. There's no continuous mind. Mind is, when we know rain is water falling down from above. But if we touch, we cannot touch the entire rain. We can only touch some droplets of water. Air is flowing off the wind. We cannot, I'm sorry, the wind is flowing off air. We can never touch the entire wind. If we try to touch, we feel some coldness, like a cold temperature or some pressure difference. So that flowing of air is the wind, but the only thing that you can experience is that coldness and difference of pressure, some sort of like a solidity, like even if we were to call it difference of pressure, that would be a label. What actually you experience is that experience itself. We cannot use a single word or a name or a label to describe it, because if you do these exercises as we go through this, yes, this whole experience is stripped off of its labels and we are down to the raw sensory experience, which is what we all had, which is what we all have. But because of ignorance, in the terminology of Buddhism, we call it avidya, meaning ignorance, because you are not aware how this illusion became a self, became a world and a self. First appeared the world, first appeared the mother, the father, yellow ball dog, doll. Then appeared, if there's a mother, if there's a father, there should be a self. So that is the mind, the first thought, the mother, father, and then it continued to grow to become a self, a false identity which does not exist in reality, which is a mental construct, the self-identifying view. And with time, if you have kids, you know what this is. You observe this, but you haven't really seen this aspect, this subtle anger. Buddha once said, if you want to see a dewdrop at the end of a blade of grass early in the morning, you have to look at it with a very subtle angle if you want to see a rainbow in the dewdrop. So to look at the truth, you have to look with that same subtle and unique angle. So you must have had a couple of children on your own. You must have seen all this, but everyone's online. Everyone's online. Miss Jayanti, do you have a question? So you have to look at the truth that you have always seen in your experience about your own children, but you haven't seen this subtle angle, how a self matured into existence in the awareness of a child. This is the experience of all of us. We believe we live in the same world, but our own worlds are different. If there's 7 billion people or 8 billion people living in this world, their individual worlds are different, so unique. There are 7 or 8 billion individual worlds within them. So the happiness or the sadness or the suffering or whatever oscillations we have in terms of our emotions, they're not, they do not depend on this world that we have commonly accepted as our own world, or we have this kind of false thought that all of us live in the same world. Yes, in terms of in a material sense, yes, it may seem so. In a certain level of conversation, we can agree with that. We have agreed with that. That's how we've been living all this time. But if we really dig deeper into the nature of the self, nature of the suffering, what gives us suffering is where we have our attachments, where this world that should have just stopped at the raw five sensory world, because it got entangled, because these inputs got entangled and a mind was created. Now our suffering goes beyond the raw sensory nature and state, and our suffering becomes much more mental. It becomes a mental construct, and you will be upset, you will be sad, you will be heartbroken if your mother passed away, but you will not be upset if my mother passed away. Your world gives you suffering, not the commonly accepted world we live in. If the president of your country passes away or something bad happened to your government, you will be upset. But if the same thing needs to happen to my government or the president of the country I'm from, you will not be upset, because the world that has become your world, in which the center is the so-called self, that is the world that gives you suffering, not a commonly perceived world. And the idea that we live in the same planet, same world, is misleading. It is one of those subtle truths that we have to see when the Buddha says the world, that does not refer to the commonly accepted, the blue planet that we live in, but the world, my world, that brings me suffering. My mother, my father, my husband, my wife, my children, my country, my job, my workplace, my co-workers, my relationships, my status in society. Those are the ones that bring me suffering. So we have to kind of really understand the difference and see that it was never the solar system that brought me suffering. It was never the planet of Mars that brought me suffering. It was never the president of another country or system of another country. It is whatever labels, whatever elements, whatever things that became existing things with respect to this so-called self, which also became an existing thing due to ignorance. So if this is we've tried to bring out the fact that this is not just a regular sermon. In the way, there's so many contemplations that you have to do for these surface level truths, surface level logical, mundane truths to become your own reality. So in your own time, inquire into this. Is that so? Is that the situation? Is what is talked about here truly real, truly true? Try to look at your own thoughts. Try to look around and see if any of the labels that we give to these so-called things that we see around, except for them being an image, except for them being a sound, except for them being a smell, taste, touch, is there anything else? Are the labels connected to it other than in the form of a mental image? When you're eating a pineapple or a mango or raspberry or whatever you like, think about that for a bit. The image of it, just the introduction of the name brought to awareness that entire image. The texture of the fruit, the temperature when it's bitten into, when you bite into it, the temperature of it, how it feels under the tongue, the smell of it. You see that, you put it inside of your mouth. As soon as it enters your mouth, it's not in your vision anymore. You can't see what's inside of your mouth. You bite, you can't see how it's been bitten, how it behaves and all that inside of mouth. You assume this is how it breaks down. You don't think about, oh, I should move my tongue from this side to that side to facilitate the chewing or whatever it is. It just happens. Nobody's doing it. There's the smell. You smell it, but you can't see it. Yet the mental image tells you, I am eating pineapple or I'm eating raspberry. When you're eating that, you taste it. The tongue doesn't recognize. Tongue only recognize taste. Tongue doesn't recognize pineapple or raspberry or blackberry or whatever it is. Yet the mind says, oh, you're eating pineapple, raspberry, blackberry. Aren't we eating a mental image? Because the tongue only can detect a taste. The nose can only detect smell. The mouth or the tongue can also sense some sort of texture. When you bite into it, the sound of it that's detected by ears, it's never a composite experience. It's never an accumulated experience. It's raw, individual 5 different experiences, but collaboration of it, all of that coming together creates a full human experience. If you can see this in whatever you do, you will see the length, width, and breadth of the illusion. Not just, we talked about seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touch. Not just the experience itself, there's another aspect to this experience. When you eat, it feels like there's something, there's a taste. The tongue feels the taste. It feels like there's a taste. When you hear something, not just the sound, it feels like there's a sound. That okay, one thing is you feel the taste. Another thing is you feel like there is a taste. These are two subtle things that you feel, and you also have thoughts that say, oh, there is the pineapple taste, there is the raspberry taste, there is the smell of pineapple. There's a thing called the smell of pineapple. So not just it's a mentally constructed world and we think about them as thoughts, underlying there's a feeling that they do exist. And that's why even when we say, okay, the so-called self is a mental construct, the so-called wall is a mental construct, we are not saying there's no wall. There's an image. We can't deny that. But is that image a wall? If we dig deeper, you will see not everyone sees a wall. So we can, at some level, we can agree that we are seeing something similar. As humans, we have similar eyes, similar ears, similar noses, similar mouths. These senses that we have, these sensory bases that we have, they are similar in the humans. They are different in, populations of deer. Their noses and ears are different. If we consider populations of lions, their noses and ears are different. So we can assume probably their experience is different to ours. But if you dig deeper, if you do a little bit of research into this, into science, you will see a bee sees differently to a human. An elephant sees differently to a human. A dog, man's best friend, the dog, sees differently to a human. A cat sees differently to a human. A bat will see differently to a human. A bat detects radar and can see in the night. And cats detect motion more. Bees have more ultraviolet range in their vision. So if you dig deeper, you will see, even when it feels like we are living in the same world, when we come home, our dogs, they wag their tails and they greet us, jump around, gives us so much love and so much happiness to see that. In our minds, we go, oh, my good doggy, you're greeting me. And in our minds, we think the dog is seeing the image we think of as ourselves in the dog's mind, but the dog doesn't. It'll be a different kind of a view with different color ranges, different shapes. But both of us see. There are animals which don't have eyes, but animals with eyes, they see this. There's something. We can't say there's nothing, but there's something. How it's being observed with these senses are different from one person to another, from a human to an animal, from a human to a dog, to a cat, to a lion, to a bat, to a bee. So, is there a word somewhere, or are we referring to an individual experience with the use of commonly accepted language? Even when we say commonly accepted language, there are subtle differences in that language, the way we perceive language, the way we hear language. When I say government, your mental image is different to mine. When I say president, your mental image is different to mine. When I say the mother, the father, daughter, lover, when I say marriage, when I say a company, your mental image is different to mine. But we have a common currency called the language with which we can communicate, which is more advanced than what animals can do. They do have their sensory basis, but they do not have this kind of a sophisticated mind to communicate in such complexity like humans do. They do have some communication. They are able to communicate of danger to each other, able to communicate of whatever they do, bringing their children up or finding food, the basic functions that are needed for survival, about mating. But this human realm is a very special realm. We are not any different to any animal in terms of the need for the existence, need for survival. The fact that we are all part of the same nature, same process in which this world is created, same process in which the minds are created. Everything is created in the same mechanism, same universal law, same ultimate truth, same absolute truth. That is what Buddha preached, Buddha expounded 2500 years ago. The only difference is just by being humans, because we evolved from making basic sounds or whatever, like apes did. We evolved from that to one step at a time. Like, for food, we must have used some simple label or whatever just like animals, and we have evolved from that for years and years and years. And we have now, we are able to use our throat and make comprehensive sounds. And we are able to connect consonants and create more complex sounds so that we can communicate and introduce more labels. We have a more sophisticated system. From a very simple place, we evolved to become complex animals. First, we were hunting, and then we had the need to, that was a risky life. When someone goes hunting, he might come back, he might not. He might be wounded and rotten in some place in the jungle. So there was the need to store food. There was invention of fire. There was, they were able to keep the food for long. And then there was the invention of the wheel. They were able to transport the animal they killed over a long distance. There were then roads, and they needed more words to communicate gradually the life that's gradually become more complex. So more words came into existence, more thoughts came into existence, and then they figured out they can grow now. They can grow corn, they can grow rice, and then they needed houses, proper houses, long-lasting houses. So even more words were introduced to the language, to the mind. The mind became more expansive, the experience became more expansive from single, hungry, go kill a deer, eat it, let it rot or whatever. From that, now the mind is more expansive experience. Now, even after that, we became even more complex, and then we cultivate, we grow our own crops, we have time to rest. Now, the arts, the religion, their language is more complex. Now they can talk about things that do not exist in the physical landscape, like love of a mother, love, like what happens after death. So religions evolved, these arts, sciences, all that evolved with mind being more complex, and our needs became more complex, and our clinging, the things that we want, the things that we like, the things that we desire, then the things that we don't. Now we have a selection of options that we can like, we can dislike. They became increasingly more complex. So now we are suffering much, much more than before, than our predecessors, ancient men, because we have a more complex mind. Our son could die today, and we can think about it and create thoughts and cry and think about it for years. We know one mother would get over it and move on with life in about a year or two, or even less. Another mother would grieve the loss of a child for 10, 15, 20, 25 years. All of them due to having a mind, due to having things that become real to them. There is something out there. It gives me sadness. It gives me suffering. Because this is there. Because my car broke, I am sad. Because I lost my job, I am sad. Because I lost my mother, I am sad. There's always something to bring sadness to me. Always my emotions, my happiness, my sadness, always are derived from something external. So this, if you can see this, you will see the length, breadth, and width of this illusion. Now we understand that dukkha exists, or the suffering exists for somebody, for a person. If there's no somebody, then how can there be any suffering? This insight is profound, yet this is often overlooked. Whatever you hear through the words, the idea of it runs much deeper. If you can see below the words are a tool for communication. The underlying real communication that's carried through the words run much deeper if you can see. Buddha talked about vidarshana, Vidarshana. That was the first time Vidarshana was ever heard of. If we want to translate it to English, the closest translation that we could come up with is penetrative insight, penetrative wisdom. We apologize for not being able to give the exact translations because these were first appeared in these ancient languages, and by translating this to English, sometimes it just dissolved the idea. So as much as we want to be approachable in terms of language, so you understand what's talked about here, we also want to keep the meaning intact so that you get the direct message. So this Dharma, understanding this Dhamma and realizing this Dhamma, realization is a direct experience, it become directly self-evident to you is the realization. The path to that direct realization is Vidarshana or penetrative insight. What penetrative insight is, now we have a mind, we have thoughts. Even to say we have a mind is a false statement because we have thoughts moment to moment. When we say we have a mind, of course, conversationally we'll use that. Now, since you know what it means, you can always refer to the proper idea behind it. When we say we have a mind, it means that there has been a mind that's been in continuous existence from some past moment in time to this moment in time, and it will continue to exist until some future moment in time, until death happens. And that whole statement, there is a mind, is misleading, but we will use it because we have to use this language, and every time we try to talk about something else that is not the mind, we don't want to be talking about giving a whole definition about how the mind is created and what the mind is. So that is why, to listen to these sermons one after another, to get to these penetrative insights is really important because it builds upon one and another in gradually increasing complexity. So what penetrative insight is, when one has a mind, we can think all sorts of things that don't exist. We can think about aliens. No one has probably experienced aliens, but we can think of aliens being with weird ears like fans and weird eyes like pineapples, tall 10 feet by 12 feet. We can think anything. We can think about like weird fruits that grow in some kingdom. We know like these stories that we have seen, these fictional stories, mythical stories. These are all creations of human mind. That is something else. But what penetrative insight is, you have had some human experience from your earliest memory up until this moment. Then again, even when we say that, that is also wrong. Because we only have this moment and this thought. But until you get to that point, you should be taken into the deep with one step at a time. So be mindful. This language is used in a very unique way. So what penetrative insight is, You can look at your own experience. You can, if there's a flashlight or spotlight that's kind of turning outward and checking all the external things all this time, you can turn it towards yourself and scan whatever happened, whatever kind of thoughts this mind had, to examine and investigate your own mind, to detect truths about it. That is penetrative insight. So you look at your earliest memories. Does it make sense to say that without thoughts, we cannot talk about a memory? You look at your thoughts, you go through earliest memories, you take time, sit down, and start examining earliest memories. Is that the time I was in the kindergarten? Is it when I was playing with my neighbor's son in the backyard? Whatever it is, so that is penetrative insight. That is not you thinking things that do not exist, like as in fiction, but you're examining things that really happened, as in things that you have experienced, that things that this mind has experienced. And also in this moment, the most important, understanding Dhamma, first you listen to it in terms of, you gain it, take it in terms of knowledge, and you can use simple logic. However, Dhamma is not logical, because logic belongs to the mind. Dhamma transcends logic, because as you will see within your mind is not logical. One time you will love this woman or man like crazily. You are like, you will leave everything behind for this person, and you will spend few years with him or her, and the same mind will say, I can't stand to live with this person anymore. How do I get out of this? So mind is not logical. There's no logic in the nature. Sometimes there will be big trees falling on little plants. They haven't even lived enough to see this world the way we would describe it. But the nature doesn't care. Sometimes, people are dying in some parts of the world. They don't have food. The nature doesn't care. There are deers getting attacked by lions or all kinds of predators. Kittens getting attacked by all kinds of predators. The nature doesn't care. There's no right or wrong. There's no morality. There's no justice in the nature if you observe it. I mean, I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot me. If you can observe this, that you will see the nature doesn't care. When we look at the human evolution, there are so many animals that went extinct. The nature didn't care. Survival of the fittest or survival of the most adaptable survived. Or whatever nowadays, whatever the common acceptance is. But nature doesn't care. There's no logic in nature. So we have to understand that not because we say so, but really observe. Is that the case? Is that true? Does the nature care? Is that logical? Is the mind logical? How do we understand a non-logical mind? With logic, we can't. To a certain extent, we can. But The direct observation, the penetrative insight or vidarshana, is the path to directly observe your experience. And we'll talk about this more tomorrow. Thank you for thank you for tuning in today. Thank you for listening. Peruwan Saranai, everyone.
Peruwan Saranai, everyone. Peruwan Saranai, Harshi also. First of all, I must pay my humble worship to our respectable teacher, Buddothpada and Mahanse, for giving this opportunity to speak up in this kind of a forum. So, and Peruwan Saranai, dear Dhamma friends. I think Mrs. Harshi ended up her explanation describing, coming into a very important point, the penetrative insight. So, what is this penetrative insight? It is in other words, we can say, it is the noble research. It is the noble research. What is this noble research? In Sinhala, we call it Arya Parishani. Ara means the individual who walks along the path. The path was explained by Lord Buddha. An individual who is following Lord Buddha's message is the one who is the one who is called Arya. So this noble research is belong to those Aryas. That means if anyone wants to follow Lord Buddha, he or she has to do this noble research on his own. So why? So what is this noble research? The close examination and understanding of the mind. Whose mind? That particular individual's mind. So how it can be conducted? First, they have to have a little bit of knowledge what Lord Buddha said. In general, when we start some kind of a research, we have to perform some kind of a literature survey. So we have to know the context at least. So with that prior knowledge only, we can step into the method of doing the research. So that's why you need in this for this research also, for this novel research also, you need to have some kind of a basic knowledge. So that knowledge is gained can be gained through listening to one of the noble friend. So there should also be a friend with you who will teach the basic facts of Dhamma, basic things of Dhamma. So that is the literature that you that will carry some kind of a prior knowledge. So that will light up your correct direction. That will pave your way towards the method of doing this noble research. So at least you have to know what the truth is. What Lord Buddha said is, there is no soul, no self, no living being here. But people who are already in the mundane world, they can't even think, how could that be? That is weird. I'm living, I'm alive. My sensory organs are working. So how Lord Buddha said there is no living being here? That makes the hypothesis for your research. The research, the purpose of conducting this novel research is to understand, comprehend, realize that there is no person, no living being here. But we are doing, but we are starting doing this from the mundane world. We feel that we are living. But Lord Buddha said, there is nothing to be felt as alive. That is the bridge. That is the gap. That becomes the that thing becomes the question for the research. How this happen? So then you need to know some little bit of truth, absolute truth. Truth is well said in Tripitaka and sutras, and you can ask one of your Kalyana Mitra. They will tell you. That's why you need to listen these kind of sermons. You have to have some kind of a prior knowledge before you start your own research. So then what? Then after learning these things, what is the method of seeing it? The practice. Lord Buddha explained this in 2 stages. First half as Pura Bhagavatipada, second half as Apara Bhagavatipada. First half totally depend on the literature that you should know. Literature is the truth that you have to know. Then the methodology, the practical way of doing it. Here it comes the Satara Satipatthana. For, I don't know the English, I can't remember the English word for that. I'm sorry. So in Pali, that is Satara Satipatthana. So the entire thing is brings you the penetrative insight. Ultimately, what will happen? It will turn up to the penetrative wisdom. Wisdom is something you feel. Wisdom is something you feel. It cannot be taken into the mind, because always mind is the liar. Within this entire activity, don't keep faith in your mind. Mind is the liar. You should focus to the underlying feel. Penetrate you inside. Earlier you will have some kind of a knowledge, and you tend to feel this Dhamma within you. At the end of this Dhamma, the complete transformation will happen. That is called the internal transformation. That is the end of your research. That point you feel that you have come to the end of the research. That will make you complete internal transformation. So this vidarshana, or the penetrative insight, ultimately we can say something that you feel. Earlier you felt your mind because the ignorance was there at the starting point of your noble research. But as the ignorance getting faded away, your wisdom will come up. This advancement of wisdom makes you to feel that there is no one, no self here, no living being here. That is the true realization. You start the journey with your mind, but you say goodbye to the mind in the midway, and ultimately you will achieve the state of true liberation of your mind. So earlier I said the mind is the liar. So you will achieve the complete liberation from the liar. So then of course you will be in the truth. Truth is something you feel. Truth is not cannot be limited to certain set of books, Tripitaka or Pali stanza or whatsoever. The truth is something that you feel. What is that feeling? Feeling is Nisato Nijivo Sunyo feeling. After becoming state of Buddha, Buddha met one person. The name was Upaka. Upaka asked some questions from Buddha, Lord Buddha. My Lord, are you a human? He asked. Lord Buddha replied, no, I am not a human. Then asked, are you a devil. Lord Buddha replied, I'm not a devil even. If not, are you a god? Then Buddha explained. Buddha said, no, I'm not a god either. So then Upaka asked, if you are not a human, not a god, not a evil, devil, what sort of a being you are? Then the reply was, I am Buddha. So what is the state of Buddha? Buddha is the attainment of to the pure truth. That is the another kind of a state. It does not belong to anything, any realm. It does not belong to any realm. So as far as we know, there are, Lord Buddha have said, there are 31 realms. So it does not belong to any realms. Realms are in the world full of vibrations. Vibration in the sense duality. Whenever the duality is produced, a kind of vibration will be there. If there is some kind of a vibration, it belongs to any kind, it can be belong to any kind of realm out of 31 realms. But the state of non-vibration is the Buddha state. It does not belong to any realm, any kingdom of some things. So that's why Lord Buddha answered Upaka, I'm not a god, I'm not a evil, I'm not a human, I am the Buddha. So after doing the noble research, after having the full internal transformation, what is the state you will achieve? Same state who achieved 2500 years ago, the state of Buddha. You will achieve the same state. So in Buddha's, in our world, there are no individualities. Everything will be same. Because nine vibration is the non-vibration. So that is the state you actually feel Nisato Nichi of Sunyo. That is the wisdom. In that point, you are not a human anymore. Even your appearance looks like a human, but you are not a human because you achieve the state of non-vibration. The self is gone. The individual self-identity is gone. There is no kind of individuality. So you attain the state of Buddha. Everybody will come after seeing this Dhamma. That's why Lord Buddha said, Upasaka, Upasika, and Bhikkhu, Bhikkhus, everybody can achieve this state. So what you have to do for that? You need to follow the Buddha's word. You have to develop the penetrative insight within you. There should be some kind of courage for that. You have to have that courage. Maybe at the initial state, it comes from your mind. That is all right. Because we have been deceived for such a long period for the mind. So, at, that much. So we can't get liberated from mind in that speed, in that so quickly. We can't get rid of. So that's why Lord Buddha has declared the path for that. So we have to move along this path gradually in our own pace. So how much you understand, how much you comprehend this Dhamma, that much you will feel that you are liberating from your mind. You tend to see the behavior of your mind, how it behaves in certain instances. Sometimes the mind, you believe in your mind, you tend to believe your mind and do certain things. But at the same time, you will see, wow, I got deceived from the mind in this very particular moment. So what is the problem? I still have to do more practice Dhamma. I still have to practice more and more Dhamma. So what is this Dhamma? Yesterday we talked about these things. I think all of our colleagues also have talked about these things. What is this Dhamma? Studying the system of creation of the mind. We keep on telling this again and again because people don't know that their mind is the magician. The mind creates so many things for you. So you get deceived by those things. As long as you get fooled with those creations, the suffering will be there for you. Once you start understanding this Dhamma, this Dhamma, that means your mind, the liberation start to happen gradually. You will feel that as well. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. You will feel that you are liberating from your mind gradually. That is the path. There are 4 steps, 4 stages. It is described in Tripitaka as well. But there are no clear demarcation in these things. First, you get to know from the literature survey, from the Dhamma you have listened from your noble friend, that there is no self in here. That is only for the knowledge. At the initial state, that is only for the knowledge. So, for the knowledge, Lord Buddha has said something like this. What is that? There is no person here. Wow. So, if Lord Buddha had said so, there should be some kind of a truth in it. So, what should I do now? I would investigate and see whether Lord Buddha is correct or not. Lord Buddha also said that even though it has been said by a Buddha or Arahat, don't believe. Just do your own experiment and see whether the statement is true or not. If it is really fixed with your insight or your understanding, just believe it. Just take it as real. Otherwise, you leave it aside and go. Ever Balav, come and have a look. That's why Lord Buddha said like that. This is not another kind of a religion. Lord Buddha said the truth of everything, every universe. But whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you feel, the ultimate truth of everything has been preached by Lord Buddha. So, if it is so, how it can be another kind of a religion? No, this is not a religion. Buddhism is not a religion. It is a place, it is a study where you will realize the truth. So it is a very well guided study. Guidance is given by Lord Buddha. If you want to see this, you have to do this. If you want to do more, you have to do this. Likewise, stage by stage, Lord Buddha has told. They are there in Tripitaka and Sutra. So if you don't understand those sutra, we can ask our noble friend. He will explain it very nicely because he is experiencing that the truth. So person who is experiencing the truth would never lie. Even we listen him, don't go and pick it up straight away. Just apply to yourself and see whether the said transformation occurs within you or not. We can guarantee that anybody who follows this Dhamma will be subjected to a similar kind of transformation. They tend to feel themselves. You tend to feel yourself. You might not express in words, but you will feel the truth. So as the starting point, what we should do. So we have been talking about these things in last couple of explanations as well. So the point we should start is understanding our faculties. 5 faculties. So why are we doing so? To understand the mind. Because Lord Buddha has said, mind is an illusion. Don't trust this. Don't believe your mind. So, in order to understand mind, we have to understand how the mind got created. In if when we try to do it, we have to study about our own senses, because our senses collectively creates the mind. Absence of the senses or five faculties. If we take human beings, we have five faculties basically. So in the absence of those faculties, there won't be a mind. So take an example like this. So it is easy for you to understand if you think like this way. Think, just after being born, if you are pushed out from this world to the universe, or the yes. So if there is nothing is there around you. I mean, even the light, there is no light and no sound at all. Nothing is there. Would there be a person there? Does he or she feels that she is living or not? No. From that you can just think in that way. It is that is true. It is it is kind of an imaginary situation. That is all right. But after being born, if you are pushed out from this world to the what do you call this, the universal space, if that universal space, if there is no light, no smell, no sound, what kind of a life that would be? Does she or he feels like that he is existing? No. That's why from that we can say, without the faculties, there won't be a self or the mind. There is no chance of creating the mind. So it is so important, it is that much important to study about your own faculties. So there are five faculties. There are five faculties, basically. You know these things: eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin sensor. So from the eyes, what you capture? The light. From the ears, what you capture is the sound. From the tongue, the taste. From the skin, pressure, temperature, and these things. And likewise, from the nose, the smell. So all these stimulations come together and forms another kind of collectively form the objects or material things. So can you ever imagine the things that you deal with that has not been created from those five stimuli? Never. You don't find anything. Even you talk about your mother. So your mother has particular uh, skin complexion, skin color, and shape, size. It comes with the color, the gradient of the color. So you, when you touch your mother, you feel her. When she speaks up, you hear her voice. Then maybe when you are young, when you suck mother's breast, so you feel the taste of the milk. So from those things within you, it had created the object called mother. So where does this picture or the figure appear? Actually, it appears nowhere. People tend to think the mind is within the brain, or mind is within the heart, or it is located somewhere in the body. In certain extent, it is true. The brain matter, now scientists have found out that brain matter needs to be there. The central nervous system needs to be there to develop that kind of thing. But the formation of mind is not belong to any one of these. Entirely it happens with these sensory inputs. So the mind gets created then and there. So after the mind has created, what will happen? It then can generate its own thoughts. It's like a spinning wheel, spinner. It spins with its own energy. So initially it has been formed from 5 sensors, sensory inputs. But after forming that, what will happen? It can generate its own power. So it can generate its own thoughts. So that in that way, we can say, other than the 5 senses, the mind itself behaves as a sensor, because it can produce more and more thoughts by itself. So we have to be very we have to understand this mechanism very well, how this mind gets created, right? So sensory inputs come together and forms the mind. Then what happens? The mind can generate. That mind is capable of generating more and more thoughts, stimuli. So it will, what will happen? It will energize. So initially, there had been some kind of an energy in each faculty. So when you see a light, so yesterday we talked about these things, how the light gets created. So with the telepathization, so if it happens frequently, repeatedly, what will happen? You see a light. It happens in your eye faculty. It is some more or less a factory. It produces the light. How this happens? Because repetitively, if you get the repetitive stimuli, then you get a flashes. For that we call the vision. The same thing happens your ear as well. Repetitive stimulation, repetitive vibration, repetitive telepathizations will trigger some kind of a sound. That point we say the ayatanam patibhav. That means that is the point where your ear sensor, ear faculty got created. So it has, so with this repetitive vibration, what will happen? Every vibration has a kind of energy, has its own kind of packet of energy. So it, what will happen? These energy packets will aggregate. Then it will become more and more powerful. This energy become more and more, the intensity of energy will increase. So what will happen when all the five sensory inputs combine each other? There will be a big energy. So when these stimuli start to come repetitively, that is called the volitional formation, sankhara. What will happen? It tends to produce more and more thoughts. Then you can see the way how this mind behaves as a sensor. It can develop its own, it can develop its own thoughts. So it will try to self-sustain. It gets some kind of a uniqueness, like a whirlpool. So as you see the water coming from different directions, when they collide each other, when these water currents collide each other, what will happen? Some kind of a whirlpool gets created. So it turns, it starts to spin very rapidly. What will happen? So it will attract more and more things from the surrounding. It will start attracting more and more things from the surrounding. Then also what will happen next? It will start to move from one place to another. So how this happened? Because of the energy. From where this energy came from? From the five faculties. So these five faculties, how this energy got created? With the vibrations. Each vibration had a small limited amount of energy. When they accumulated each other, it will become a powerful thing. Now you see the mind has that kind of a power. So mind becomes more powerful now. Now the mind can self-sustain. So it can move one place to another even. So that is the way how, that is the way, that is the mechanism. That is the underlying mechanism of your mind, creation of your mind. So mind has not been created by anybody, neither by you. So it got created. It is the natural, it is due to natural phenomena. That is the system. So when so when a light, initial light sparks within your eyeball, you tend to feel some kind of a feeling at the initial state. You get some kind of a feeling. So that feeling makes you to feel, make you to visualize something. That is the light, projection, Nama Rupa. So same thing happens in your eye also. Due to the vibration, due to the initial small amount of energy, you tend to feel some kind of a feeling. That feeling will project you some kind of a result, some kind of a signal. That signal is the sound. If the sound is there, we can say your ear faculty has been born. That is the very point. That is the exact point where your ear faculty gets generated. Similar thing happens in the other organs as well. When that is the first vatte, the first circle. Buddha nicely explained these things. That is the first circle. Then goes to the second circle. The inputs of all the five senses, the energy will collect each other, aggregate each other, then forms another kind of a projection. That is the chair. That is the mind. That is the worldly object that you deal with. In that particular thing, in that particular creation, yourself also there. That means you can't say that you live within you. You also belongs to the same illusion. So you can't say that. So understanding this is very, very important and very, very crucial. Because without this truth, there won't be any penetrative insight. No vidarshana without knowing this truth. So how much you become clear, how much it becomes clear for you, that much you tend to feel this Dhamma. Lord Buddha said, monks came and asked Lord Buddha to become a stream enterer. What should we do? Then Buddha replied, just what you have to do is just seeing how this illusion gets created and how does it vanishes. So then monks came and asked to be a Sakrudagami, or the I don't know the Sinhala name, English name. I can't remember actually. It doesn't come at this exact moment. Anyway, if you want to go to the stage beyond that, what should we do? Again, dear monks, you have to do the same thing. How this illusion happen, and how this illusion get vanished. So same thing has to be done even if you, in order to attain the arahathood even. That is that message has been given by Lord Buddha. Nothing else to be done. How much you become thorough with this truth, that much you will be able to get liberated from your mind. That means the internal transformation will happen within you. In order to do so, so let's go back into that theory part. So we were talking about this second circle, Devani Vatte. So in that particular place is the place where your mind gets created. Then what will happen? The mind has the power. The mind has a lot of power within. So it is capable of generating more and more thoughts. That is the way how your worldly perceptions get created. Computer, table, mother, father, your friends, school, university, office place, and all these belongs to your worldly perceptions. This is the world. Now it is clear why Lord Buddha said that Chitte Niyati Loko. Your world is within your mind. So there are 800,000 people, billion people in this world. So they live in their own worlds. They have their separate worlds. Can you believe this? Do you believe this? When you analyze this closely, you will feel it. The cat nearby has the cat in your house lives in different world. You live in a different world. Your son, daughter, brother, they live in their own world. Because the senses are more or less same, we can communicate to each other. So we think we are communicating, but it is not true. Everything is creation of the mind. That's why Lord Buddha said, everything, the producer of this entire illusion is you. As long as you believe that world is true, your world remain constant. So there will be no liberation unless you see the truth. Unless you see the truth, you won't be able to liberate from that world. The suffering is there in that world. So if you keep faith, if you believe in that word, so your suffering won't last. So what Lord Buddha said. But the message that has been given by Lord Buddha is, I'm telling truth. That will end up your suffering. So as long as you there in your mind, The mind is the culprit here. Mind is responsible for creating the world for you. Everything you, even you enjoy, even you suffer, the entertainment, everything is within that particular world. The world has been created in your mind. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Rohitatta, don't try to find the world from the outside, the universe from the outside. Try to find the universe, the end of this universe through you. That means what you have to do is just understand your mind. If you are capable of understand, if you are, if one fine day if you able to understand your own mind, that from that point onwards you will be not, you can stay away from not being cheated by, without being cheated by the mind. So this is very important Dhamma. Only thing, the mechanism that mind gets created has to be understood very well. That is the penetrative insight. Once you understand this thing, it will automatically apply to a day-to-day life. Whatever you do, we'll say you take the bus to your office place in the morning. So do you feel it is a real thing? No, because you know, chitte niyati loko, you live in your own mind. So mind creates the world for you. So it is not true. Because you are having the five senses, the world got created in that particular way. For you, it's different from the dog that you raise as a pet. So each individual, each animal, each and every animal live their own worlds. So your world, so how can you say that your world is the actual world? No, you can't, because you grab this world through your only through your five senses. Some animals might have more senses. They might perceive more than you. So their world may be more brilliant than your world, more vibrant than your world. So how can you say you are living in the actual world? No, you can't say so. This world is totally a lie, totally a mirage. So what you have to do is just try to focus in these things. Just try to understand your faculties, how these faculties behave, how they create their own signals, sanya in Pali. So how, when they get together, how these worldly objects get created. Chair, bed, father, mother, brother, wife, and so on. So, and also, then you will realize the self also gets created within that same mirage. The reflection you see in the mirror of your own reflection that you'll see in the mirror is also created within your senses. That senses collectively gives another kind of mind. It's that mind says that is you. This is you are the one. That is your own reflection. So it is also a creation of the mind. The mind is the greatest liar in this. So we have to understand this very well. So what will happen, as I said earlier, so if you start, if it becomes clear for you, as it becomes clear for you, this darshana, this philosophy, as it becomes clear for you, it will automatically apply to a day-to-day life when you go. So as the example I took earlier, when you go to a workplace in the bus, it tends to apply automatically to the to that particular scenario. So then you will feel, this is, yes, this is Chitte Niyati Loko. I'm living in this illusionary world. So what is it? Likewise, you tend to feel it. So why do I bother with these things? Let it happen. Let it go. Then the feeling of letting go will come automatically. It is not done well intentionally. It comes automatically because you know this is not true. So what is the purpose of keep on engaging more and more? Just let them go. Just let the role play happen. So you just be calm and quiet and just watch, just keep watching everything. That will add some kind of a relief for you. So then you will feel that you are getting the liberation, that you are liberating little by little. That is the internal transformation that you would feel. That's why this Dhamma is a living thing. It is a live thing. It is the Dhamma is kind of a thing that you can really feel. So for that, you have to listen these things and you have to do some kind of a research within you. Then the result will be self-evident. So I think that is enough for the day. I think Mrs. Sudharma is also here with us. So Teruvan Saranai, Sudharma. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai.
First of all, I pay my homage at Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa's feet, our noble friend, for sharing this beautiful true Dhamma with us and expanding it to the entire world, like to relieve the sufferings of entire mankind. So his newest effort to spread this beautiful message to the world is this 24-hour English Zoom discussion. So welcome to this segment of Dhamma Talk. Today, let's look at how people practice Buddhism in the world and what this true faith is, or Sabe Shraddhava. So, first of all, being born as Buddhists, we from our childhoods or early childhood, of course, we have been going to temple once a month, or even more than once, especially when a Buddhist child reaches the age 5 or 6. Uh, every weekend they attend Dhamma schools. They learn Dhamma, and naturally, especially Sri Lankan Buddhists, they have a great respect towards monks. They believe that these monks basically are sons of Lord Buddha. They have a special regard or respect towards this robe of Buddha. They say it's Buddha Chivaraya. So they never think twice to go down when they see a monk. So they have lot of shraddha, lot of faith towards these sons of Buddha. And whenever they actually, even if they travel on a bus, when they go past a sacred bo tree or a Buddha statue, they definitely, even while sitting on the bus, they stand up, they raise their backs, and they bring their palms together and worship. So they are such innocent, great people, actually, very genuine people. They originally, I mean, about 3-4 decades ago, in villages, we had this kind of people. Now, due to certain issues related to the way they practice Buddhism in certain temples and meditation centers, they are losing faith. But anyway, our grandparents, especially people who are 70 plus, 80 plus by now, and some of them have passed away, they had that kind of faith or shraddha for the Buddhist monks. And they believed, they went to temples in search of Dhamma, true Dhamma. But in that period, of course, it is doubtful whether they were able to listen to true Dhamma that helped them to relieve their sufferings. So they took their words, the words of the monks, as they were preaching. They were mostly relating Jataka stories. So they were listening to them, and they chanted loudly sadhu, 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 and came back home. And Nibbana was just a dream. Actually, as a child, I was really scared when I saw the huge board, Nivan Sepalabeva. May you attain Nibbana was actually this how much this Buddha's true message was distorted over the past 2,500 years is evident from this small example. May you attain Nibbana was an equivalent to you are dead, because we saw that board just by the newly buried in a burial ground, when after a funeral, with the white flags around, all those white decorative things or wreaths of flowers, these borders. So that is the interpretation given to Nivan Suva or Nibbana or may you attain Nibbana thing. As children, so Nibbana, they never believed they could achieve it in this lifetime. So it was merely a dream. But Lord Buddha, having completed his perfections for Sara Sankhya Kalpalaksha, that means uncountable number of eons, did not discover or did not preach a Dhamma which was existing in the world, like that you have to involve in meritorious deeds, because they were done in the religious groups that were prevalent even before Buddha's birth. Especially in Hinduism, all those pujas were done, offerings were made to deities. So, what happened to Buddhists over the time after the demise of Lord Buddha was gradually they also became wrong vivers. Those days, actually, we know even in Sri Lanka there had been lot of arahants. True Dhamma was there. There were great many monks and even lay people, upasakas and upasikas who might have ended the suffering by attaining Nibbana. But as I mentioned before, Nibbana became an unachievable goal in our lifetime. That was our experience. So, since we are going to discuss true faith today, the conventional Buddhist scriptures, actually in Tripitaka, what we found is how faith was defined was in two aspects, like there are two segments of this faith as two types basically: blind faith, amolika shraddha, and recent faith, akaravati shraddha. So amolika shraddha, of course, is involving in meritorious activities, believing that we live in this existing world. So there is no awareness of the truth. They haven't heard the truth. The truth is that the fact that the things that we believe to be are not out there. If I simplify it, the world is not real. Not real in the sense there are certain formations like different shapes naturally occur it's due to the sensory basis, functioning of the sensory basis. Otherwise, you do not, though ignorantly we believe that we live in a world that exists, it is just formations of the sensory faculties. But those who practice amolika shraddha, blind faith, they went to the temple that they found and they believed that that continue to be in their villages. They talk to monks without knowing the true nature of the sensory basis, how this world gets created. And so they took their words and they made all the donations, believing that when they are blessed by the monks, after the death they will attain Nibbana. That was the belief that all of them had at that time. And further, they didn't stop at the temple. They went to all devalas, kovils, and with the trays of fruit, making lot of offerings to the deities and all types of gods and goddesses. But in the Buddhist philosophy, these gods, goddesses, deities, all of them are mere projections of the mind. They are just thoughts. If someone did not introduce certain image with the name of like Goddess Lakshmi, Goddess Pattini, or God Kataragama, God Vishnu, that image will not be a deity or a god for us. So one who listens to true Dhamma knows that it is a mere thought in the sense. Now we listen to several sermons today that the creation, how the creation of the mind happens were very well explained. So if we recall, when a certain visual formation arises, if the eye functions, eye recognizes, detects, because it is also due to the interaction of the vibrations of opposing charges, this happens. And then somebody at some point should give a sound, give the sound in relation to that image. Then only the first thought gets formed. Now just imagine somebody who never been to a temple or never been to a kovil or a devala, goes to that place. Then this maybe, let's imagine that he's a kid of age 5, then just a 5-year-old. So that mother might have given the tray of flowers or tray of fruits to the child and made him to offer it to certain, in front of certain image, and that mother or the person who accompanied the child should have told that this is Goddess Lakshmi or this is Goddess Saraswati. From then onwards, that image gets stabilized in the mind of the child. Actually, although we say in the mind of the child, there is nothing called an existing mind. Mind is that particular thought that or the stimulus that solidified at that very moment. But if we go deeper, it is obvious that this image or the bunch of colors has nothing to do with this sound. They are two different formations. Sound is something that the ear perceived, but the visual image is something which was perceived by the eye. But since that person repeatedly said Goddess God Kataragama or Goddess Lakshmi or Goddess Saraswati, now the moment the child hears this sound, Goddess Lakshmi, that vivid, colorful image arises in the child's mind. The child gets the mental picture. or mental image. Even after 10-15 years, when the same image is actually same image cannot be perceived twice, everything is, rising and ceasing instantaneously, but some similar formation is perceived whenever a similar perception occurs. What happens is that name or the sound gets entangled. The time is immaterial because this true Dhamma transcends time also. There is no past, present or future. That is, whole Dhamma evolves around a single thought. In that single thought, everything comes at once. All sensory inputs. Now we are going back to that moment this particular child went to the Kovil. So there, the child, if he got the opportunity to touch that statue of the goddess, that texture or the smoothness of the paint, and maybe the statue does not smell, but the smell of camphor and incense may come in association with that image, because they are in Kovils, we know lot of incense sticks, camphor, they are burnt, and so that smell definitely gets connected, because sensory inputs naturally they function, it's a natural phenomenon. And then maybe the bells, the sound of the bells in the Kovil, and the smell of camphor, then tongue, of course, I don't think it will play a big role in this thought, but still nose, ear, the body, and then mind, consciousness perform magic. The moment the child hears the word Goddess Saraswati, that image comes with all merging all the sensory inputs, and it just arises at once. So the child gets the ignorantly mind consciousness creates an existing image of an existing God. So that is the pure ignorance. So that's how we gradually believed that there are a lot of gods and goddesses existing, and then we have to make offerings to them. So actually pure Buddhism, the true Buddhism, was to for the people to realize the nothingness of the world, and the fact that there is no self, there is no duality. But what happened was we were practicing a certain Buddhism, being wrong weavers. It is very sad the way that we have been doing this, because we never thought of liberation from thoughts, liberation from suffering. It was like any other day-to-day activity. The world, things were so real. There were statues, there were temples, there were monks, but all good. In other words, all good. It's good because for a peaceful living, people get together, they do chanting beautifully, make offerings. So there you get some consolation. when going to the temple, that you being seated under the bo tree. So it's that fresh air, that serenity, that calmness. It soothes actually yourselves, and you get rid of your troubles for a while because of that beautiful environment. But still, that is not the way to end the sufferings. So that is actually the blind faith. So for one to come to the true faith or Sabe Shraddha, one should listen to the beautiful truth, this beautiful message revealed to the world by Buddha. So this true message is the fact that there is nothing external, no a self, nothing external in the sense, there are formations, but there aren't things that we believe they are to be. So if someone has the ability to observe the arising and cessation of the aggregates, because again these aggregates are the thought, the stimulus. Now when you see and when you see something, for example, now as just because we were talking about gods and goddesses, let's take a pagoda here. So the moment you open your eye, that image appears. So you perceive that visual formation. The moment the visual formation arises, the name gets entangled. At some point, somebody said this is the Dagaba or the Chaitya. So that is the composition of the thought, sound and color. So what happens is, if someone doesn't know how that it is just the five aggregates arising, and at the very moment it disappears, it ceases, we find an existing pagoda. So if the pagoda is existing, on the other side, the self-perception that the observer is there. What is being observed is the pagoda. On the other side, the person who observes the pagoda is there. With that, the value is also assigned to the pagoda. Naturally, it also comes due to the power that automatically gets generated when the vibrations come together. So, how can we liberate from this? There is no other way to liberate from this than listening to true Dhamma, and actually that is the Buddhist philosophy. Without even Buddha recommended wisdom of practice or Krutya Jnana to someone who has the wisdom of truth, Satya Jnana. Since I mentioned the five aggregates, the stimulus, arising of stimulus is nothing but arising of five aggregates. Now let's delve into this. Now the moment the visual formation of the pagoda arose, the form means that shape, then the feeling means the awareness, kind of, you feel that something is there. and then form, feeling, then the perception. For the eye, actually, it's just a bunch of colors, but perception arises, that pagoda, and then the thinking or the formation, and finally mind consciousness makes everything, merge everything, and we feel that there is an existing pagoda. So this happens so fast. This happens very fast, and this ceases. The lifespan of a thought is just a fraction of a millisecond. But due to ignorance, actually not due to ignorance, human eye does not have the capacity to see the arising and ceasing of a certain stimulus. Because of the speed. Otherwise, this wisdom of seeing arising and ceasing of a stimulus is called Udavajnanaya. But theoretically it is so, but in practical sense, no one can see the ceasing of a stimulus, because it happens at such great speed. So we feel as if there is a pagoda that exists, and mind consciousness performs another magic. It gives us the impression that pagoda existed in the past also. If you went to that temple 6 months ago, today you go to that temple again. So mind consciousness creates a beautiful story, beautiful film for you. And we get the impression, oh, it's the same pagoda that I worshipped 6 months ago. And with that, you believe, oh, this pagoda is made of this strong concrete and bricks, so it will remain there for another 100 years or so. So the feeling of existence of that particular stimuli gives, on the other hand, creates another impression that I am the person. I went to this pagoda 6 months ago, and today I also came to this place, and in future also I will be coming to the pagoda and worshipping. So this is the danger. This is not what Buddha wanted to reveal to the world. He disclosed a never heard before Dhamma. What he emphasized was there is no self, neither an external world. When we say neither an external world, we have to remember that what we think they aren't there. Simply, now it is clear. We think that there is a statue of God Saraswati. This God Saraswati, if someone said that it is the image, statue of Goddess Parvati, so then same image we would identify with a different name. This labeling is what actually labeling is what created this world for us. Otherwise, everything was a bunch of colors. If we go to the child with the radiant mind, the child, baby, actually infant, a newborn, only feels with his or her sensory bases. if the I mean after when the child is, let's say, in 4 months, at the age of 4 months, 5 months, if the eyes are healthy, certain visual formations may occur, but it's just a feeling. The child may not know whether that infant may not know whether it's a pagoda, or whether even these newborns, maybe 4-5 months old, are taken to Kovils. They do not know whether they are in front of the Kataragama god or goddess Saraswati or goddess Padmini or whatever. But because now it should be clear to you, because still this name and form combination did not happen. So only the experiences, original sensory experiences were there. Even if the nose receptors can get the sensation of smell, camphor smell will be there, but smell is not the smell of camphor for the child or incense. Only the feeling was there. Even if these infants' hand, maybe the mother kept the kid's hand on the statue. So it was just the feeling of solidity, not the hardness of the statue, goddess's statue for the baby. But an older child, now once everything is introduced to the child, when the name and form got entangled, now of course after going home also, I went to the Kovil, I worshipped goddess Saraswati, I made offerings to goddess Saraswati, all visual formations occur in the mind even after going home. When the mother mentions the word goddess Saraswati, everything appears in the mind. The image appears. It's a natural phenomenon. This name and form combination creates a world for us. The thing is now, if we go deeper, actually that thought that occurred when we hear the word goddess Saraswati, it is empty. There is nothing. There is no connection between that structure that once perceived by the sensory inputs and the thought that arises right now. But because of the skill of this illusory consciousness, the moment that sound occurs, the entire story comes up. The way you travel to the Kovil, the way you worshipped, what you took to the Kovil, everything comes to your mind. So this is the illusion. This is the misconception. We always feel that now simply if we take a tree, that visual formation naturally appears when we hear the word tree. When we hear the word church, that visual image arises in the mind. This cannot be prevented. Even though we listen to the wisdom of truth, or this philosophy, true Dhamma, the same thing would happen. But we may not believe in that film. that ignorance will not be there, because we know the truth. We know that this is the illusory mind consciousness that creates a beautiful story. Nothing but the mind consciousness. It is just a thought that occurred at this very moment. That past trip to Kovil and what you are going to do in the future in the Kovil, or what entire telepathization, I mean all associated data arises at once. That is also the nature, that is actually the law of mind. In other words, illusory nature of the mind consciousness. Even Lord Buddha has revealed that it is the law of nature. In other words, law of mind. No one can prevent it. This Dhamma is to see the reality. See the reality. Since we are talking about the true faith, actually the true faith is seeing this reality in the stimulus as it arises, so that the value will not be attributed to that stimulus, or no burning within will come when you know the truth. Just like when you watch a magic show, those magicians, actually I can go back to my childhood. It's again a thought that occurred right now. We cannot go anywhere. So it's very beautiful when we discuss this Dhamma, when we become mature in the path, when we discuss Dhamma also, this insight, penetrative insight happens. That is why our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has given all of us this opportunity to discuss Dhamma. It is actually for me an active insight, penetrative insight experience. So actually what I was trying to tell is this: seeing the truth of the stimulus, how we see how we do not get deceived by the deceitful nature or the illusory nature of the mind consciousness. So in a magic performance, that magician may get someone to cut his neck using a very sharp sword or something. So we feel, and the next moment, so we are shown as if the head is separated from the body, and next moment he appears very strongly without any injury or body part missing. So we were like staring at those performances, tricks, and he would put a rabbit into a box and convert it into 2 pigeons. So we were, as children, we were really strange. So what if we were taken to the stage and we were shown how things happen, how this illusion is created, how we are deceived? The next day we wouldn't enjoy, we wouldn't be that much excited seeing those performances. So it is the same with this not performances, creations of mind consciousness and the sensory basis. When we takes this function of sensory bases one by one, we can actually feel that I only perceives some visual formations, actually light, only light. We see a kind of one two-dimensional image originally through the eyes. But identification happens with the involvement of the mind consciousness. Even the concepts like near, far, I cannot capture the gaps, distance also. Now, if you open your eyes right now, you might see certain visual formations. But since it is your own house, you know now the table is in front of the cupboard. Cupboard is by the window. The clock is behind the table. The flower pot is next to the table. It's in front of the wall. So all these distances because with the data that you have accumulated previously, accumulated in the sense you have experienced previously, you know the distances between each of these items or the objects. But a small child who does not have any such experience, actually the child in the cot does not have any idea of this near-far concept. We can only imagine because we cannot recollect that those experiences, unfortunately. If we could, these realizations would have been very easy for us. Now, it is only because our noble friend shared this message with us, we can at least see it through wisdom. So by listening to his explanations, by taking our doubts to him, we have made these realizations. So there is a clear path for Buddhists right now. We should not be the people in the blind faith. We should make the shift to the true faith. True faith is nothing but seeing the rising and ceasing of the stimulus. So that was what I was explaining. Stimulus is the sensory experience. Now if we take the nose, this olfactory sensation, since we were talking about this blind faith and true faith, let's again take the same example of going to the Kovil. There the some smell arises. So the nose receptors capture that smell. It was just the smell, but just because somebody labeled that or named that as camphor smell, it solidified into a certain thought, real entity. So the thing is, with that, we feel that it is there. We feel the smell originally and we feel the camphor smell. The moment it becomes the camphor smell, we feel there is a subtle feeling that camphor smell is there. That is the existence feel. We feel that camphor smell is there. Then on the other side, I exists. The the experience and the person who experiences. So actually with these Buddothpado sermons, now we are able to go against the current. We were going with the current. With actually blind faith is that we believe that there are temples, there are monks, there are heavens, there are Brahma realms. So there are 31 realms, there are hells, also then world, animal realm, all those realms are there. So we were doing all the meritorious deeds as we were guided by our parents, our ancestors, and especially the monks also. It is not that we are criticizing or accusing, they were also helpless. The monks in the present generation of monks, of course, they are much lucky. The previous generation of monks, actually, they were also helpless. It was no one's fault. It happened uh, due to the over the time, maybe because people, there were a lot of damage intentionally done to Buddhism. Where true Buddhism was eradicated in certain wars and certain invasions, we know. So nobody is to be blamed. So that's why Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friends' commitment, actually devotion to share this message is immeasurable. We cannot, we don't know how to express our gratitude to him even. So what happens is, now when we follow this path, this beautiful path, gradually we ourselves are relieved from the suffering. Suffering in the sense, not the suffering that we believed comes from the external entities or people out there. The suffering that happens due to the sensory experiences becoming real. That is suffering actually cannot be explained. This suffering cannot be explained in words. That occurs due to the power generated in the stimulus, as because when the stimulus arises, it happens due to the interaction of two vibrations initially, and due to the continuous sparking of vibrations, we feel as if these entities are existing. So that power, as long as that power is there, suffering is inevitable. That power itself is the self-perception, the feeling that I am there. So when we see the truth of the stimulus, gradually this power diminishes. Power diminishes, and ultimately in the Arahant stage, the power becomes zero. They are just words from me because we do not have any experience with regard to that, but still, because of our noble friend, we can talk confidently about such states also, because those Arahant Samadhi also he discusses with us. So we know the concept actually, what is going to happen gradually. So the people in the path also experience the reduction of that power. the self-view. So the diminishing of defilements. Defilements means again the manifest forms of that power. So if someone is in true faith, attaining Nibbana is not a dream. It is definitely going to happen. For that, Lord Buddha has recommended someone who walks in the path should have wise attention and clear knowledge of reality. Wise attention, that is yoniso manasikārya, and clear knowledge of reality, yatha bhuta jnana. Yatha bhuta jnana is nothing but the wisdom of truth. How this magic is created, how this illusion is created, how the stimulus becomes real, why actually when we know this knowledge itself works in such an unbelievable way to relieve us from the suffering, because when we know this thought has no any connection to those visual formations, auditory formations, olfactory formations, there itself we feel the emptiness, nothingness of the thought. Now, if I go a bit further, now the suffering that we talk about is not the suffering that we believe to be coming from the external people and external entities. This suffering is how we suffer due to empty perceptions or empty thoughts. It's like now, if I give this example, you will better understand this. Now imagine, actually I can share my experience. My mother passed away suddenly 10 years ago. But actually now mother, the figure that we used to call mother is not there, that we know. But still, when I go to someone else's mother's funeral, that my mother, the perception arises. The same perception with the image arises. And so actually before listening to this true Dhamma, true message, I used to cry, thinking, oh, I could have looked after my mother more. I was busy with my career. I should have spent more time with a lot of thoughts. Vitakka vichara, thoughts arise. But after listening to true Dhamma, certain contemplation was done, like we call that stage active contemplation, savitakka savichara. So that insight, penetrative insight happened. When the perception occurred, how come there's a mother in this thought? Some inside talk like contemplation, active contemplation. Dhamma naturally comes when you understand this message. It's also nature. It comes to save us. So the mind consciousness gradually loses its power. So this perception doesn't have a mother in it. So it is just a name and form combination. Now it is very clear that this perception has no connection to that image or that entity made up of great elements, because now mother is dead and she was cremated. Now, if we take the statue of statue of goddess or pagoda or tree or whatever, anyway, they are not burnt down, but now mother was cremated. Just the ash, even the ash wouldn't be there by now. But still, it comes, those days it came as a real, I mean, with the mother's smell, mother's all, when in that perception, the danger is all attributes like mother's smoothness of mother's skin, the smell of the mother, then the look of the mother, then mother, the sound and mother's voice also, and then the smell, if you have licked the mother, that taste, whatsoever, everything comes strong presence. So how were we cheated by the mind consciousness? Now it's when we realize this, and the next stage, when you still mature in the path, what happens is, without any active contemplation, you liberate from that suffering. You still know mother is dead. You still even know you could have done more to mother. Such thoughts may also occur. But when you know that it is a mere perception, when the wisdom separates that perception from that physical formation whatsoever we used to call mother, we liberate from suffering. So it's very interesting and it's so self-evident. So let's do our best, because some effort is needed. Right effort should be there to see the truth. So wise attention and the clear knowledge of actually clear wisdom. Wisdom is better. Wisdom to see the reality should be there. Yata bhuta jnana and yoniso manasikara. So that's where true faith comes. That is how true faith is defined in Gautama Buddha Sasana. And let's stop for today, and please join the Dhamma discussions. English Dhamma discussion is happening every day from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So anybody can talk directly to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse and senior practitioners who can answer your questions and explain Dhamma points through their experience, because now most of the followers, actually practitioners of Buddothpado, the practical path, they are progressing honestly. Not as people, they are wisdom, of course, day by day they are progressing, and Aryan Wahanse is always present, available all 24 hours. So please join these Dhamma discussions, talk about your experiences, ask if you have doubts in terms of the points that we discuss here. Please join those platforms, especially whatever the language you speak, it doesn't matter. This 24-hour English Zoom discussion is for the people who are overseas, basically, because those who have language barrier. So see you again tomorrow at the same time. Teruvan Saranai. Namaskara Aryan Wahanse. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all.
To listen to Buddothpado English sermons because it reveals the true Dhamma which was revealed by Lord Buddha 2500 years ago. Actually, the truth was always there, out there, but it was hidden. Now it's open again by our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. But when listening to this Dhamma, you have to be very open-minded. And you have to come out of all the wrong visions, wrong notions, misconceptions, and any preconceived ideas, and so on. With all that in mind, you can't go on this path. So what we share here is our own experiences, not any knowledge, not theory. Actually, this is our own life story, like how it started and how it ends. This life story, it is created by ourselves. So the freedom or salvation also comes within you. So Buddothpada sermons shows you the way, guide you how to liberate from the mind. So if actually it's very interesting and very wonderful Dhamma, so you can come, listen and contemplate, but it is a bit difficult in the beginning, but as you proceed, it is a very smooth path. If we ask the question, what is common for everyone, even to animals? Yeah, it is dukkha or suffering, isn't it? We do everything in our life to lead a happy and contented life, but can we do it? No, we can't, isn't it? At any time of life, we could be sick, or a loved one would die. So I think everyone has this experience in their lifetime. Yes, so people react differently to suffering, but there is one common thing, that's birth and death. Birth is a suffering and death is a suffering, isn't it? So Lord Buddha showed us the way out of suffering, which was hidden all this time. And now Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse has revealed it. So what is this suffering? Actually, what is never heard before Dhamma? Lord Buddha has revealed the never heard before Dhamma to the world. So as Buddhists, we should know it. So the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, or the dependent origination Dhamma, shows us how the mind is created, or the cause of suffering, how is it is created. So also it shows how to get rid of suffering. Theoretically, we have learned about dependent origination Dhamma, where we write from, where it starts from avidya and ends up, goes around. So, but actually in the practical way, the practical part is another thing, like it goes to cessation of suffering and also rebirth. The practical path to cessation of suffering has clearly shown by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse in practical programs. So this practical guidance is very, very important. It's actually a gradual process. It might take time because we all have defilements, desires, hatred, and delusions. But once you are in the path, you will feel that the defilements are getting less and less. That's because there's an internal transformation is happening within. The fire means the defilements, the desires, ill will, hatred, and delusion. So we have to identify the fire within. I mean, you feel it. So you have to feel it to distinguish it. So how do we do it? For that, we have to identify the aramuna, or the thought which comes in that moment, and see how it is created. So without knowing this practical side, there is no way to the cessation of suffering. So as Aryan Wahanse says, who knows suffering or who feels dukkha will eventually find Dhamma, find solace in Dhamma. And not only that, ultimately he will feel Dhamma within. So if I talk about myself, how did I come to know this Dhamma? I actually had a good, very happy childhood. I was attached to my parents, especially to my father. So once my father, he had asthma and he fell sick in 2010, and under my very eyes, he was, once he was standing next to me, next moment, he was paralyzed within a fraction of a second. So his breathing stopped. He couldn't talk. So for few moments, it took few moments to take him to the hospital. But he never regained consciousness. So he was bedridden for 8 years, and my mother mainly looked after him. Throughout that difficult time, she was always there. So, and I was feeling very guilty for a long period because I could not take him to the hospital on time. So I suffered a lot during those days, thinking how to look after him because we had financial issues. There were no one to look after him. So my mother and myself, we tried our best to look after him. So, and the thing is, he was on nasal feeding and he had the tracheostomy done and the catheters and IV fluids and everything was done at home. So for 8 years we were doing that, and during that time only I came to know about the true suffering. So as for my father, he could not talk, he could not express himself, but I could see him suffering too. So we did everything to make him comfortable. And meanwhile my mother also got sick and she was very feeble, and she was admitted to hospital several times, and likewise it was going on and on. And I was not actually listening to Buddothpado at that time, but I was searching for Dhamma. Searching for Dhamma means I wanted to get rid of this suffering. So during that time I listened to many sermons of many teachers, anything which is talking about suffering, dukkha, and went for meditation classes, but nothing helped, because once back home again, the suffering again, it was there. So actually I didn't find what I wanted. So my father passed away in 2018. Then only I could start searching more and more. Then in 2022 October, a friend of mine told me about the Buddothpado sermons, and after listening to that one sermon, there was no turning back. The sermon was Hita kiyala deyak naha. There's nothing called mind. So I think I listened to it about several times. So after that there was no turning back, and actually my mother also listening to it now. So how did it change my mind? So I told you earlier that I had this guilty feeling. So when I listened to more and more sermons, the guilty feeling I had vanished actually. And slowly I began to understand that actually there is no self to be guilty, and there is no self to suffer, no one to suffer. So as we are still on the path, but once you are in the path, you feel how the suffering diminishes. Suffering means actually the desires, hatred and delusions, all are diminishing. The fire is diminishing within. Actually you feel it. And actually you come to know that you have suffered due to a thought. So likewise, everybody has a story of their own, isn't it? Not only sad stories, but happy stories. Mind always oscillates between happiness and sadness. But once you understand the mind creation, even the sadness you will see through. So to end the suffering, the only path is the insight meditation. So you have to pierce through the thought, how it is created, and So, but today there are so many practices such as meditation therapy and concentration meditation, but this is not the path. Not the path to Nibbana anyway. With concentration meditation, what happens is the thought becomes more real, more powerful, more valued like. But Lord Buddha has revealed a never heard before Dhamma. It is to understand the thought. This have to see through wisdom. So if you see how one thought is created, all the thoughts are created like the same way. A thought is actually a vibration. So in real life, we have a lot of attachments. So we are attached to our family, job, home, so parents, children, money, different things we are attached to. So some are even attached to God, hell, heaven, they think that is there, and so on. So, but all are misconceptions. All are thoughts actually. So the more you think, you get more power to that particular thought. Thought is a vibration. So what happens is the thought becomes a thing. And you give, as long as you give a value to the thought, it becomes a thing. It gains more power, more powerful. And also it becomes more real. So one can do anything to keep this thing. So Aryan once asked the question, are you the body? Are you the mind? If you are the body, so can you feel the, not feel the pain? So say you are hungry. Can you stop it? Say you are thirsty. Can you stay without drinking water? Or likewise, can you not get old? So obviously you are not the body. If you are the mind, if mind stays in one particular place, you want different things, isn't it? So if you eat something in the morning, say milk rice, you can't eat milk rice again for lunch. So you find a different thing. Sometimes people go around the world. So mind can't stay in one place. It gets attached to anything and everything. So we have a friend, so he has traveled to almost 180 countries and still traveling. So if you are not the mind or you are not the body, who are you? So Aryan Hasa says it's a vibration. So how much you give a value to the thought, that is your story. So this vibration, the thought, is not outside. It is like it happens then and there. You can't say it's outside. It happens then and there. That's why Aryan Hasa says Nibbana is that we are sitting on Nibbana. Nibbana is here and now. When we talk about suffering, we can't forget the story of Patachara and Kisa Gotami, can we? It comes to the mind. So Patachara, who had a happy life, later had undergone lots of suffering as she lost her husband and 2 children, also the parents. So likewise Kisa Gotami lost her only child. These are not merely stories, isn't it? These things happens in everyday life. We see them every day. So recently during tsunami and COVID time, due to landslides, floods, bomb blast and wars around the world, we have seen these things. So at Lord Buddha's time, Lord Buddha did not tell Patachara or Kisa Gotami, please sit and meditate so the suffering will go away. No, he didn't. Lord Buddha emphasized that Patachara and Kisa Gotami. So they are suffering due to a thought, and that the thought is an illusion. So why do we say there is nothing called mind? So if there is a mind, obviously there is dukkha or suffering, isn't it? So to understand this, we have to know how the mind is created. For that, we have to go back to our small age, which means, the baby in the cot. So we can't remember that. So we will imagine the baby in the cot. So we say the baby in the cot has a radiant mind. Why do we say that? Imagine you are just born. So did you know who are you? Whether you are a girl or a boy? Do you know the parents, siblings, country which you are born, a race, religion? You don't know anything. You just know how to cry. For everything you cry. Which means if the baby is hungry, hot, cold, he cries. If he hears a loud noise, also he cries. If the needle pricks, also cries. Does he even know why he cries? No, he does not know. Why is that? That's because the mind is not yet created, isn't it? But he has eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin. All are functioning. So he sees something, hears something, smells something, and also feels something. But he does not know what is it. He has no idea. He has no idea what is it. So later he will feel mother's presence. So that's why the babies stop crying when the mother is nearby. I think you have noticed it. Though his world is not yet created, but the Shastra or the glue is already there. So that's why Aryan Mahansa explains, when a toy or a phone is given to the baby, when the mother tries to take it back, the baby clings to it. The Shastra Svabhava, or the attachment already is there. A small power is generating, but the power is not yet fully developed because the mind is still not functioning and the thoughts are not yet created. So the radiant mind has the glue, the taints. So if we take the early childhood, when the child is about 3 years, the Montessori time, the colors and sounds are introduced. That also not at once, one by one. Sometimes we have to repeat the same thing several times. So otherwise the child won't understand. So especially with the colors. For example, red color, blue, yellow, we have to repeat the colors. So the colors and shapes are introduced. For example, red car. So if we say red car, the color is red and the shape of a car. So the red car is created as a thought. And with that, the duality is also created. The red car is there and I am here who sees it. And also the red car is mine. So the me, my, mine concept also is created. Likewise, my mother, my father, my family, my siblings are also created. All are concepts. So at this age, the child is more interested in toys. So if we take boys, they are mostly interested in toy cars, and small girls, they are mostly interested in dolls, isn't it? So also talking about radiant mind, Aryan Mahansa emphasizes that if a small child who is born here in Sri Lanka is taken to, say, America, that child will know the American parents as his mother and father. So as he does not know the real parents, because the mind is not yet created, even the parents are dead, they don't know. So as we were talking about early childhood, at that age children are more interested in toys, playing, and lot of activities. So they are not in one place. They run about, they play, they shout, and likewise. I think more attached to parents also. So but later in early adulthood, they like phones, cars, and various things, various beautiful things. And likewise the mind changes. So almost say they like to be with friends, go out and all that. So likewise the mind changes from time to time, isn't it? So there are attachments, disattachments. So if we see carefully, we can see the defilements are created now, because in the radiant mind there was no defilements. So the radiant mind or the child in the cot does not know what is suffering, isn't it? But he feels something. He feels something without knowing what is it. Say, for bright light, he closes the eyes. For a loud noise, he seems uncomfortable. So, if a needle prick, he reacts by crying. So, hot and cold, also he cries, because he feels it is uncomfortable. So the senses are working. Say the child is blind, then the eye sensor is not working. if the child is deaf, the ear sensor is not working. And also he feels the taste. He feels the taste, but he does not know what is it. So now we understand how the mind is created. So with that, the duality is also created. You are there and I am here. Me, my mind is created likewise. So slowly, me, my mind concept is built up. So as Aryan Mahansa says, if the child is born and raised in the jungle, say like Tarzan, he might have some sort of a communication, isn't it? And if we go back to suffering and how does the suffering happens? It happens with the attachment to things. We think trees outside. We think that place is beautiful. We think the song is beautiful. We think that the food is very tasty. We think it's a bad smell. We think it's the sound of a bird. All are thoughts. And if we don't know how the thoughts are created, and if we give a value to the thought, the suffering begins. Which means the more value given to the thought, more powerful the thought will be. And we want to keep it so that the power is generating. Here the most important thing to understand is that the existent field, even the radiant mind, the child has that existent field, the Atma Sanyava. So I think the most important and the wonderful thing to understand is that this is the story of one vibration which starts from the zygote itself. So Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa explains about this existent feeling in detail in sermons. So as we were talking about suffering, so is there a way to end the suffering? So yes, there is a way to end the suffering. Aryan Mahansa says that there's a way to end the suffering. So to end the suffering, we should know how the mind is created. That we talked about earlier. So if we go back to the child in the cot, so his mind is not yet created, but he has a perception, a sanya. So we are all still actually associating with perceptions. It's actually a repetitive perception, I think. So sanya abhisankarne. So the radiant mind didn't know colors and sounds. But later in life, in Montessori time, the colors and sound is introduced. So if we take the example of the red car, the red car is introduced at the Montessori time. So now we know it is a red car as soon as we see it. So but the eye can't identify it. Eye is just like a camera. So sound of a red car. So we get the impression of a red car. It is a thought. So if we go into detail, sound is a perception, the car. Color is a perception, red. So the combination is a red car, which is a thought. But as you know, when we say the red car, we imagine something red, shape of a car, and something solid, isn't it? So the five senses, the eye, the ear, nose, tongue does not come in this moment. So everything get together, ditta sutta mutta, to get this image. It's a mental image. We call it a chitta rupa. If we say a red car to a baby in the cot, an expensive red car, so will he understand it? Obviously not, isn't it? Why? Because it's not yet introduced to him. He does not know what is a red car means. So even if we give a gold necklace to a child, he doesn't have any value to it, isn't it? So he will obviously throw it away. Maybe a toy is more important to him than that gold necklace. So once I know a child of my friends, she was about 3 years old. She has swallowed the gold ring or something, a ring or a chain or something. So they don't know what is it. So yeah. So that's why Aryan Mahansa says that if something valuable is broken, say a camera or something, the father might get a 5,000 watt charge. Meanwhile, the child would never even notice it. So yes, so we have practical experiences in our life, isn't it? In our day-to-day life. So I remember this story. Once a father has bought a very expensive car, and one day he saw that his small child is writing something on it. So without second thoughts, the father started hitting the child and shouting. But later he came to know that the child has written, "I love you, father. I love you, dada." So here actually the father has given value to the car, while the child has given value to the father. So value also differs, isn't it? Okay, some people value money, some value knowledge, some value friendship, some value parents, children, cars. So whatever we value, we have to remember that the value or the attachment takes us in the samsaric journey. This is a story of one vibration or one thought. As Aryan Mahansa emphasizes, if we see the structure of one mango leaf, it is like we are seeing all the mango leaves, because all the thoughts are same. There's nothing in a thought. So how do I experience this Dhamma? So as I said, I used to suffer a lot due to thoughts mainly. So yes, not only my thoughts but thoughts of others. Even seeing a dead animal by the roadside, it gave me suffering. I used to think a lot about it. I did not know how to erase those feelings, erase those thoughts, really. And seeing sick people, sick patients, make me suffer even more. Actually, I used to cry when I saw some children who is suffering. It was bothering me a lot. Also, other thing is I wanted everything to be neat and tidy. I got agitated when I see a mess. Everything should be perfect, like slippers should be perfectly kept. Likewise, so it also used to bother me because I was tired at the end of the day cleaning up everything. So when driving especially, I wanted everyone to drive perfectly. I was always irritated and restless. So yes, now I know maybe it was a nuisance for others as well. So now after 3 years of listening to Buddothpado, the true Dhamma, it's all like diminishing. I feel the fire is slowly extinguishing. As Aryan Maharsa says, it's a feel. It's difficult to explain. Still I am exposed to those situations, but rarely get irritated likewise. Even then I recognize it, and at the same time it subsides. Actually it is very relaxing. And I think the most important thing is whoever around you, they also feel it. When you change, they also feel it. So after listening to Buddothpado, I came to know how the mind is created, how the senses are working, and I knew that I was suffering unnecessarily. Senses are anyway working. It is not me doing, not I am doing. There's actually no self anywhere. Only some senses are working. Thoughts also comes and goes. It's also a sense creation. Yes, so what one should know is that as long as one feels as the outside world is true, there is a birth. And what we think is not out there. All are thoughts. And there is nothing in a thought. In the groundbreaking sermons, Aryan Maharsa explains that all the 31 planes of existence are in one thought. If the outside world is real, then you will be born as in any of these 31 planes of existence. So it also depends on the vibration one has. when we talk about the three worlds, the sensual world, form world, and the formless world, it also depends on the frequency of the vibration. As Aryan Mahansa explains, Dhamma cannot be written in a book. It is actually in the one vibration. It's a story of a one vibration. This vibration varies. So more vibration, more ego, and less vibration, less ego. Still, if there is a vibration and it is your birth. So if we talk about Lord Buddha, the state of Buddha is the non-vibration state. If we talk about vibration, actually Aryan Mahansa explains it's a power, a current. So the thoughts are created of these vibrations. So all depends on this power of the vibration. Because of our ignorance, we don't see this truth. So when in Dhamma path, if someone gets more knowledge, that means more the ego. Ego covers Nibbana. So what we have to know here is that if one feels the outside world is true, he is not even in the right vision. So he gives more value to the outside world, outside things. So how do we reduce this power to the thought? What we can only do is to understand how the thought is created and actually feel that there is nothing in the thought. Then of course the value, the power given to the thought starts to diminish. It happens very slowly, but we feel it as the fire within diminishing. We feel it as a fire. We may feel that we don't get angry or irritated or sad for things because now we know how the thoughts are created. So like two sides of a coin, if we feel that the outside world is as real, in the other side of the coin, me is also created. It actually happens automatically. Me, my mind. That's how the non-existent me is created. So also Aryan Mahansa says one can get this from knowledge or the mind. So but it's not the correct path. Correct path is when one feels it. So in this path, what one feels is the power to the thought, or the value to the thought is diminishing. So in this path, there are many pitfalls also. One might think that I am in the path, I am in the correct path, and one might think I have already attained Nibbana. but Aryan Mahansa says it's all in the mind. From knowledge also one can say that I have attained Nibbana. So you can't attain Nibbana from mind. Aryan Mahansa highlights it. One can't attain Nibbana from mind. Actually, Nibbana is a state where the non-vibration is. So how do you know you are in the correct path? You know that you are in the correct path once you feel that your self is diminishing. As Aryan Mahansa explains, Nibbana is here and now, in this very moment. When one is free from mind, which means if there is no fire in whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you taste, whatever you feel, whatever you smell, or whatever you think, if there is no fire, that is Nibbana. So to feel this, first one has to get rid of this outside world. If you have gone through the practical experiences of Pratipada, which Aryan Mahansa has introduced, you will see that it is showing the way to Nibbana itself. As you know, there are many Metmal monasteries around the country, so where you can practice the Pratipada and feel the difference. Actually, it is not something to sit and concentrate like concentration meditation, but it's insight meditation, which one can do in any position. You can do this Pratipada while cooking, cleaning, doing household things, in any activity you do, and even driving. You can concentrate on whatever stimulus comes, and if that stimulus had any value, you can do the insight meditation and see. Actually, you will see that there is no value into that thought. So what we have to remember is whenever the self is there, there is suffering. There is somebody who is suffering. But once you understand this Dhamma and knows that there is no self, and the insight transformation starts to happen, you are like looking at yourself, and once any fire arises, you will actually notice it then and there. It's actually not very easy, because sometimes for a long time we have some habits which we are used to. These habits comes and bars the road, I think. Actually, this path leads to free myself from myself. So this Dhamma is to understand. It is, as I said earlier also, it is not a knowledge. Aryan Mahansa always emphasizes that. It's not a knowledge, but it's a feel. One has to feel it. So when in the path, how do you know one is in the path? So when one is in this path, one does not get deceived by the stimulus. It's actually very relaxing because all this time we have suffered due to a thought stimulus. And once you know that you will feel actually free. So if you want to be free from samsara, there is no other path other than Buddothpado. Freedom from suffering, freedom from mind. That's the path to Nibbana. You also can listen to 24 hours Dhamma discussions through this channel, English channel. And also you can attend any Metmal monasteries island-wide. There are several Buddothpado Dhamma books, English and in Sinhala. Also, there are Zoom sessions starting from 5 a.m., 9:30 a.m., 1:30 p.m. Sutra Deshana, 4 p.m., 5:30 p.m. Youth Zoom, 7 p.m. groundbreaking sermons, 9:30 p.m. So you have enough Zoom discussions to join in. Also there is Buddothpado TV, which goes on 24 hours, where you can listen to sermons there, discussions and sermons.